Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve.
Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above.
This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed.
From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans, white with foam.
Our hearts go out to all the victims and to their families. It is a tragedy, but as the President has made clear, it is a tragedy that we are strong enough to overcome. Our spirits will not be broken.
We are, in a sense, seeing the definition of a new battlefield in the world, a 21st century battlefield.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
New York is going to be here, and we're going to rebuild, and we're going to be stronger than we were before.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Gibson, and this is Fox News continuing coverage. Terrorism hits America. Here is the latest. We'll put it on the screen. The New York and New Jersey Port Authority says that casualties are expected to top 20,000 in the World Trade Center bombing. Casualties defined as both dead and injured. The State Department issues a worldwide caution for Americans anywhere in the world because a threat still exists. David Lee Miller joins us now. Here are some more. Before we go to David Lee Miller, the feds are considering armed law enforcement agents on all flights in this country. It's called Sky Marshal. The Department of Justice, search warrants are executed in more than 3 states, including Massachusetts, Florida, and New Jersey. And there is a possibility some hijackers posed as pilots to gain access to cockpits. The FBI says that the World Trade Center crime scene is unworkable because of dangers to agents and rescuers. Now, as I was saying, David Lee Miller joins us now from Ground Zero at the World Trade Center, where rescue operations continue throughout the night. Hi, David.
Hi there, John. It has been now almost 2 days since the attack on the World Trade Center, and we are told that a total of only 9 survivors now have been plucked from the rubble. One of them, though, an absolutely miraculous story. A police officer for the Port Authority here, his name John McLaughlin. He was on the 82nd floor when suddenly the building underneath him collapsed. It gave way, and he rode that debris all the way to the ground. His injuries: broken legs and shattered ankles. An absolutely incredible story. And just a short time ago, we had the opportunity to talk to Dr. Emil Chin. He's one of the volunteers here at the site, and he personally treated 4 of the other survivors and said there could be more.
In the rubble, there's actually some big cavities that they're going into now with canine corps. There's a search and rescue team with dogs from Massachusetts that's down here. And I think there's always a hope for a limited number of survivors, even days after the accident.
Tell me, what have you seen? You say you have personally encountered 4 survivors.
I was here about 12 hours yesterday and almost 12 hours today. I saw 2 yesterday and 2 today. So they're coming in a very slow trickle, but we're always hopeful for more.
Can you tell us more about them? Were they conscious? Did they talk? What condition were they in?
I remember one woman was in pretty good condition. So it seems like the people are either doing very well, or unfortunately there seem to be fatalities, but not that much in between. We have not yet had to do any surgery at the scene ourselves. They're just going to hospitals by ambulance.
And from a medical perspective, what is the scene like down there?
It's a little bit chaotic, but it's really encouraging because there's so many different specialties volunteering. I'm volunteering today, and I would say the majority of the doctors are here as volunteers.
You said you had some thoughts about people having the right to see close up the site.
I think it does a disservice to the American people not to have media access right at the scene, as long as it's secure and it doesn't jeopardize any national security, because what you see from far away, the shots that I'm seeing, it does not describe the horrific nature of the trauma, both physically, in terms of life, in terms of psychological trauma, of all the rescue workers, the victims. You have to be up close. It looks like a volcano went off, not a bomb. There's ash knee deep. It's the craziest thing you've ever seen, and the American public needs to see it. They need to see what has been done to this country.
I'm not sure that many Americans would actually like to see the disaster site. Personally, we got a statistic from authorities a few hours ago upping the number of fatalities. They are now estimating it could be over 20,000 here at the World Trade Center. And John, we've also gotten word that New York City's Mayor Rudy Giuliani is asking the federal government to supplement the city's supply of body bags and to come up with another 6,000. Back to you.
David, back to Dr. Chin's comments about the American public seeing the scene at the World Trade Center. I'm a little confused. Are we not seeing what he's talking about? Are we not able to get cameras close enough to see that those scenes that he described to you?
Well, it was his opinion that the shots that he has seen, which are the pictures we've been showing you regularly and the other networks have as well, are just too far away. He says you really have to stand there up close and personal and observe this devastation, which he describes as horrific. He says that the TV pictures just don't convey that emotion. But I think even if we did that, from what I'm hearing, John, from a lot of these workers, television is only a two-dimensional medium. It still wouldn't be enough to convey the real horror. When you stand even where I am and you smell the air and you breathe in now what might be asbestos particles in the air, you really understand, not just in your brain but in your heart, what has happened to this country. John?
David Lee Miller, down at the scene of the World Trade Center bombing. David, thanks very much. Joining us now from Washington, Fox News senior correspondent Rita Cosby with more on the investigation as to what happened. Rita, what do we know?
Well, John, law enforcement sources are telling me that they are almost certain that indicted terrorist Osama bin Laden is behind the deadly hijackings, and they are quickly getting some significant leads. Law enforcement officials say that they have the names of virtually all of the hijackers. Sources say that they got the names with the help of the plane's manifests and also intercepted cell phone calls. Fox News has learned that at least one of the hijackers was previously known to authorities as a supporter of bin Laden's. Sources also say that the hijackers were mainly Egyptian and Saudi nationals, the two groups that comprise a good portion of bin Laden's followers. Now, investigators tonight are following the paper trail. Some of the passenger tickets purchased by the hijackers were, I'm told, bought in cash. But in one case, sources say that a single credit card was used to buy tickets for 7 of the hijackers. Also, a car left at Boston Airport, Logan Airport there, containing technical flight training information, led authorities to a flight training school in southern Florida. 4 of the men who authorities believe participated in the hijacking of the Twin Towers in New York lived in southern Florida and at some point were trained at 2 separate training schools there. Heavily armed authorities also stormed a Boston hotel today. There they found, according to sources, a vacant hotel room rented out by one of the hijackers. They also took 3 men into custody. One law enforcement source telling me tonight that the men have been released, that there was not sufficient evidence to hold any of them at this point, but that they're still going to keep an eye on them and also others. An Amtrak train from Boston to Washington was also held up for 2 hours in Providence, Rhode Island. Now, the mayor there tells Fox News that one man was arrested, the man you see there, on weapons charges. Sources now say that this may not be related to the hijackings, that they're still looking into this. Authorities are rounding up individuals, I'm told, in at least 5 states, including also in Pennsylvania, Maine, and also New Jersey, trying to get people with possible ties to bin Laden behind bars, even on immigration offenses, whatever offenses they could, in hopes of preventing any possible future attacks, and also in hopes of getting valuable information leading to who they believe masterminded this highly sophisticated attack. John?
Rita Cosby in Washington with the latest on the investigation. Rita, thanks very much. Meantime, Fox News correspondent Brian Wilson joins us live from the Pentagon. Brian?
Yes, the cleanup continues here. They're trying to find the right balance here between going in and destroying a crime scene and also trying to stabilize the situation. Now, the feeling here is that no one has survived, that there will be no survivors pulled from the debris here. That's because the impact, the fire, the smoke over the last day and a half was just too much. that no one could have survived it. And now the question is, what do they do next? And there seems to be some concern about the stability of the building. They're trying to shore it up, doing the best they can to make it in a more stable situation before they go in depth. Also today, a rather poignant moment this afternoon, as workers climbed to the very top of the south side of the Pentagon, not too far from where the plane impacted the south side of the Pentagon building, and unfurled a giant flag. And I must tell you, as I came to work today, all over Washington, in neighborhoods, hanging from overpasses, the American flag is on display in this city. A patriotic display, and here on the Pentagon, a patriotic gesture at a time when the nation is still reeling from the events of the past day or so. Now, the area around the Pentagon has been locked down, but only recently have they opened up the streets to the public, and it seems the public is coming by to take a look. For the first time since a plane crashed into the side of the Pentagon, folks were allowed to get close enough to see the damage firsthand. It was an unusual mix of people on this night. Sure, there were those who came to see the bright lights and the media trucks, but others came almost out of a sense of obligation.
And in fact, my daughter said, "Do you think we're being disrespectful to come down and look? Because I don't want to appear that we're gawking." And I said, "No, I really think we're showing our respect."
Still others came because they couldn't quite believe what they had seen on television.
Like anything else, the pictures on TV don't do justice to the scene, and it doesn't seem real until you come down here and look at it.
As you might imagine, some people were just angry and wanted to vent.
It's a shame. It's a shame. And whoever did it, hey, we're going to get you.
And then there were the people who came to explain the unexplainable to their children. And the children seemed to understand.
People have just lost everyone like their moms and dads in this, so it's just sad like that. So that's just what I think.
Isn't it funny how the young children, even though they may not understand or grasp everything that they see, get the real basic here, that there's been a human loss of life, and that some people will not have their mommies and daddies coming home. A poignant comment from a very young viewer of the damage tonight. We're here in front of the Pentagon where the work continues, and the death toll now stands at 80. John, back to you.
Brian Wilson at the Pentagon. Brian, thanks a lot. More details coming in now about what happened on those 4 doomed hijacked airplanes. Passengers made chilling cell phone calls to 911 and to loved ones. Steve Brown reports.
As terrorists took over 4 flights Tuesday, passengers and crew members used cell phones to reach out with urgent cries for help, with information for authorities, or with last-second words of love for family members. Mark Bingham was aboard United Flight 93, which had left Newark for San Francisco. He reached family members at home.
He just said, "I want to let you all know that I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again."
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, "Well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother."
An unidentified man hiding in a bathroom aboard Flight 93 dialed 911 on his cell phone to reach a dispatcher outside Pittsburgh. "We are being hijacked. We are being hijacked. This is not a joke," he said, before his phone went dead. Aboard the same flight, Lauren Grancolis, on her way home to San Francisco from her grandmother's funeral in New Jersey, was able to reach her husband, Jack. "We have been hijacked," she told him. "They are being kind. I love you." Flight attendant C.C. Ross of Fort Myers, Florida, put through a panicked call to her husband, Lauren Lyles, who had just gotten their 2 sons off to school. He heard screams in the background as she told him, "We've been hijacked. I love you. I love the children." Still on Flight 93, Thomas Burnett called his wife Dina and told her of a final act of resistance to terror. "I know we're all going to die. There's 3 of us who are going to do something about it," he said. Flight 93 was the only plane that didn't reach its target, crashing into an empty field in southern Pennsylvania. Peter Hansen of Groton, Massachusetts, was aboard United Flight 175 with his wife and their 3-year-old daughter as it left Boston for Los Angeles. He reached his father in Connecticut. Hansen told his parents he knew they were all going to die, but he tried to reassure them. "Don't worry about us. It's going to be quick," Hansen told his father. United Flight 175 was the second plane to crash into the World Trade Center. Fox News commentator Barbara Olson was aboard American Airlines Flight 77 as it left Washington for Los Angeles. She was able to place 2 calls to her husband, Theodore Olson, the U.S. Solicitor General. Our plane is being hijacked. She then asked, "What should I tell the pilot?" The call was cut off, but she immediately called back to ask again, "What should I tell the pilot?" Those were her final words as minutes later, American Flight 77 became a massive missile and crashed into the Pentagon. Steve Brown, Fox News.
Joining us now, counterterrorism and Middle East expert Brian Jenkins. Brian is a former member of the Clinton administration's Commission on Aviation Safety and Security. Brian, I hardly know where to begin, but let's talk about those cell phone calls. It sounds as though, to me, and maybe to you as well, you can tell me, if that plane that crashed outside of Pittsburgh might have made it to Washington, might have hit a target if the passengers hadn't conducted what amounts to a mutiny of their hijacking.
It certainly seems that way. The natural reaction of passengers in a hijacked aircraft, and normally quite sensibly so, is to remain passive and to not attempt to confront the hijackers. In this particular case, however, they did so, and their heroism, in fact, is probably saved hundreds, if not thousands, of more lives.
Because the plane undoubtedly was headed for some other dramatic target, do you think?
I suspect so. I mean, we don't know what that target was, whether it was going to be another plane into the Pentagon, whether it was going to be aimed at the White House, whether it would crash somewhere else in Washington, the Capitol. We don't know. But the fact is it went down in a field in Pennsylvania, which was certainly a tragedy for the passengers on board, but, as I say, saved the lives of many hundreds, perhaps thousands of others.
Okay, Brian, let's back up. We are now talking about declaring an act of war against Osama bin Laden and the countries that harbor him, whichever ones those might be. Are we swinging at air here? Is there something in particular to hit?
Well, there's going to be undeniably some frustration between the shock that turns to grief, that will turn to anger as we become fully aware of the magnitude of these losses and, in fact, begin to see the visual images of thousands of caskets and funerals. That fury is going to demand a response. The administration is preparing a response. And that response is probably going to exceed the kinds of responses that we've seen in the past. This is not going to be a single salvo of cruise missiles, but rather the beginning of an ongoing campaign. But the frustration is that is a war that is directed against a network. It's directed against cells of fanatics. There are not going to be any landings on Normandy beaches here. There's not going to be eventually anybody that steps out on the decks of a battleship and signs a surrender.
But is there going to be a scene like the one we're looking at now, this utter destruction of what amounts to a World War III scene in someone else's country?
Probably not, nor do I think that the American people would desire that we respond to an act of terrorism such as this by simply wantonly killing civilians in other countries. However much our emotions and anger may be aroused by this, that is not an appropriate monument to those who were killed. We should take every measure that we can to identify those who were responsible, those who assisted them, to break up other terrorist cells that may exist. I mean, one thing that's important to keep in mind here, as your own earlier report underlined, preparations for this operation began months ago when people began training for flying training. We do not know at this very moment how many other cells may exist around the world of individuals who are ready, perhaps even in the process of preparing to carry out additional actions.
Okay, let's go to the other area of your expertise, and that is aviation security and safety. It probably goes without saying that we've been unnecessarily lax in our security in commercial aviation. But what is the new world going to look like when we finally go back into the air in a few days? How are we going to be assuring our security now that we've seen this?
Well, clearly, these events will call for a wholesale review of the security measures in place, and we'll have to try to put together more details about exactly how this took place. Did these people smuggle on board something that they should not have had on board, or are the procedures inadequate to prevent otherwise harmless-looking objects, cardboard cutters described in one of the cell phone calls, from coming on board? Did they have the assistance of suborned members of the ground staff? All of those will be investigated. On the basis of that investigation, then we can look and to see what precise vulnerabilities were exploited in this particular set of hijackings, and what we might do to improve the situation. There is no question that we need to improve aviation security. The biggest problem has not been lack of ideas. In fact, the biggest problem hasn't even been the lack of measures that we have recommended in the past. The biggest problem has been complacency.
Right. Complacency. All right, Brian Jenkins, terror expert. Thanks very much, Brian. We appreciate you coming in tonight. Joining us now from Washington, Stephen Emerson. He's with a group called Investigative Project, which researches international terrorism. Stephen, before I get into your direct area of expertise, just segueing from Brian Jenkins, there are techniques the Israelis use on El Al. We don't see a whole lot of El Al hijackings anymore. And that may be a model for our new aviation world. What do they do that's so different from what we have been doing?
They do two things. One is they do certain types of psychological profiling of all types of people traveling on the planes to determine whether they look the part, whether they're traveling alone, where they've traveled before. And they make an instant determination whether that profile merits an exhaustive examination of everything in their baggage, including squeezing sometimes the toothpaste out of a toothpaste tube. So that process can take a while. That's why they advise people going to El Al to get there sometimes 2.5 hours ahead of time. And I think that type of intrusive inspection of our own personal belongings, as well as the willingness to endure a certain type of profiling, is the key to the success of the Israeli airline security success story.
Stephen, into your main area of expertise, who did this, why they did it, and whether actions we take might deter them from doing it in the future. Are there things we can do to stop this?
Listen, you've raised very good questions. I wish I had magical answers. There's no doubt that the evidence, the indication, the wherewithal clearly points to Osama bin Laden and his disciples. Whether we'll ever find the magical connection as we found in the embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania is probably doubtful at this point, because in Kenya and Tanzania they captured several of the would-be suicide bombers because they never blew themselves up, and they talked eventually, and some of them even confessed. Here, the FBI is no doubtedly going to round up the people that assisted in this. I have a list that I brought with me of some of the names of the hijackers. They've got actually one of the hijackers actually secured his reservations for the flight through a Kinko's, and they've traced the IP, the Internet protocol address, so they know exactly where it was made. The FBI is doing an extraordinary job tonight, and will be for the foreseeable future. Now, you raise another question. Can we stop it? I don't know. I do know this, that the answer is not going to be found in one, as Brian Jenkins said, in one cruise missile strike. It's going to be a sustained war. It's going to take years. We've got to build up our deterrence and intelligence. And those are the two things. We can't just build security, because if we just build security, they'll do car bombs in Washington. The idea here is to really rebuild our human intelligence, our connections, which has been really decimated, and two, build up deterrence. In other words, show that we will not allow Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Lebanon, and other countries to sort of, not be as forceful as they could with terrorists. We will confront the entire network of militant Islamic fundamentalists,
Stephen,
wherever they are.
Hold on a second. I've got to interrupt you. We're going to pause for just a moment here so some of our Fox stations can leave us for their local news, but we are going to continue. Let's just pause. As we look at a scene of the of the rescue workers going through the rubble at the World Trade Center. I mean, we're at this point down there where they're really going through the stuff not only with big front-end loaders and cranes, but by hand. I mean, I can see people with buckets of dirt and bucket brigades passing the buckets along and digging away, looking for both the people who were killed and with any luck, some survivors. Stephen Emerson, terrorism expert. Stephen, I guess what I was asking, and maybe you can tell, are we in a war with the Muslim world at large? That we're just never, ever going to all get along, in Rodney King's phrase, and that there's just going to be somebody mad at us all the time, and so mad they're going to try to do things like this all the time, no matter what.
Look, there's no doubt that there are going to be people angry at us at all times because of who we are, because we're Americans, because we're democracy, because we've got separation of church and state, because we're infidels, we're apostates, whatever. But I do believe that the vast majority of the Muslim world, with the right leadership in their own countries, with the right encouragement and carrot and stick approach, can be made to see the fact that their alliance with the West is the only wave of the future. And the fact of the matter is that countries like Afghanistan and the Taliban, which support and protect the bin Laden, Pakistan, which has this quasi-love-hate relationship with bin Laden, these countries have to be made to know that their price of support for bin Laden is going to be the price of economic investment or political isolation. We have to be willing to stop politicizing terrorism, to basically adopt across-the-board doctrine with our Western allies. And I think now we have an opportunity for the first time ever to get Western support, European support. They've been traditionally reluctant to support our anti-terrorism. Now I think we have a window of opportunity to get them to go along. There's no guarantee that it's going to work. This is not a war against Islam. This is a war against militant Islam. The vast majority of Muslims are not interested in fighting a war with the West. They're interested in the same things you and I are interested in. But it is definitely a war that we have to declare against bin Laden, Hamas, Hezbollah, the whole spectrum of groups that operate worldwide with the intention of annihilating the United States or Western values and ideals.
Okay, so what happens next? The president is getting his allies all lined up behind him. Actually, I think a lot of people are kind of surprised he's taken as long as he is to strike somebody. So what happens next? What is your prediction?
It's hard to predict here. I think, one, there's obviously a waiting to determine whether they have the sufficient intelligence to launch a military response against bin Laden's camps in Afghanistan. And I believe they have identified with very sufficient clarity the exact location of those camps. Whether they could ever get bin Laden himself is very unclear.
What about other countries?
Look, well, the president was very clear that he said that he will get the terrorists and those who harbor and protect them. And the fact of the matter is that there are other countries that have done this. And we have got to be willing to sort of cash in our chits with the Saudis, with the Egyptians, that will stop the Saudis from, turning a blind eye to some of the bank accounts that bin Laden has in his country, and to stop and to demand that they allow extradition to the United States of terrorists who blow up other Marine barracks or U.S. barracks. Look, it's not going to be a 1, 2, 3 punch. It's not the traditional war, and that's what we have to understand. This could take 3, 4, 5 years. It took bin Laden 10 years to develop the capability that he had to commit this horrific crime yesterday. It's going to take us several years to restore the balance of deterrence, to make sure that his protectors, and he has state protectors, understand that the price of supporting him is simply not worth it. And that means we're going to have to go it alone or go with the Europeans. We're going to have to be willing to use military, economic, political isolation, as well as stop some of the networks from operating in the United States. And that's going to raise questions about whether we lower the threshold about investigating groups that advocate violence. Right now, you can advocate destruction of the United States, call for death to America in Chicago or Washington, D.C. or Detroit, and you're protected.
Stephen Emerson, I'm out of time. Thanks very much for joining us. Stephen Emerson, terrorism expert. We are going to continue. Stephen Emerson says it's going to take years. It seems like years already, and it's only been a day or so. With us now, Fox News senior business correspondent Brenda Butner to talk about the huge ramifications of these incredible acts of terror on our markets. The markets are now talking about opening up on Friday or maybe Monday?
Friday at the earliest, yes, Monday at the latest. There really is a very difficult balancing act because they don't want the efforts to resurrect the markets and the ability to effectively transmit transactions to in any way interfere with the recovery efforts. But they also want to send a clear signal. When that opening bell finally rings on either Friday or Monday, it's going to send a signal to the terrorists that yes, you can go ahead and fell buildings, but you cannot take down the freest and fairest market in the world. And that is intended to be a symbol of defiance in many ways. So they're really balancing between those two issues. Right now we see that the overseas markets are trading. Thailand, Malaysia, and Taiwan are taking some significant dips, but that's basically because they didn't trade last night. The other markets that did have some downturn last night are all stabilizing. You can almost hear them holding their breath, waiting to see what happens in the United States.
Get back to that in just a second, but in the meantime, the World Trade Center had a huge number of people directly involved in the major companies of the financial markets. We've gotten some kind of good news. I think it was Morgan Stanley says a lot of their people are accounted for, and that they didn't. That Morgan Stanley didn't simply disappear. But what about I don't know, hundreds of other companies in that building? Is word trickling out about people getting out safely?
Word is trickling out that wonderful rescue stories and heroic efforts to save people, but also, unfortunately, there are many losses. People that we have known very well, that we've interviewed on our air, who were just trapped and never made it out. So there is that flip side as well to the stories of safety.
So, Brenda, this thing has a kind of a ripple effect through the economy and through the business psyche and so forth. Is it predictable?
It's predictable in that basically we have shrugged off other acts of terrorism and of war. The markets have. We've seen a quick downturn and then the market just keeps going up. That's important to recognize. But we've never seen something of this magnitude. A lot of it is going to depend on the consumer. Will the consumer rally around and say, we are not going to take this, we are not going to sit up and zip up our wallets, we're going to continue to trade, we're going to continue to spend? Or will this be the shock that this economy did not need, this very vulnerable economy?
Brenda Butner, taking a look at what's going to happen when the markets eventually get around to opening, either Friday at the earliest or at Monday if things don't go as well as everybody would like. Brenda, thanks for staying up. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
New York's business district, as Brenda has been saying, will never be the same as the Twin Towers are lost forever. But the buildings initially survived an impact that would have instantly destroyed most skyscrapers and bought enough time to save many lives. Claudia Cowan has that story.
Once the jewels of New York's skyline, the World Trade Center towers stood up against terrorism long enough to save countless lives.
The plane came through, it took out a few of the exterior columns of the building and then set off this massive fire with the jet fuel. And fortunately, because of the perimeter tube system of the building, it was able to withstand the initial impact and allow a lot of people to get out.
Other buildings would have toppled immediately, but the towers remained upright for nearly an hour, supported on the outside by closely spaced steel columns and struts, and on the inside by a second set of columns designed to bear the load of gravity. A double support system that withstood the crash, but not the raging jet fuel fire.
The girders or the joists that hold up the floors collapsed, and as those fell to the floor below, they overwhelmed the capacity of that floor, and we had was what we call a progressive collapse, which then continued on through the base of the building until it was a complete and total failure.
Most experts say tall buildings will continue to be made out of steel. What may change, they say, is the design of signature skyscrapers, the tallest and most exposed buildings. They may never be built in quite the same way.
It's not like we could ever design every building for this scenario, or should we? But after every major earthquake, for example, we change our building codes to improve our practice in the future, and I would expect a similar thing will happen here.
One possibility, designs that include more escape routes around the perimeter of the building as well as in the center. But experts say no building can withstand an attack by a pilot willing to die for a cause. The challenge ahead, simply finding ways to reduce the loss of life. In San Francisco, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
Just a side note to that story, the Wall Street Journal reporting today that the steel in those buildings is designed to accept 800 degrees temperature, melts at 1,500 degrees, and the jet fuel fire produced 2,000 degrees. Our next guest is an expert in the study of hate and extremism. Brian Levin used to be with the New York Police Department, now professor at Cal State University. So, Brian, you know, there's still a situation today that was alluded to by Secretary of Transportation Norman Mineta. He wanted to open the nation's air system at noon. He was convinced by the security experts he should not. What he didn't say, but hinted at, is there's still some guys running around that they're not quite sure about, or they're not quite sure there aren't guys running around who want to carry out further attacks as soon as planes are back in the air. What do you know about this crazed determination to do this kind of damage from these people?
Well, we know that religiously motivated zealots who bastardize religions are the hardest to deter and the hardest to infiltrate. And if there is intel, and it appeared when he was questioned, I saw that exact press conference, when he was pressed, he basically said, look, this is a law enforcement security thing rather than an administrative preparation kind of thing. And I think they did the responsible thing. Look, I just drove 450 miles from San Francisco to be here with you tonight. I think sometimes prudence, even if it inconveniences people, is the best way to go. And if he's relying on some decent intel...
okay, but read between the lines.
Yeah.
Is the Secretary of Transportation, Norm Mineta, saying, we can't put planes in the sky in this nation or let planes land from elsewhere in this nation because on the loose are still more elements of the Osama bin Laden organization that carried out these 4 hijackings and these terror attacks on the Pentagon and the World Trade Center?
Well, I think we've had people on the loose for some time. But the fact of the matter is, when you have an event of this magnitude, I don't think he has a choice other than to be prudent. And even if there is a possibility and there's some reasonable intel on it, I think he did exactly the right thing. That doesn't mean, we should shut down all the post offices and all the banks and everything. But when it comes to the instrumentality that was used in the worst act of terrorism in American history, I think it's prudent to wait a few days until we can scramble our resources together and find out exactly what this represents.
Okay, Brian, now, about the people who do this, is it necessary to merely threaten them with overwhelming violence, or do the individuals have to be the victims of overwhelming violence in order to stop this? In other words, you go around and bomb a few places and make life difficult, will they stop, or do you have to actually get these people?
Well, the problem is there are legions of people throughout the world who loathe the United States and would gladly give their lives in the process. The thing here is, this isn't some 22-year-old with a backpack with a pipe bomb and shrapnel. We're talking about someone who not only had the motive, but a network and resources. So I think what has to be done is we have to be very careful to do our homework, find out who's responsible, who has the resources, and then be very careful with a proportionate response. But I think, again, we should step back a little bit and not shoot from the hip and potentially alienate those who might be our allies. Let me
like who?
Well, let me just give you an example.
I mean, we have potential friends in Iraq we could alienate by bombing Iraq for some complicity in this thing?
Well, first of all, we don't know if Iraq has any complicity.
Well, let's just say we do. Let's just say it's the usual suspects, Brian. What is the point of staying our hand?
Oh, I don't think we should stay our hand. But what I think we do have to do, and maybe this is where I'm diverging with you a bit, is we have to make sure that we have persuasive evidence as to who did this. But for instance, if we attacked Iraq, for instance, and we didn't have a basis for connecting them to this, I think that there would be extreme political fallout, particularly because we're going to need the cooperation of moderate or the more moderate Middle Eastern countries in pursuing this. And again, I think Emerson was right in the fact that this is something that's going to take years. It's going to take intel on the ground, which you have to develop over some time. And I think that's why, you know, it's important sometimes to walk softly and carry a big stick. But when we do identify those responsible, I think it's important to
all
do
right,
a
Brian, look,
proportionate response.
you're an expert in this area. Here's a quote from Osama bin Laden, who says he didn't actually have anything to do with it, but reacting to the news that this has happened. This was, of course, a television reporter in Abu Dhabi, the bureau chief there for Abu Dhabi television, says that Osama bin Laden thanked Almighty Allah and bowed before him when he heard this news, but he went on to say he didn't really have anything to do with it himself. He's just very happy that it happened. Now, okay, we all know we want to go after Osama bin Laden. That's no big news. And if we had to, you know, bomb most of Afghanistan, I don't suppose anybody would be very shocked.
Whoa. Hold on a second. One of the things I think we have to step back and recognize is that many of these countries are under extreme tensions themselves. Algeria, for instance, has had a civil war with tens of thousands dead because there were extreme zealots out there, and Afghanistan too. A main lieutenant in the opposition to the Taliban was killed by a bomb the other week. So
a Taliban bomb, right?
Right. So if we quote unquote carpet bomb Afghanistan, we're going to first of all hurt many.
No, but we would bomb. I mean, you talk about proportionality. I just remind you that we might have 10,000 body bags here. That proportionality is now has a new definition. We would attack the Taliban, who has been hosting. The euphemism is Osama bin Laden is a guest of the Taliban. We would attack them for their hosting of bin Laden, wouldn't we?
I think the precursor to all this is that we have to establish a link. Look, I happen to agree with you in a speculative way that bin Laden is behind this. I don't disagree with you there.
What's the link? I mean, we have a link today that the people that got on the planes in Boston and hijacked the planes there, that one or more of them had some connection to bin Laden. So what kind of link is it that the world wants us to produce in order to justify our lashing back at a number of, over an incident of a number of casualties bigger than the Normandy invasion?
Look, and my dad was in the Normandy invasion. Look, I happen to agree with you in your main point, but in the details I diverge from you. Let me tell you what I mean. Because someone might be a fellow traveler is different from someone who is connected to an interlinked bunch of networks that finds its way back to bin Laden. And I think prudence calls for us to do our investigation, because then I think we can develop a greater coalition.
Okay, but Brian, look, obviously they're doing the investigation. Otherwise, there'd be some smoke on the horizon someplace already. An investigation is underway. What I am arguing to you is that the United States should not get in a position where it dithers and dawdles and lets the blood run out of this thing. There's a good deal of anger right now, and the country is behind a response. Why wait while we have a bunch of Sherlock Holmes going around and nailing down exact connections everywhere when we know what happened? We know it's bin Laden. You know it's bin Laden.
Wait, no. I have a strong degree of probability that it's bin Laden, but I think you have to recognize that we are part of a world community, and we have to make sure that before we go out and do something, and I agree with you, if we get the persuasive evidence that we all believe is coming in, that we should have a proportionate response. But nevertheless, we also have to recognize that we have allies in the Middle East, we have allies in Europe that we
Name one that would argue with our responding today without even asking them. Name one.
I think the Egyptians. I think the Saudi Arabians. But
the Saudi Arabians, whose riches depend on us, would be angry for us for responding for this destruction of the World Trade Center without asking their permission?
John, you know what? When I was a cop, one of the first things I was taught is don't do the John Wayne reflex syndrome. Don't go out there shooting first and asking questions later. Let's do our homework. We can do the same amount of damage later on and hopefully not hit innocent people and do a proportionate response. Time is on our side. Just because we happen to be riled up now, I don't think represents a prudent response. What I think we have to do is do our homework. And by the way, the longer we wait, the more likely we can get other people who might be involved. I think there is actually a logistical reason for taking a little bit of time to do our homework.
Okay, we were going to do our homework about the coal. We haven't done much about it. We were going to do our homework about the embassy bombings. We dragged some people in, put them on trial. We were going to do our homework about the Beirut Marine barracks bombings, and not much happened there. We were going to do our homework about the Khobar Tower bombings. Not much happened there. How long are we going to do homework, Brian, before we say to the world, we don't need anybody's permission to strike back? We're going to do it.
Well, actually, I think you make a very effective point there. For instance, with the Khobar Tower bombings, I think the cooperation has been less than stellar from the Saudis. That being said, if you're talking, though, about a proportionate response to this particular incident, which is by far the worst act of terrorism, then, yeah, I do think we should wait a little bit and get our homework together. That being said, look, the Taliban still has some time to do the right thing. I wouldn't hold my breath, but we have bin Laden now as an international fugitive with a money reward on his head in the millions. And the Taliban can act on an international arrest warrant now. If they choose not to, just for those prior acts, I think we have greater leverage. But let's do our homework. If we take a little bit of time...
We are taking time. We're clearly taking time.
Yeah, but
my argument to you is maybe we shouldn't take too much time.
I agree with you, but by the same token, I don't think that means that within a day or two of this horrendous tragedy happening, that we just shoot from the hip. There are a variety of things that we have to develop diplomatically, militarily. We have to develop certain kinds of intel and relationships and political dealings with our allies, and it's important to do your homework. It's one thing for people like us who are doing stuff in the media or in academia to say things. It's another thing to carry out the logistics.
Brian, in your expertise, this is clearly a terror success. Do the people who have the desire to commit this kind of terrorism say, bingo, we did it, let's all stand down and take a nice vacation and be happy that we did such a great job? Or is this going to inspire them to do more and do more quicker rather than later?
I think for the short term, you might very well see a stand down just because the bar is so high now. You know, people are so vigilant now. There are no planes in the air. Like I said, I just drove from San Francisco. Targets now are much more hardened than they were 3 days ago, so you might have a stand down just because it's more difficult. But long term, each of these successes and also the failures breed additional acts. That being said, though, we have 41,000 people dying in highway accidents. And this is a tragedy, but it's something that took months, maybe over a year to plan for.
Brian Levin, I'm going to end this right now and ask you to just sit there and listen, because Brian Levin of UC, the Cal State University, San Bernardino, a terrorism expert, we have on the phone now with us our Fox News correspondent Greg Palkot, who is in Pakistan. And Greg, I know that there is, it's been described earlier as a love-hate relationship between Pakistan and Osama bin Laden. What is the word around where you are about what the United States should or will do?
John, certainly there is a lot of nervousness here, a lot of looking over to Washington to try to figure out what is next. Seared in the minds of everybody here in Islamabad, Pakistan is, of course, the retaliatory raids conducted by the United States against Afghanistan, against the establishments, the training bases of Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, following the U.S. embassy hits in East Africa. A lot of concern about that. What we're seeing now in tangible ways is international workers being evacuated from Afghanistan. UN taking out 80 members of their staff throughout Afghanistan, NGOs also pulling out of Afghanistan, other workers involved with the trial of the U.S. and other missionaries that have been going on in Kabul. So certainly there is the feeling among the international community here that something could be happening soon. They want to get their staffers out of there because if missiles, if bombs start flying in Afghanistan, certainly the foreigners, the international workers, would be certainly the first ones targeted. Here in Pakistan, you're right, John. It is a love-hate relationship. That's what concerns the United States to a large extent. Pakistan, of course, its president saying that they are cooperating with the United States. They want to support their efforts to end terrorism and also to particularly deal with these attacks. But over the years, they have been a very, very large supporter of the Taliban regime. They have supplied them with money, with arms, with manpower. So if you take that one step further, John, we're looking at at least in a backdoor way, the Pakistan government helping to some degree Osama bin Laden, who is being hosted by the Taliban regime. There's been pressure being put here. The new U.S. ambassador designate here is meeting today with the president to impress on him that the United States expects 100% help here to try to resolve the situation. In Afghanistan itself, however, again, the Taliban regime is saying no, there is no involvement by the regime or by Osama bin Laden, that it is not possible for Osama bin Laden to have been involved in these attacks, that they have kept him away from any kind of communication with the outside world. In fact, we were just getting reports in the past hour or so that the Taliban regime claims that they have Osama bin Laden under house arrest. They're also saying that, in fact, they would hand him over in an extradition process if the evidence was provided. But this is what, John, the Taliban has been saying for a long time here. They've been saying that basically they have him under watch, that he is being monitored, that in fact they would be happy to hand him over if they only had the evidence. But their standards for that evidence is very, very high. And the United States, of course, is taking everything with a very large grain of salt, John.
Greg, aside from Afghanistan and the regime of the Taliban, who would certainly be number one on the list of suspects, what other countries in the region might have good reason to be nervous about U.S. retaliatory strikes? Well, of course, we're talking about Osama bin Laden. He is a Saudi exile. He is in Afghanistan, but his network, the Al-QAEDA, that is translated as the base. It is an organization with tentacles stretching far, far from here and in various countries throughout the Mideast and beyond. There are members of this group and in different subgroups in Saudi Arabia, in Yemen, in Egypt, in Algeria, in Tunisia. And all of these groups are under the larger umbrella of this Al-QAEDA group. So if we're talking about retaliatory strikes, if we're talking about the United States, and in fact this is exactly what the Secretary of State Colin Powell has said, that it is not just one retaliatory strike that they're talking about an ongoing war. We're talking about something that might be taking out more than one individual, one base here in nearby Afghanistan, but trying to rout out those individuals throughout. Greg, let me interrupt you because I just want to read something to you. The Washington Post reporting tomorrow that Afghanistan's ruling Taliban militia has actually moved its top leader, Mohammed Omar, out of his headquarters and into hiding, anticipating a U.S. attack, and is repositioning its military hardware throughout the country, according to press reports today received where you are, by Pakistani intelligence sources. And the quotes go more or less like this. Definite reports that the Taliban are now preparing to meet a major U.S. military onslaught. It's a warlike situation inside the Taliban military installations inside Afghanistan. So I take it that that's the sort of information that you are also hearing in Islamabad.
Yeah. In fact, John, the targets are pretty straightforward. United States intelligence knows about what are spoken of as dozens of bases that the U.S. feels are used inside Afghanistan to train terrorists of various nationalities to go out and do damage. and we're talking about including in the United States, of course, these terror bases would be easily identified and easily targeted by the United States. But also, as you
Greg,
noted...
let me interrupt you in that thought. We have to take a quick pause to let our some Fox stations leave us for their local news, but we will continue. Greg Palcott's on the phone. Let's take that pause. We are back now. Once again, just for those who are joining us or need to be refreshed, Greg Palcott talking to us from Islamabad, Pakistan, about what is going on inside Afghanistan as the Taliban regime braces for a U.S. attack of some sort. Greg, I'm sorry to have interrupted you.
John, in addition to the terror bases, which have been long identified by the United States intelligence, there are clearly the military installations of the Taliban regime, as well as the government offices and government facilities. One would think, although we're not privy to what's going on right now in the White House, the Pentagon, etc., one would think that one way to deal with the Taliban regime would be to say something like this: unless you start giving up Osama bin Laden and others of his ilk that are being hosted in your country, we will very easily start taking out the bits and pieces of your own government infrastructure. And that kind of a threat, that kind of a looming possibility, obviously is sinking into the minds of the Taliban leadership. As you mentioned in reports, we have Omar, the leader, the religious leader of the Taliban regime, according to these reports, moving from his base in Kandahar, that's in the southern part of Afghanistan. That's going to be the problem, John, actually, with targeting any of these folks, however, the individuals, the people. We might be hitting buildings, we might be hitting bases. These bases often are nothing more than a few huts in a dirt field, but getting to the people might be more difficult. According to the individuals that are close to Osama bin Laden, they can pick up and move camp within a half an hour.
Greg
they can head off into the mountains there of Afghanistan. They are very mobile, John.
Greg Palcott, our Fox News correspondent overseas right now in Islamabad, Pakistan, right on the border of Afghanistan. Greg has been inside Afghanistan and talked to the Taliban leaders in recent months, and he is on the scene for us now. Greg, thanks very much. At this hour, officials in New York City are worried 3 additional buildings could collapse in the area where the World Trade Center towers used to stand. This new danger only complicates what has been one of the most difficult search and rescue efforts in history. John Scott reports.
The fire raged high in Tower 1. Smoke boiled into the air, and the rescue effort was on. Volunteer firefighter Michael Maraglia was among the first to arrive.
What we had to do is we had to battle our way into the Trade Center. But first, to put out fires of the vehicles that were on fire. We put out maybe 3-4 dozen cars before we were able to get in to the actual center of it all. And that took over 2 hours just to put the fires out of the cars.
Smoke and debris made any rescue nearly impossible.
You couldn't see, but you could hear. You could hear the steel bending, you could hear the crumbling, you could hear people's voices. There was nothing you could do. There was not a thing you could do for them.
Then, a flash of hope.
We do know there are people in the building that are alive. We know that for a fact.
From somewhere in the rubble, at least one person called for help from a cell phone. Then, New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani announced that one of New York's bravest had been pulled alive from the ruins of the World Trade Center.
I had one patient, we grabbed her, put her in the ambulance. She was full of soot. She was covered from head to toe with ashes.
Most of those injured were taken immediately to New York hospitals, with injuries ranging from burns to abrasions on corneas from flying debris. Many of the rescue workers themselves were brought in, treated for exhaustion and shock.
Our job was to make sure that the firemen and the cops had food and water, got their eyes cleaned, got a place to lay down.
At the Pentagon, rescue workers spent the night trying to shore up the building. The fire still burns, and a spokesman has said that is hampering the rescue effort.
And then, just as workers began to make progress in the rescue effort, came a new danger, a gas leak, forcing the evacuation of the World Trade Center rescue site.
The desperate attempts to find survivors in both locations will no doubt go on for days, possibly weeks. But as time passes, hope dwindles. In New York, John Scott, Fox News.
Digging. That is what they're doing now in New York City. It is unfortunately too early to know how many people have died at this point, but as the mayor put it, it's too many to bear. A handful have been pulled out alive, and that gives the rescuers at least some hope as they work around the clock.
Meanwhile, planes remain grounded all over the United States of America. Airports are closed. People are stranded. And the question is, when will the airlines be allowed to get back to business? And when they do, how will air travel change in this country?
And now there's word the hijackers who carried out Tuesday's suicide missions got their training right here in the United States. They went to flight schools in Florida. There's news about that. We'll have it for you. And also news of 5 people being detained.
Good evening, everybody, or good morning, rather. This is Fox's continuous coverage of America's nightmare in New York City and in Washington, D.C. I'm Lori Dew.
And I'm Rick Fulbaum.
Obviously, it is day 2 of what has been absolutely a national and international disaster. There is evidence the death toll in the World Trade Center attacks could be in the thousands, as New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani said earlier today. That is where our team coverage begins, near Ground Zero in New York City with our own David Lee Miller.
Lori, it's a little after 1 in the morning here on the East Coast, on the in lower Manhattan, and rescue workers are still very much on the scene, and they're going to remain on the scene. There is still a great deal of work here to do. As for statistics, we do not have a precise number now of the expected fatalities, but as you mentioned, it is expected to be well into the thousands. Mayor Giuliani, in fact, has requested of the federal government that they provide to the city 6,000 body bags, that to supplement the supply of body bags that are now on hand. As for survivors, as you mentioned again, this is almost day 2 since the tragedy. We have reports now that there are only 9 survivors that the authorities have been able to locate under the rubble. One story especially miraculous, the story of John McLaughlin. He is a Port Authority police officer. He was on the 82nd floor of one of the towers when suddenly the building began to give way. He literally rode the debris all the way to the ground. His injuries, only broken legs and fractured ankles. Now, earlier we had some very tense moments. About 5:30 this evening, rescue workers, police, and vehicles were racing down Church Street away from the site of the World Trade Center. There was concern that a number of buildings here could collapse, buildings that were seriously damaged and suffered structural damage after the blast of the Twin Towers. Some of the eyewitnesses says windows began to pop out and cracks began to appear in the structures. We were broadcasting live a few blocks closer to the towers. Suddenly, in the midst of our broadcast, the police unplugged our microphones and cameras, told us to move. It was too dangerous, and we relocated to the position we're in now. We have since learned that for the most part that appears to have been a false alarm. Those buildings, at least for now, are considered safe enough for the rescue workers to have returned to the scene. And here's what's going on right now at the scene. They are digging. They are digging into the wreckage. They are using special welding equipment to cut into the steel frame of the Twin Towers. Once they do that with their hands, they are actually taking the debris, worker to worker, placing it in special trucks, dump trucks, that then move up Church Street here all the way to Midtown Manhattan and to a location in New Jersey. The FBI is also examining the debris. What they're looking for, of course, any evidence, in particular the black boxes that belong to the 2 jetliners that smashed into the towers. Now, as you might expect, the relatives and friends of the victims here still very much in shock and anguish, still searching for news. We talked to one woman a few hours ago. She identified herself as a high school teacher. We saw her wiping the white ash off of a car here in lower Manhattan. We asked her, "Is this your car?" And she told us, "No, these are my friends." Back to you.
All right, David Lee Miller in lower Manhattan. David, thanks so much. The fire at the Pentagon, meantime, is finally out. And just like in New York, rescue workers are getting ready to go through the rubble. And unfortunately, they'll have to remove some bodies there.
Fox's Brian Wilson has been there all evening, and he joins us there again from the Pentagon with the latest. Good evening, Brian.
Hello, Lori. Hello, Rick. Yes, the work continues around the clock here at the Pentagon. You know, we're not having the death toll numbers that you're going to see in New York. Still a grim task at hand. But let's talk about something that was rather patriotic and inspiring. It happened late this afternoon. Workers who have been digging through the rubble here at the Pentagon climbed to the top of the building and unfurled a giant American flag alongside the Pentagon. It is a huge flag. You can see it perhaps over my shoulder a moment ago. This was about maybe 50, 60 yards from the impact crater site. And this all happened as, a matter of fact, the President of the United States was here. The President left the White House. He came over to the Pentagon and spent about an hour, we are told, where he visited with the folks who have been working around the clock to try to clean up this mess, to try to bring this situation under control. Now, the cleanup. It is not a pretty sight at the scene. We now believe the death toll to stand at about 80. That number is expected to climb. But we must also tell you that the number that we were bandying about yesterday as perhaps going as high as 800 people, that's probably going to be a bit higher than a reality. We are being told now that 100, 150 people are unaccounted for. We can't get precise numbers. Nobody is saying that's all we're going to get. But they certainly are saying that the number 800 would be an absolute disastrous worst-case scenario, and they don't expect it actually to climb that high. So we are waiting to learn exactly what they can do here. They do not believe there are any survivors. They have to begin going through the rubble, but there is great concern about the stability of the crash site. They don't want to put the rescue workers at risk, given the fact that they actually don't believe there is anyone there to be rescued. I'm Brian Wilson at the Pentagon. Back to you, Lori, Rick.
Brian, of course, the scene is also a crime scene. What is being done to preserve whatever evidence might be available there? Brian Wilson? I believe we've lost Brian Wilson, but we'll be checking back with him throughout the night. We're going to move on now to some other news and investigators who say that they know the identities of more than a dozen men who hijacked the 4 planes. The suspects leaving a trail up and down the East Coast.
Fox's Todd Connor has been following the story for us tonight. He joins us now from Fox Central. Hi, Todd. What can you tell us about this?
Hi, Rick and Lori. Well, the FBI believes anywhere from 3 to 6 hijackers were on each of the 4 planes that were taken over on Tuesday, and they're looking for others who may have helped these hijackers kill the thousands of innocent Americans. The FBI believes they may find some of their answers in Boston. On Wednesday, agents with shields, bulletproof vests, stormed Boston's Westin Hotel. 3 people were taken into custody, but then those 3 people were later released. As we all know, 2 of the flying bombs that struck the World Trade Center came out of Boston's Logan International Airport, an airport which is now beefing up security. Tow trucks busy moving 2,000 cars from a parking garage there, where authorities found a rental car possibly left behind by the hijackers. They confirmed it contained Arabic language flight training manuals, and the Boston Globe reports it had an instruction video on flying commercial airlines and a fuel consumption calculator. Meanwhile, 400 FBI agents in Florida are checking at a few flight training schools, including Embry-Riddle Flight Training School, trying to determine if the killer pilots got their training there.
We are cooperating with the FBI and other law enforcement officials. We are quickly responding to each and every request.
All right, a former employee at another flight training school in Venice, Florida, says FBI agents told him that the car that was found at Logan International Airport was connected to 2 former students at that school. Meanwhile, Fox News has learned that 2 weeks ago, several months ago, let me clarify that, several months ago, an American Airlines crew had their hotel rooms broken into when they're in Rome, Italy. Stolen were their pilots' uniforms and their IDs. And now, 2 weeks ago, American sent out a memo to its employees to be on the lookout for, quote, imposter pilots. So, is that how these hijackers got aboard, by posing as pilots? That could be the case possibly for the American flights, but there were 2 United flights as well that crashed. So, these are the latest details coming to us now. Back to you, Lori and Rick.
All right, Todd Connor reporting from Fox Central. Thanks very much.
Now, United Flight 93 is the plane that crashed into Pennsylvania. And there is word that some of the passengers on that plane may have taken on the hijackers before that plane went down. They might have even known about the events that had taken place earlier in the morning at the World Trade Center. One of the victims actually called his wife on his cell phone, told her that they were being attacked.
Then she told him what had happened at the World Trade Center. He and some of the other passengers were planning to act. Now, they may have acted again
with urgent cries for help, with information for authorities, or with last-second words of love for family members. Mark Bingham was aboard United Flight 93, which had left Newark for San Francisco. He reached family members at home.
He just said, I want to let you all know that I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
An unidentified man hiding in a bathroom aboard Flight 93 dialed 911 on his cell phone to reach a dispatcher outside Pittsburgh. We are being hijacked. We are being hijacked. This is not a joke, he said, before his phone went dead. Aboard the same flight, Lauren Grancolis, on her way home to San Francisco from her grandmother's funeral in New Jersey, was able to reach her husband, Jack. We have been hijacked, she told him. They are being kind. I love you. Flight attendant C.C. Ross of Fort Myers, Florida, put through a panicked call to her husband, Lauren Lyles, who had just gotten their two sons off to school. He heard screams in the background as she told him, we've been hijacked. I love you. I love the children. Still on Flight 93, Thomas Burnett called his wife Dina and told her of a final act of resistance to terror. I know we're all going to die. There's three of us who are going to do something about it, he said. Flight 93 was the only plane that didn't reach its target, crashing into an empty field in southern Pennsylvania. Peter Hansen of Groton, Massachusetts, was aboard United Flight 175 with his wife and their 3-year-old daughter as it left Boston for Los Angeles. He reached his father in Connecticut. Hansen told his parents he knew they were all going to die, but he tried to reassure them. Don't worry about us. It's going to be quick, Hansen told his father. United Flight 175 was the second plane to crash into the World Trade Center. Fox News commentator Barbara Olson was aboard American Airlines Flight 77 as it left Washington for Los Angeles. She was able to place 2 calls to her husband, Theodore Olson, the U.S. Solicitor General. Our plane is being hijacked. She then asked, what should I tell the pilot? The call was cut off, but she immediately called back to ask again, what should I tell the pilot? Those were her final words as minutes later, American Flight 77 became a massive missile and crashed into the Pentagon. Steve Brown, Fox News.
President Bush working with Congress on legislation authorizing military retaliation. He is vowing to spend, quote, whatever it takes.
Joining us now to analyze the political implications of any kind of retaliation is Jim Pinkerton. He is a columnist with Newsday and a Fox News contributor. Good evening, Jim. It's good to see you. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Well, we have a little bit of breaking news to report. The House has just passed Resolution 4080, voting on terrorist attack. What do you know about this? And it's really no surprise that they would pass this, is it, Jim?
No, and I think it's actually sort of not even a formality. It's a little unnecessary. I mean, plenty of presidents, including President Clinton, including President Bush, this President Bush, have ordered strikes when they thought it was necessary. Obviously, this strengthens the president's hand in terms of diplomacy and military action, but it just shows, I guess, just how united the country is right now.
So really, it was just kind of a formality more than anything?
I think so. I mean, clearly, a lot's going to change. I mean, the number of $20 billion of special appropriations to deal with damage and counterterrorism is being thrown around. I can see easily how they could spend $20 billion just on rewards to awards to families and so on. But I was just sitting here listening and making a list of things in terms of domestic issues, in terms of, foreign policy aside. We will go after Osama bin Laden if he's the guilty person, and my hunch would be that he'll be dead or in prison within the year, just because he's so hot. Even the Taliban seems to think that he's a little too much for them to keep around right now. And again, not only was it valuable for the U.S. Congress to do what it did today or yesterday, but also the NATO to join in like that. And it's clear that this has been such a despicable and outrageous act that all the civilized nations of the world are going to join in.
So the president is getting support, obviously, here at home. He has said he wants $20 billion, vowing to spend whatever it takes. We're hearing that the NATO nations say, if you attack one of us, you attack all of us, which is really what America needs to hear right now, isn't it?
That's right. And I mean, this President Bush, not unlike his father, has been, I think, good about getting on the phone with foreign leaders. And all day we've been hearing, President Chirac of France called and President Putin of Russia called, I think, twice. So that's very reassuring. But obviously, there's a lot. The problem we're going to have is that the essence of all this terrorism is not a terrorist strike that requires a massive logistical infrastructure of like an army. This is, according to your report, 12 or maybe 24, nuttily, crazily kamikaze people who obviously had a lot of planning and premeditation, but they weren't taking off from a base someplace. They would just, quit their jobs as cab drivers or whatever, and then got on an airplane and killed 10,000 people. So the problem we're really going to have is what we do here at home about issues like air traffic control. I mean, it is amazing to me that in the most densely traveled air corridors, including over Manhattan and also over Washington with all the sensitive facilities here, that they could be flying around airplanes off course, sort of almost seemingly in erratic directions, and nobody seemed to notice, and that they could even crash an airplane into the headquarters of the U.S. military. I mean,
Hi,
if that
Jim.
doesn't...
Hi, Jim. It's Rick Fulbaum. Good morning.
Right.
So you're talking about what's going to happen here domestically. What about flights that are still grounded? We heard from the Secretary of Transportation today. He said he doesn't have a date. He can't tell us exactly when civil aviation is going to get back online and the airline business is going to get back to normal, or at least get back to business. I mean, when would it be appropriate for airports to start opening up again and people to start getting on airplanes again?
It would be appropriate when they have the sort of security that would make people feel safe. If you've ever flown El Al, the Israeli airline, they take you into a little room and just ask you questions and kind of frisk you if they feel like it. And they don't have much problem with this sort of hijacking and so on. And we do. All these, again, Fox News has been reporting, FAA investigators were able to infiltrate, 68% of the time a couple of years ago. And again, it's amazing that those kind of statistics came into existence and nobody did anything about them. That won't happen again. I suspect that Transportation Secretary A.M.E.T.A. is going to say, look, I'm not going to allow this to happen while I'm Transportation Secretary, and we'll just take our time until we bring in enough security guards and analysts and so on to get to the bottom of this. So it's going to make air travel a slow but hopefully safer process probably forever now.
But Jim, you're talking about El Al and you're talking about Israel, where there is a totally different kind of mentality amongst the government and amongst the people. We are Americans and we are not used to this kind of thing. I mean, how long is it going to take for people, not just in New York City and in Washington, D.C., where people have been hit hardest by these attacks, but people in the middle of the country to begin to understand that there are going to be serious changes taking place when it comes time for them to get onto an airplane?
Well, I think nothing like watching these photographs, and I suspect every American has seen these pictures, these horrible, grim pictures now for a couple hundred times in the last 36 hours or so. So, I mean, it's clearly going to be a cultural change. You're going to see a lot of these issues that became extremely argumentative here in Washington, like, for example, surveillance of the internet, surveillance of telephones, the so-called echelon system that allegedly monitors transatlantic phone calls, this thing they call Carnivore, which keeps track of the FBI had to keep track of the internet. Mm-hmm. These have been incredibly controversial, and the government has sort of backed off on a lot of these security measures. I suspect, again, the polls I was seeing earlier tonight on Fox of 86% think we're at war and so on. Those are the kind of numbers that will justify significant changes in some of these domestic issues. Again, I come back to immigration as one. As we identify who these people are and we figure out, when they came here, not to say that there's anything wrong with immigrants per se, but just the reality that if these people came here recently and killed a bunch of Americans, we can't have that. That'll change too.
Jim, final question. We've only got about 30 seconds left. At some point, the hurt that everybody's feeling is going to give way to anger, and I think it already is. The American people are going to at some point say, hey, whoever did this, Osama bin Laden or whoever, let's get him good, right?
I think that'll probably happen. I think but the issue will be the next terrorist after him. That's the thing we have to concentrate on as policymakers.
All right, Jim Pinkerton with Newsday and a Fox News contributor. Thanks for coming in tonight. We really do appreciate it.
Thanks, Jim. A few trigger-happy gas stations around the country are now quietly lowering their prices after panicking and jacking up the prices on Tuesday.
That's right. We saw some gouging going on yesterday, and it wasn't just the gas station owners. Plenty of folks topped off their tanks, whether they needed to or not. Alicia Acuna has the story.
Temporary price hikes generated by fears that the terrorist attacks on the United States may prompt a surge in gas prices sent anxious Americans out in droves on Tuesday to fill up their tanks.
I heard Wichita is $4.50, Blue Springs is $4.
In Southeast, I've heard it's $6 a gallon, so I can't even think about that.
Well, I heard it was going up to $7 a gallon in Texas.
Although some gas stations argued their price increases were the result of supply and demand, this was the exception rather than the rule. Oil and gas analysts say there are no indications that the price of oil is going up due to the attacks on the East Coast.
Anybody who thinks that they can go out and raise the price and have it hold for very long is kidding themselves, in addition to being unpatriotic.
Under threat of prosecution, gas stations that were gouging customers quickly dropped their prices back to normal. What's more, OPEC released a statement assuring consumers that all member countries remain committed to continuing their policy of strengthening market stability. Further reassurance came from the nation's largest oil company, ExxonMobil, asking all its customers to maintain their normal buying habits as they are trying to avoid an artificial shortage. Industry officials say an artificial shortage would come about if everyone ran out and filled their tanks at the same time. This would drain supplies, and then prices would go up. In Denver, Alicia Acuna, Fox News.
So the effects of Tuesday's terror attacks affecting world financial markets.
The overseas markets will be open today, but the U.S. stock market is going to be closed until at least Friday, probably even Monday. Joining us now with a look at the economic fallout from this attack, we are joined by our senior business correspondent, Brenda Butner. Hi, Brenda.
Thanks so much. Well, the last few days have felt like a year, haven't they?
They sure have.
And in fact, it's only been since last Monday that we last heard the opening bell. And it looks like the opening bell is going to ring again, perhaps on Friday, most likely on Monday. This is the longest time that we have ever gone without stock trading, unscheduled stock trading, since the Great Depression. So it's been quite some time. And Wall Street officials are quite anxious to get that opening bell ringing again because they see it as a symbol of defiance against terrorism. The chairman of the New York Stock Exchange said it quite well when he said they can attack infrastructure, but they cannot attack ideals. They can take down buildings, but they cannot take down a fair, free market. So there may be some glitches. There is huge infrastructure that's involved in the area, which is essentially a war zone in South Manhattan. But everyone is very anxious to get it going. Tomorrow, the bond market actually opens, and it's expected that we may see some buying in bonds. There's usually a flight to quality, is what it's called, a flight to more safe instruments other than stocks. So we'll be looking for that. But the overseas markets have been amazingly stable tonight, except with the exception of Thailand, Malaysia, and Taiwan, which did not open last night. So everybody took a big shock last night, and now they're stabilizing, as are the currency markets. So everybody's waiting, hopefully, to see what will happen in the U.S. market.
So many of the companies, Brenda, that are traded on the stock exchange were based in the World Trade Center towers. I'm just wondering about the psyche of the people who do business down on Wall Street and how they'll be able to get themselves psychologically prepared to get back in there and get back to business?
Well, it's not only psychologically, it's actually physically getting the people back into the NYSE, which is literally was in the shadow of the World Trade Center and is an icon of Wall Street itself, so that there was great concern that it itself might be a target. But yes, psychologically, this is very, very difficult, and many of the people whom I interview on a regular basis are still unaccounted for. It's very difficult for all of us, the thousands of people who are yet unaccounted for. Very, very difficult for the entire community.
I know I've got some friends who work at Morgan Stanley, and I know a lot of businesses like Morgan Stanley, other businesses are based in the World Trade Center. Some are being accounted for. There's going to be a lot of loss of life and a lot of loss of paper.
Yes.
Sheer paperwork. And we're talking about billions of dollars here, and just so much that's going to be lost.
Yes, records, computer files. We have yet to see, I think, exactly what will happen when that opening bell rings. We will have to see, how many glitches there actually are. But I think, again, officials are quite anxious to get it going. We're trying to get back to business as usual as a slap, basically, to the terrorists who tried to take it out.
Saying they can't stop us, they can't stop our markets.
Absolutely.
All right, senior correspondent Brenda Butner, it's great to have you staying up late with us tonight.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thanks, Brenda. President Bush says the attacks against America, not just acts of terrorism, he says they were acts of war.
He says the U.S. is ready to face its enemy.
Just completed a meeting with our national security team, and we've received the latest intelligence updates. The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. This will require our country to unite in steadfast determination and resolve. Freedom and democracy are under attack. The American people need to know we're facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life. This is an enemy who preys on innocent and unsuspecting people, then runs for cover. But it won't be able to run for cover forever. This is an enemy that tries to hide, but it won't be able to hide forever. This is an enemy that thinks its harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever. This enemy attacked not just our people, but all freedom-loving people everywhere in the world. The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world. We will be patient, we'll be focused, and we will be steadfast in our determination. This battle will take time and resolve, but make no mistake about it, we will win. The federal government and all our agencies are conducting business, but it is not business as usual. We are operating on heightened security alert. America is going forward, and as we do so, we must remain keenly aware of the threats to our country. Those in authority should take appropriate precautions to protect our citizens. But we will not allow this enemy to win the war by changing our way of life or restricting our freedoms. This morning I am sending to Congress a request for emergency funding authority so that we are prepared to spend whatever it takes to rescue victims, to help the citizens of New York City and Washington, D.C. respond to this tragedy, and to protect our national security. I want to thank the members of Congress for their unity and support. America is united. The freedom-loving nations of the world stand by our side. This will be a monumental struggle of good versus evil, but good will prevail. Thank you very much.
And we want to take you now back down to Lower Manhattan, where rescue workers continue to dig at the site where the World Trade Center towers once stood. David Lee Miller is joining us. He has been, and he continues to join us from downtown where that search is taking place. Hi, David.
Hi there, Rick. A very difficult situation was made even more tense a few hours ago when the southerly tower, parts of that, further collapsed. Also, there were reports that 2 other buildings adjacent to the World Trade Towers were going to give way. Some of the workers there said the windows began to pop out. They noticed cracks in the structure that had been weakened. And suddenly we found that workers, emergency crews, equipment was being brought down Church Street, which is now where we are located, away from the site. For a while, some of the workers began to run in the opposite direction from the area where the towers once stood. In fact, we were live on the air. Police pulled the plug literally on our cameras and microphones and relocated us to this location where they thought it would be much safer. We have since learned now that for the most part that was a false alarm. The buildings they thought were teetering that could give way show no signs of doing that, at least in the near future, and most of the workers have returned to the scene. The rescue operation is now continuing. They do, however, face a very difficult and gruesome task. In fact, earlier we talked to a volunteer doctor who has been here. He, in fact, treated 4 of the survivors, and he said that the scene about 10 blocks from where I am now located looks a lot worse than what you see on television.
I think it does a disservice to the American people not to have media access right at the scene, as long as it's secure and it doesn't jeopardize any national security, because what you see from far away, the shots that I'm seeing, it does not describe the horrific nature of the trauma, both physically, in terms of life, in terms of psychological trauma, of all the rescue workers, the victims. You have to be up close. It looks like a volcano went off, not a bomb. There's ash knee deep. It's the craziest thing you've ever seen, and the American public needs to see it. They need to see what has been done to this country.
I'm not sure that many Americans would like to see, if given the chance, all that devastation up close and personal. It is, according to those we have talked with, very, very disturbing. If this helps put it in perspective, the mayor of the city of New York, Rudy Giuliani, is asking federal officials now for 6,000 body bags, and that's to supplement the ones that the city already has. And further complicating things, we are now getting reports that there are asbestos particles in the air caused by the blast of the Twin Towers, and for that reason we are wearing these masks, as are the rescue workers, all the time, because they say there is a serious health risk. Back to you in the studio.
All right, David, put your mask on. Thanks for the report. We'll check back with you. More than 200 people remain unaccounted for at the Pentagon. Rescue crews there are hoping to have enough demolition work done by daybreak to enter into that impact area.
Fox's David Schuster is live at the Pentagon with the latest. And David, what is concerning everybody the most right now at the Pentagon?
Well, Lori, the greatest concern is simply the structure on the south side of the Pentagon where that American Airlines jetliner crashed into it. It has been very unstable. It's been described as leaning at a 45-degree angle, some of the walls and beams. And until they can really strengthen that part of the building, it is very unsafe, according to fire and rescue crews, for them to go very far. The good news, though, is that it's been a totally different scene this evening than it was just 12 hours ago. The fires are completely out. There's not that same sort of odor or stench in the air of the burning flames and the burning debris. Furthermore, for the first time now, a lot of the lights are on the north side of the Pentagon, something that was completely dark last night, and you are actually seeing the parking lots filling up with people. So clearly people are back to work at the Pentagon, at least in those areas that were unaffected by either the explosion or the flames or the dumping of hundreds of gallons of water a minute to try to control those flames earlier today. But again, workers describe the structure as being very unstable. Despite that, they have managed to recover some 80 bodies. There were reports from Arlington fire crews about 15 hours ago that the death toll might rise to as high as 800 because of the number of people that worked on the south side of the Pentagon where the jetliner went in. But since then, everybody at the Pentagon, including the Secretary of Defense, has tried to dismiss some of those claims. The Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, had a news conference earlier today. Here's part of what he had to say.
We currently believe and are certainly hopeful that the number of casualties being reported in the press is high. As you know from your own observation out there, the work is still going forward, and we won't know for some time precise numbers, but from everything that we currently know, the estimate that's been widely reported is considerably high.
And particularly the one from Pennsylvania, there's a lot of discussion about the alternate target. I think if they did survive, and they certainly should be locatable in Pennsylvania, they ought to provide, they may provide some clues. Now, the other thing, these guys were significant enough or sophisticated enough to shut down the transponders, so they may have been sophisticated enough to pull the so-called circuit breaker that controls the cockpit voice recorder. If they did that, the boxes will be useless. But if not, they could provide some important clues on the targeting. We've all heard rumors that perhaps the Pentagon was not the initial target for the Washington-bound aircraft. And again, if they recover the cockpit voice recording box from the Pentagon, perhaps we'll hear a discussion as to just what that target initially was.
But there's no guarantee, is there?
Absolutely not. And as I said, if they did pull the circuit breaker or shut down, you can shut these boxes down in flight. If they were sophisticated enough to shut down other pieces of electronics, maybe they knew enough to shut this down, and that'll be unfortunate if that happened.
Well, maybe luck will be on everybody's side in this case.
Let's hope so, Laurie.
All right, Alan Deal, former NTSB investigator and FAA scientist, thanks very much for taking the time to talk with us.
You're certainly welcome.
Well, as you just heard Dr. Deal say, as investigators search through the rubble in New York City and in Pennsylvania, one of their goals is to find that cockpit voice and data recorder.
The so-called black boxes, which we talked about a moment ago, they could hold the key to a lot of unanswered questions.
So what exactly are they, and why are they so valuable?
The so-called black boxes are actually fluorescent orange, and by airline regulations, nothing else can be this color on any commercial aircraft. There are usually 2 boxes on each flight. Investigators consider both to be essential because one records cockpit conversations and sounds, the other records technical data.
The flight recorder is very good at telling us what's wrong with the airplane, things that are actually, the engine quit, landing gear didn't come down, something like that. Something that actually has to do with the airplane. That's the flight recorder's strong point. The voice recorder is very good at this operational, the man-machine interface, the crew and how they interact with the airplane and decisions that they make.
The recorders are usually located in the back of a jet. That's because the most predictable point of impact in a crash is towards the front. Still, the boxes are made to withstand forces 10 times greater than a crash and temperatures higher than those caused by burning fuel.
Most of the cockpit voice recorders and flight recorders that we get look just like this. They look probably as good as the day they were made, maybe a few scratches and a few dents. Every once in a while we will get a recorder that has been smashed.
If it has been smashed in water, that is usually not a problem. Recorders retrieved from the ocean are kept in ocean water until investigators examine them.
It's the air that hurts the tape once it's been wet. It will start to rust. So we have them shipped here in water, and then as soon as we're ready to play them, we take them out of the water, dry them off, and then get a good copy of it before anything starts to deteriorate. We have had recorders underwater for upwards of 6 and 7 years, and they're just fine.
The flight data recorder, which tracks the technical and mechanical information, comes in 2 different formats. The first is a tape-based recorder, which gathers data on a 30-minute loop. The second format records data on computer chips and can compile more than 25 hours worth of flight information. It all comes out as numbers, calculations, or technical words and bits.
It's actually a waveform that is then, it's zeros and ones that our software decodes into numbers, and then we can bring it up on the screen and see altitude and airspeed and different flight control positions and pitch and roll and what the aircraft is actually doing. It looks like a strip chart with the lines moving across the screen.
At this station, flight data recorder specialist Cassandra Johnson examines a tape-based recorder. She has downloaded the data, and her computer software has made the conversions.
We're reading it out, we're getting good data, we have a graph of the incident or accident, and we will pass it along to the investigator so that they can see what the recorder is telling them about the aircraft. And the most important part is for them to focus on a certain systems.
What the recorder is telling them is not always easy to picture, so the safety board sometimes generates a data-based animation to help explain what happened. This one is from a 1999 American Airlines crash. An MD-82 was coming into land at the airport in Little Rock, Arkansas.
It was almost midnight, as you can see by the time up here. There were storms in the area, and the aircraft landed on the runway, proceeded to skid around on the runway, and then went off the end of the runway down an embankment, impacted a steel structure, and 11 people, including the pilot, were killed.
In that particular crash, investigators were also helped by the cockpit voice recorder. It revealed the pilots knew about the storms, but thought they had a clear path down the runway.
And approach American 42, I know you're doing your best, but we're getting pretty close to the storm. We'll keep it tight if we have to.
Cockpit voice recorders give investigators a good idea of what the crew was doing when the incident happened. It can also paint a personal picture of despair and confusion.
Sometimes the crew doesn't have any idea what's going wrong. They don't have any more idea than we do what's going wrong with the airplane. They may say things that are just completely not right, because from the information that they have, that's their analysis of that information, and it's very difficult sometimes to do that on the fly when things are really going badly.
Vern Ellingstad is director of the Office of Research and Engineering at the NTSB. He says the safety board learned something new from every incident or crash.
Aviation accidents are a very rare event. It's a very safe form of transportation, and the predictability of what might go wrong in each of these kind of rare circumstances is very difficult. So we do recover a huge amount of important information.
Some safety experts believe it is not enough, and already the NTSB is considering whether recorders should have their own power supplies. In the crash of a Swiss Air jet, the last 6 minutes were not on the data recorder because of an electrical problem in the plane. The safety board is also thinking about placing video cameras in the cockpit. Still, investigators believe that nothing provides as much information as the so-called black boxes. They are the key, say the experts, to piecing together what happened. In Washington, David Schuster, Fox News.
It is almost 2 a.m. on the East Coast, and still there is new information that continues to come in on this story. We want to show you a picture of the LA Times website. And look at that man on the left-hand side. He may be, and this may be, the very first picture of one of the pilots who hijacked one of those planes that caused so much despair and devastation. His name is A.M.E.T A.T Mohammed, and this is a man who apparently paid $10,000 to go to a flight school, the Huffman Aviation International Flight School, down in Venice, Florida, a story that we've been telling you about throughout the day.
And the Huffman School is one of 3 flight schools in Florida that the FBI has been looking into. They've been asking for information about the students who were passengers, and apparently, according to the LA Times, this man who you're looking at, A.M.E.T A.T Mohammed, paid $10,000 along with another fella to attend this Huffman International Flight School. And apparently, according to one of the folks who works there, he came in literally through the front door and claimed to be an Afghani citizen who entered this country from Germany. That is the claim.
Now, Rudy Deckers, who is the owner of Huffman Aviation International, again, based in Venice, Florida, said, quote, and this is according to the LA Times, they said they were not happy with another flight school, and so they obtained their licenses here and left, and they went to South Florida for jet training. He says they were normal students and worked very hard. They lived nearby and bicycled here every day. Deckers said that one of the 2 men said he wanted to learn to fly jumbo jets. That is a picture of A.M.E.T A.T Mohammed, and apparently he paid $10,000 along with another man to go to a flight school down in South Florida called Huffman Aviation, and this picture again comes to you from the LA Times. All right, we'll continue to follow this story and all the angles for you, but first we want to talk to you about the way that America's responded to this tragedy, because it really has been remarkable.
It has been. People talk about the spirit, the triumph of the human spirit, people pulling together. We're certainly seeing that in New York and in Washington and in really all over the country. John Dupree has more.
Once the jewels of New York's skyline, the World Trade Center towers stood up against terrorism long enough to save countless lives.
The plane came through, it took out a few of the exterior columns of the building and then set off this massive fire with the jet fuel. And fortunately, because of the perimeter tube system of the building, it was able to withstand the initial impact and allow a lot of people to get out.
Other buildings would have toppled immediately, but the towers remained upright for nearly an hour, supported on the outside by closely spaced steel columns and struts, and on the inside by a second set of columns designed to bear the load of gravity. A double support system that withstood the crash, but not the raging jet fuel fire.
The girders or the joists that hold up the floors collapsed, and as those fell to the floor below, they overwhelmed the capacity of that floor, and we had was what we call a progressive collapse, which then continued on through the base of the building until it was a complete and total failure.
Most experts say tall buildings will continue to be made out of steel. What may change, they say, is the design of signature skyscrapers, the tallest and most exposed buildings. They may never be built in quite the same way.
It's not like we could ever design every building for this scenario, or should we? But after every major earthquake, for example, we change our building codes to improve our practice in the future, and I would expect a similar thing will happen here.
One possibility, designs that include more escape routes around the perimeter of the building as well as in the center. But experts say no building can withstand an attack by a pilot willing to die for a cause. The challenge ahead, simply finding ways to reduce the loss of life. In San Francisco, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
All right, well, we apologize. Clearly, that was not John Dupree. That was Claudia Cowan reporting.
All right. Now let's take a look at the story from John Dupree about the spirit of America.
An extraordinary disaster, a remarkable response. It wasn't just New Yorkers lining up around the block to give blood.
They'll call you when they're ready. Okay.
In the first 6 hours after the attacks, 700,000 Americans volunteered to roll up their sleeves.
It's been overwhelming. The outpouring of love and support from the community is really heartfelt.
This Red Cross Center has seen record numbers of blood donors. Many realize their blood may not be used by East Coast victims, but it doesn't matter.
It could have been me, and if, God forbid, it happened here in one of our buildings, I sure hope people in New York would be helping us out as well.
I know it's a horrible, horrible thing, but it's nice to be part of a community of people who are really willing to help.
The crisis has sparked an explosion of patriotism as Americans rally around the flag.
Flag and banner, may I help you?
This store sold 200 Star-Spangled Banners before noon Wednesday.
The United States flag represents freedom, represents the lives that have been lost for our freedom, for our independence.
Americans want to do something, anything, to help and to show their support for the victims.
Just take 15 seconds starting right now, and just a quick moment of silence.
1,500 radio stations went silent at 8:42 a.m., 24 hours after the first plane struck. Churches, synagogues, and mosques report enormous turnout at special worship services. Religious and civic groups are raising countless dollars through money drives, all in response to an act of violence meant to terrorize, but one which in its aftermath seems to have galvanized Americans. In Los Angeles, John Dupree, Fox News.
The last time I spoke to her, she told me the plane had gone into the building and she was gonna leave. Then she spoke to my cousin 10 minutes later and she was still in the building, but I know she made it out because she's on the safe list that they have. That was yesterday. We still haven't heard from her. We don't know if she's in a hospital. We just want to know what's going on. I can't talk.
Families waiting, hoping, praying for any news about their loved ones.
While rescue workers are racing against the clock in the fading hope that survivors may still be found among the wreckage that once was the World Trade Center. It's 2 a.m. in the east, 11 p.m. in the west. I'm Rick Fulbaum.
And I'm Lori Dew, and thank you so much for joining Fox News' special coverage of the attack on America.
We want to give you a recap on all the latest in the terrorist attacks after threats were called in. The NYPD says that the threat to the Empire State Building, which happened just a few hours ago, is actually a false alarm. You're looking at a darkened Empire State Building there, but a Port Authority source says that there may be as many as 20,000 dead and injured down near the World Trade Center.
We're also learning that just a couple of weeks ago, American Airlines issued a memo to its employees to be on alert for imposter pilots. This after an American Airlines crew had their rooms broken into and only their uniforms and ID badges stolen. The feds are looking into this, saying it may have something to do with the hijackings. And law enforcement officials say the flight manifests from the 4 hijacked planes have been the most productive avenue so far in tracking down the terrorists and their supporters. But of course, the main focus remains on the search for survivors. Rescue workers continue their hourly vigil, digging through the rubble to try and recover survivors, but mostly victims from Tuesday morning's attacks.
Fox team coverage begins now near Ground Zero in New York City with Rick Leventhal. Hi, Rick.
Rick, Lori, we have a steady flow of large trucks rolling out of the site here. Many of these trucks loaded with large chunks of debris, steel, rock, that sort of thing. There's another one going by right now, and we can see hanging over the sides chunks of metal and pieces of the World Trade Center as it's being removed by heavy equipment in there, and hundreds of workers on site going through that rubble, using torches to cut through the steel girders and trying to separate the large pieces, ensuring that there are no victims in there, and then picking up those pieces and clearing them out so they can try and get deeper into the pile and hopefully find some more survivors in there. We're hearing scattered reports that they might actually be getting some kind of cell phone contact from people still trapped in there, unconfirmed reports at this point, I should say. But certainly the work is continuing here, which is good news because of the fact that the work was suspended late this afternoon after fears erupted that perhaps more buildings might collapse. 3 buildings right across the street from the Twin Towers, 1 Liberty Plaza, the World Financial Center, and 90 West, which is a historic building which was built back in 1907. All 3 of them showing signs of structural failure, all 3 of them concerning people on site that they might in fact collapse. One of them, an office tower more than 50 stories high. I spoke to witnesses who saw one of those buildings swaying, claims to have seen smoke coming from the bottom and the top of that building. And right after the remains of the South Tower collapsed here just after 5 o'clock, and those other buildings began to show signs that they too might come down, hundreds of workers who were on scene literally fled the area. They came running down the street. Police officers pushed everyone back, including the media, clearing the area, trying to make sure that no more people would be hurt out here. Those buildings have not come down yet, but it's still likely or certainly possible that they will, and if they don't fall down, some of them, if not all of them, may be taken down because of fears that they are not structurally sound. Again, the work continuing at the site behind me, a grisly task, a monumental task, one that will take a very, very long time to complete.
Rick, as you check your pager there, I know that there have been other complications for the rescue workers and actually for you as well. There are particles that are flying through the air, debris from the World Trade Center that may contain some pretty hazardous stuff.
Yeah, we're told there's asbestos in the air out here, and we're all trying to wear our masks as much as possible and still get the job done. We don't know how thick the asbestos is and how great the threat is, but it's definitely unpleasant breathing and just being out here in this air. Most of the workers out here are wearing masks. Some of them are wearing gas masks as well.
Rick Leventhal down near Ground Zero. Rick, thanks very much. All right, now let's get an update on the rescue efforts that are going on at the Pentagon.
And for that, we go live to Fox's David Schuster, who is standing by with the latest. And David, what is going on there at 2 a.m. Thursday morning?
Well, Lori, they've got a lot of floodlights on the south side of the Pentagon. The effort seems to be to try to shore up some of the beams and some of the supports that are described as incredibly unstable. A number of rescue crews have said that it's simply unsafe to go very far into the crevice that was created by the explosion yesterday. They hope to start going in tomorrow, but in the meantime, they're trying to shore up some of the structure to make it a little safer for the crews to go in. At dusk on Wednesday, some of the firefighters unfurled a giant flag on the south side of the Pentagon. There had been smaller flags that had been placed over the last 36 hours, but this was intended as a symbol to show that despite all the death and destruction and the damage, that nonetheless they were going to show their pride. This came, ironically, just a couple of minutes before President Bush came to the Pentagon. The president himself wanted to see some of the destruction and thank a number of the rescue crews for their efforts. The president went one by one, shaking dozens of hands of the crews who've been out here literally 24 hours in a row. The president stood after shaking some of the hands. He looked at some of the damage himself. He was very solemn, we are told, and stared at some of the damage and said that a lot of this made him very angry. By all accounts, it has been rough going for a lot of the fire and rescue crews that are here at the Pentagon. Firefighters describe some of the structural damage as worse than what some of these same very firefighters saw in Oklahoma City. And the death toll here is expected to be about the same, if not higher. Already 80 bodies have been pulled out of the wreckage, but they are expecting the death toll eventually to go above 200. There were 64 passengers on that jetliner, and the Pentagon says this evening that there are approximately 150 military and civilians that are missing from the Pentagon. However, things have changed here for the good at the Pentagon. The parking lots were filled this afternoon. Workers have been able to go to the north side of the Pentagon that had been filled with smoke for much of the day, and the lights are on in a great deal of the Pentagon. So while work continues here on the south side, the military establishment getting its act back together in most of the rest of the building. Rick and Lori?
David Schuster reporting live from the Pentagon. Thanks very much, David. Well, investigators remarkably are quickly making headway in identifying the hijackers behind yesterday's terrorist attacks.
Fox's Todd Connor is live now down in Fox Central with the details of the extent of this operation. Todd?
Yeah, a little bit of late-breaking news for you too, Rick and Lori. Authorities have now identified a team of as many as 50 people who helped carry out the terrorist attacks on the U.S. The L.A. Times reporting in Thursday's editions that a source familiar with the investigation tells them that 40 of these 50 men have been accounted for, including those who died in the attacks, but that 10 are still on the loose. Now, the man you're about to see here on the video from the LA Times website, Mohammed, is believed to have been enrolled in a Florida flight training school at one time. And according to a detective in the Venice, Florida Police Department, FBI agents identified him as one of the men who flew the hijacked jets. Now, all day from Florida to Boston, FBI agents armed with guns and search warrants looked for leads into who's behind these attacks. At the Westin Hotel, for instance, as you can see here, 3 people were taken into custody, but as we were told later, those 3 people were released. Now, 2 of the flying bombs that struck the World Trade Center towers came out of Boston's Logan International Airport, an airport which is now beefing up its security. This is where authorities also found a rental car with flight training manuals they believed was left behind by the hijackers. Meanwhile, down in Florida, 400 FBI agents are checking out a few of those flight training schools, including Embry-Riddle, which you see here, trying to determine if the killer pilots got their training there. The man we showed you before, Mr. Muhammad, he apparently had trained at the Huffman Aviation School. So, right now, police very busy. Again, the LA Times reporting that 40 of the 50 men police and authorities believe was involved in these attacks have been accounted for. 10, according to this story, remain at large. By the way, in the hours immediately after the assaults, they're reporting agents found in cars and apartments up and down the East Coast, they found suicide notes in New York that some of the hijackers wrote for their parents. That, according to the LA Times. Pretty dramatic stuff coming out in today's editions. Lori, Rick, back to you.
All right, Todd Connor, thanks very much. Afghanistan, which is apparently where Osama bin Laden has his hideout. They're bracing for U.S. retaliation there, but its radical rulers there, the Taliban, are still denying that the fugitive terrorist had a hand in the American attacks.
Fox's Greg Palcott is live from Pakistan with the latest. And Greg, this is some preliminary information that we're getting in, but wondering if you can comment. Have you heard anything about the Taliban placing Osama bin Laden under house arrest?
Yeah, Lori, Rick, we're here in Islamabad, Pakistan, right next to Afghanistan, so we're hearing whatever we can hear from inside Afghanistan, and apparently the Taliban regime is knocking down those reports. There had been reports earlier today that Osama bin Laden and some of his top colleagues had been placed under house arrest by the Taliban regime. In fact, the Taliban government, through a spokesman of theirs, the Taliban regime says that they have not done that, that he has done nothing wrong, that they wouldn't want to do that anyway. In fact, in the past day or so, the Taliban regime has been denying that Osama bin Laden is responsible for the attacks Tuesday in the United States. They say that he is cut off from communication to the outside world, that they are aware of his whereabouts, and so there is no way that he could be involved. However, this is something that they've been saying for a long time. They've been saying, yes, we're happy to hand this man over to the United States if you provide evidence of any terror attacks. We haven't seen that evidence. We're not handing him over. Taliban itself, however, is apparently feeling a bit vulnerable also this morning. There are reports, just want to underscore that, reports that the leadership of the Taliban regime is moving away from its headquarters, especially in the southern part of Afghanistan, in Kandahar, where they are based. They are perhaps remembering the 1998 U.S. raids against Afghanistan and bases of Osama bin Laden there, that in response to the bombings of the U.S. embassies in East Africa, those bombings were linked to Osama bin Laden. Also concerns about retaliation among the international community in Afghanistan, the UN, NGO, others pulling out their foreign nationals, 80 from the UN alone, coming out yesterday and today. They're coming back here to Islamabad. They're worried about a possible U.S. strike and, of course, any retaliation against foreigners. Here in Pakistan this morning, the new U.S. ambassador, Wendy Chamberlain, U.S. ambassador, will be presenting her credentials to the Pakistan president. There is a lot of pressure also on this man, Pakistan, the principal backer of the Taliban. Some charge that indirectly the Pakistan government is also helping Osama bin Laden. Pakistan president, for his part, says that he will cooperate with anything the United States wants to do in its efforts to rout out this terrorism. Now, one American official here I was speaking to this morning said to me, first of all, the link has not yet been made to Osama bin Laden. I think that's something we should all remember. We have not made conclusively that link yet. However, if that link is made, he also wanted to say that it's not just one man, it's not just Osama bin Laden. He is the head of a network called AL-QAEDA, and that means a lot of different groups of various nationalities that could be involved in this attack. And I think we're seeing that now as the investigations are turning up individuals of various nationalities who could be suspects in these attacks. Anyway, this is our view from Islamabad, Pakistan. Things could be heating up here in the days to come. Rick, Lori.
Greg Palcott, thanks very much, Greg. Greg joining us on the phone from Pakistan. Tuesday's assaults on the World Trade Center Tower and the Pentagon, the worst attacks of their kind in history.
And indeed, so many questions remain. And now joining us to perhaps shed some light on what is happening now, we're joined by William Daley, a former FBI investigator who now runs Control Risks Group. Thanks so much for being with us tonight, Bill.
All right, thanks for having me in.
And, we're hearing these reports that Osama bin Laden may be under house arrest, and you heard Greg Palcott reporting that some of the rulers of the Taliban may be leaving their posts. What do you make of all this?
Well, first of all, I think there's a couple of ploys underfoot here. We saw the same thing go on in Libya when we were looking for the accused masterminds behind the downing of Pan Am 103, when they said they're here and until you can prove that they are responsible for it, we're going to keep them here. We'll hold on to them. So we start to have this positioning by which maybe it gives people some time, some distance, puts maybe the United States in a very difficult position, maybe internationally, to start saying, well, they're going to hand him over to you, then, why are you going after him? But I think we have to look beyond this and realize that they're really just ploys, and they're really just moves to be able to put things off a little bit longer.
Bill, one of the first things that everyone agrees needs to be done is the information needs to be gathered. We need to figure out exactly who is responsible for this before there's any kind of retaliatory attack. So the information gathering has already begun, but from your standpoint and with your area of expertise, how is that done? What's going on right now inside the FBI. We saw the storming of the hotels in Boston today. How is all of this information being gathered, and how is the work being done?
Well, Rick, as they've said, this is the largest investigation that they've had, that they've ever done. And I can only imagine, because I know some of the people that are there, the daunting task ahead of them.
And there's a brand new director.
Brand new director. Obviously, the Bureau coming out from concerns over some past issues that have arisen between files being missing and some other issues. But you can see that they are pulling together as an organized, unified effort and moving very quickly through this investigation. My thoughts when I first heard about this, and actually saw it here when I was in the studio when it was breaking, was that this has such a wide base of support that it's not going to take too much to be able to follow those footprints in the sand and start to put this together. Normally you start looking at crime scenes, and you use the crime scene evidence to then help you perhaps find people responsible. In this case, is that the people who conducted this had to do things that were more overt, which we're finding out now, and we're actually backing into the investigation from eyewitnesses and other people coming forward and other information from manifests, which is helping move this thing along very quickly.
And it's looking like whoever was responsible for this does have ties to Osama bin Laden. Obviously, we can't confirm anything. We want to be very careful not to indict this man right away. But if it turns out to be, how do we get this guy? He is very tricky. He comes out when he wants to come out, but he's very well hidden, perhaps by the Taliban. So how do we get him, and at what point do you just start attacking places where he is known to have been in the past?
Well, certainly that's one approach. Is that one approach might be, to go after known places where he has been, and training camps where they may have trained people, places where they've recruited people. There's a variety of sites that U.S. intelligence already knows about from their investigation of the USS Cole, from the embassy bombing investigation. So there is a lot of information out there that U.S. intelligence has. The question is, where is he at any one day? We've seen that even from the bombings of during the Gulf War, is that Saddam Hussein moved around, and there were locations where U.S. intelligence thought that he was present, and he was able to avoid and evade U.S. warplanes. So we can kind of see the same mentality when someone moves around. But we'd have to say is that someone like this, is that we will get him. We will get him one way or the other if he's responsible. And it may require some additional work and effort to locate exactly where he is. But I am confident that with the resources of not only U.S., but of other countries that are supportive of us, we will get him.
It's so strange here, if he is responsible, bin Laden, because it's not as though this is the leader of some foreign nation. This is the leader of some very widespread terrorist network with cells of people, and we're learning cells of people right here in our country.
Exactly, Rick. I mean, and I think the most difficult thing for people, for Americans to realize is that, we have brought people into this country who we now are finding out had some records, had some association in the past with either him or other terrorist groups. We've allowed them in. We allow them to go for training in our country, to go for pilot training. We allow them to, go on, get jobs, and allow them then eventually to have this occur. So I think when we start looking down the road, we're going to have to look outside the box. So we've been working very in the past with a certain set of values, a certain set of ways we do things. But after this, we all need to be looking outside the box in all the ways that we gather intelligence.
So what does that include? So what are you talking about exactly?
I'm talking about aggressive ways of gathering intelligence overseas, of perhaps looking at the way that we not only secure airlines and places of business, but how we also handle people who apply to the United States for citizenship or to reside here. There are a number of different factors that we need to be looking at here, not suggesting we do anything in a knee-jerk reaction, but there are things that need to be done as we get into this new world. This is the war of the 21st century. This is different than knowing your enemy, you're looking him in the eye, he's over a bunker. This is people who are scattered, who are very smart, and who have networks connected by computers and satellites.
And indeed, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld today in his news conference called this a 21st century battlefield. Everybody's been calling this an act of war. The president is now weighing his options. We're using the words war, we're using the words battlefield. How do we play this war?
Well, that's the thing, Lori, is that we're on a whole different playing field than we were in the past, is that we're looking at multiple locations where these people may have been trained, where they currently reside, how many people are out there in total. It's difficult to assess how many people are followers. We've seen them commit horrendous acts between the USS Cole, bombings in the U.S. embassies. We know that they're intent on what they do, and they're also become very good at what they do.
We've been talking about this report that's going to be in tomorrow's Los Angeles Times that talks about a list of 50 infiltrators that authorities are searching for nationwide, and they've been able to account for 40 of them, which means that there are 10 who are still out there.
And we're going to see, I think, more of this. We're going to see this number grow. We're going to see connections reach out. I believe it's been suggested to connections of perhaps people coming through Canada, like we saw. Don't forget, during the Millennium period, we intercepted someone coming from Canada. Later on, phone records, the communications showed that there was connection to people in Canada and elsewhere here in the U.S. who were supporters. So this number will grow, and the spider web moves on out.
Very quickly, before we let you go for now, are we going to see a lot of tightening of border security between the U.S. and Canada, and even the U.S. and Mexico because of this?
Well, it's difficult to say initially, but again, thinking outside that box and thinking about how we secure ourselves in this new 21st century, battle and war that we're going to be engaged in, we're going to have to start looking at a lot of things before we never thought we'd have to.
Indeed, everything has changed.
Everything's changed.
All right, Bill Daley, former FBI investigator. We're going to bring you back in the next half hour and talk with you a little bit more. You also were instrumental on redesigning security at the World Trade Center after the bombing in 1993. And we want to talk with you about that and much more in the next half hour, so we hope you'll stick around.
Will do.
Thanks very much. All right, well, President Bush told the country that freedom and democracy were under attack, saying these acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation, but they have failed.
And there are a lot of us who are proving him wrong. Folks showing what they're made of, coming together as a nation in support.
An outbound train early Wednesday, under the Hudson River and rumbling away from the devastation. Grief grabbing hold. In their gestures and in their faces, the sadness is plain. Outside the city, stillness. At 8 a.m., some of America's most traveled commuter routes are barren.
The bridges and tunnels coming in from all directions, linking directly into Manhattan, are shut down.
An uneasy calm.
Such a strange feeling now because of the uncertainty.
The morning papers say it's war. Some are sure of just one thing.
It's important to show you have pride in America, especially after something like this happens.
Stars and stripes showing up through the sorrow. To some, it's a comfort.
You're going about your business, which you have to do, but it's not the same, and we know it's not the same.
Mike Lewis will never be the same. Now trying to organize a meeting of his co-workers.
I think they're trying to get some sort of skeleton crew over to 101 Hudson.
They saw the worst of the worst.
The metal squeaking and bending and burning and bursting open, I mean, it was just sounds that I'm never going to ever be able to forget. And then seeing people jump out of windows and burning people, it's just out of control.
That's what makes America a strong country, is going through experiences like this and being able to rebuild and go on.
Everything that happened, the flag still stood, and that's how we can stand through.
Stand strong, he says, while we all take a step back and see what's happened. In New Jersey, Eric Lilligren, Fox News.
And rescue workers continue to search through the night for victims of the terrorist attack in New York City.
But from the rubble, heroic efforts coming to the surface, families and friends of victims remembering their loved ones.
The awful, ugly horror of these attacks is now. The comprehension, the absorption of them is well down the road. Learning the names and faces of those who died is an important step, because knowing the victims gives us individuals to mourn. Among the first to die in the attacks was 52-year-old John Oganowski. Oganowski of Massachusetts was the pilot of American Airlines Flight 11, the first of two planes that smashed into the World Trade Center. He was remembered Tuesday in his hometown church.
You wouldn't believe the feeling that you have inside when you're watching these events take place on television, and then realize that it's somebody that you grew up with.
His co-pilot, Tom McGinnis, age 42, was also remembered in a similar service in neighboring New Hampshire. McGinnis was married with 2 children. They were only 2 of the 93 people aboard Flight 11. Among the other victims, David Angel, 54, executive producer of Frasier. His wife Lynn was traveling with him. Also on board, Barbara Olson, age 45, a frequent guest on the Fox News channel. She placed a cell phone call to her husband, the nation's Solicitor General, Theodore Olson, during the agony of the flight's final minutes. She told him that the plane had been hijacked by attackers using knives and sharp instruments. Other relatives also received the same kind of desperate phone calls in the flight's final moments.
He said, "I want to let you know that I love you, and I'm flying. I think he said I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the air phone of the airplane."
Also aboard, Barry Berenson, the widow of actor Anthony Perkins. On the ground, even the rescuers became victims.
We lost the deputy chief of the fire department and the chief of the department.
6 victims, 6 of thousands, in an attack so brutal it seems impossible to comprehend. What we know is that the dead are young and old, men and women, girls and boys. They come from places like Stoneham, Portsmouth, and Long Beach. One of the most remarkable stories comes from aboard United Airlines Flight 93. Reports say a passenger, Jeremy Glick, called his family and told them the plane had been hijacked and that all aboard were going to die. Glick also said he and the other passengers were going to try to stop the hijackers from succeeding in their attempt to destroy a government installation. He told his family he loved them and hung up. Apparently, their efforts succeeded. Flight 93 crashed in a wooded area outside Pittsburgh. It's believed that their actions saved a Washington landmark. As the tragedy deepens, there will be many more stories of heroism and many more names and faces to mourn. In New York, John Scott, Fox News.
Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve.
Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above.
This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed.
From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans, white with foam.
Our hearts go out to all the victims and to their families. It is a tragedy, but as the President has made clear, it is a tragedy that we are strong enough to overcome. Our spirits will not be broken.
We are, in a sense, seeing the definition of a new battlefield in the world, a 21st century battlefield.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
New York is going to be here, and we're going to rebuild, and we're going to be stronger than we were before.
God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Fox's special coverage of Terrorism Hits America continues. The men, women, and children who have been killed and injured, putting a human face on these terrorist attacks.
Let's take a look now at one family whose lives are changed forever.
Tuesday began with a game of basketball for 34-year-old Michael Lynch. Then he went to his job at Cantor Fitzgerald on the 104th floor of Tower 1 and called his wife. She hasn't heard from him since.
I would say it was about 8:30, and he just said that he was at work and he had finished playing basketball. He was there, and that he would talk to me later, and that was the last time I spoke to him.
What have the last 24 hours been like, and what's been your strength as you've watched events unfold on television and listened to what's happened and read about it?
Well, I'm just trying to be strong for Caroline.
Since the towers crumbled, Michelle Lynch has been keeping a vigil at her Stuyvesant Town apartment, surrounded by her family, including 1-year-old Caroline.
It's a roller coaster of emotions. You have hope, and then you have no hope, and you just want answers.
But tonight, another evening is passing, and there's still no word from Michael.
He was generous and loving, thoughtful, and the best father and husband that we could ever hope for. We just hope he's safe and not suffering.
Well, the feds aren't wasting any time tracking down those responsible for the attacks.
Literally thousands of federal agents are investigating. Meanwhile, authorities are saying that more than a dozen hijackers, possibly several dozen, are linked to Tuesday's assault.
We're facing a different enemy.
As quickly as firemen and police rushed to the scenes of Tuesday's attacks, other state and federal law enforcement agencies were on the trail of those behind this act of war.
Immediately after the first report of a plane crashing into the World Trade Towers, numerous federal agencies coordinating with the White House mobilized their resources.
Just a day after the attacks, leads and tips seemed to be in abundance. Law enforcement officials followed up on hundreds of leads all across the country.
At those command posts and at a number of offices around the country where there are leads, more than 4,000 special agents who are assigned to assist this investigation.
Boston, at Logan Airport, where two of the airliners began their doomed flights, officials reportedly seized a car that contained a flight manual.
I want to reassure all New England citizens that your law enforcement is aggressively investigating this horrific event.
Also in Boston and nearby Newton, heavily armed police raided and searched hotel rooms, following up on tips that the people involved may have conducted planning, may have been aided in and around that city. A source told the Boston Herald that 5 Arab men had been identified as suspects, including a trained pilot. Near Pittsburgh, authorities say the United flight that went down there may hold some of the most valuable clues. Incriminating papers and records survived the crash.
They showed up at the door, showed us a picture of the man, asked us if we recognized him, and we said that we did recognize him, and then they just informed us that they were doing a search.
Florida, FBI agents focused their attention on flight schools. The question they're trying to answer is this where the attackers learned to fly heavy jets? And in Washington, the announcement that despite all this destruction, our unseen enemy would have done more.
We have specific and credible information that the White House and Air Force One were also intended targets of these attacks.
And amidst all the uncertainty, there is one thing for certain. American justice plans on working swiftly and surely.
Our spirits will not be broken. The resilience of this society will not be broken. We will find out who is responsible for this, and they will pay for it.
In New York, John Gibson, Fox News.
Well, from Main Street to Wall Street, the attack on the World Trade Center has rocked financial markets throughout the world.
Joining us now is Fox senior business correspondent Brenda Butner. And Brenda, some good news, I guess, out of Asia?
Yes, good news. Basically, the Asian markets have stabilized. They had a tough time last night, but the Nikkei ended up about 3 points today. And although that isn't much by percentage terms, we'll take it at this point. All eyes remain upon the very silent floor of the New York Stock Exchange and over at the NASDAQ. We did have a couple of markets overseas in Asia that were down more significantly. Malaysia was down about 4%, but Hong Kong ended up as well. Japanese exporter stocks were taking a real hit. Those stocks such as Sony and Canon, which export, because there's real fears that the terrorist attack on America is going to really precipitate a global recession and that exporters will be hurt quite badly. So that's why that is happening. I can tell you, however, that oil is stabilized. That had taken a big spike yesterday. on the heels of the attack. And also the dollar, which went up quite substantially, has fallen from very extremely inflated prices that immediately followed the attacks. A lot of times money flows into so-called safe havens like the dollar in times such as these. But we've got about a half hour before the German index opens, and then about an hour before London opens. So it will be very interesting to see what happens in Europe if they have the same sort of stability that we have seen overnight, which would portend basically some good times ahead for the U.S. stock markets, which will open at the earliest on Friday, the latest on Monday.
You talk about the risk of a global recession. Here in this country, we've been talking about whether or not we're in a recession. The U.S. economy is in a recession. And there are a lot of people I've been reading who are saying that this could just really put us over the edge.
Yes, we are on the brink. There are some estimates that say that this could take us down by 0.5% in terms of GDP. We were already just barely hovering above the flat line. The technical definition of recession is 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP. For many of us, it feels like a recession. If you see your neighbor lose a job, it feels like a recession despite all of these economists' technical terms. But depending on how consumers respond to this attack, if they say, I'm going to zip up my wallets, I'm going to hunker down, I'm not going to spend, they were basically the only buffer between us and recession. However, they very well could come out and say, I'm not going to let this get to us. We're going to rally around the flag and show the terrorists.
And in fact, it was interesting. And New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani only said this morning, go out, go to restaurants, go to the Gap, buy things. Keep your life normal as you can, and maybe people will do that.
Yes, get back to business as usual, which is exactly what the New York Stock Exchange is trying to do, and as well as the NASDAQ by opening up so soon.
So soon. Maybe Friday, probably more likely on Monday. How important is it going to be for the American people to hear that bell ringing saying, we're back?
It has tremendous symbolic significance, I think, and the Wall Street officials know that. They want that opening bell to be ringing out to the terrorists to say, Wall Street is back. We are not going to let you can take down our buildings, but you're not taking down our markets.
Brenda Butner, thank you very much, Brenda.
Thank you.
All right, we have been talking about 5 people who have been detained. These are people that authorities are looking into as being possibly involved with the assault. We want to go now to Todd Connor, who's in Fox Central, with more on that. Todd.
Rick, thank you very much. As you two know, this investigation moving really at breakneck speed, and that's, of course, why we want to bring you up to date on the latest that we're getting in here at Fox News. The L.A. Times reporting in Thursday's editions that a source familiar with the investigation tells them that 40 of 50 men involved in this attack on the U.S. have been accounted for, and that 10 of those are still on the loose. That according to the L.A. Times. Our first look at a possible hijacker, if we can bring up the video from the L.A. Times website, is a man you're about to see. His name is Amnullah Muhammad, is believed to have been enrolled in a Florida flight training school at one time, and according to a detective in the Venice, Florida Police Department, FBI agents identified this guy right here as one of the men who flew the hijacked jets. This, according to the L.A. Times. Now, all day from Florida to Boston, FBI agents armed with guns and search warrants have been looking into leads about who's behind these attacks. At the Westin Hotel, for example, 3 people were taken into custody by Boston police. They were later released. However, in South Florida, FBI agents searched at least 3 homes in southern Florida. One of the homes rented to a couple and their 4 children until this past weekend, we're told, when they abruptly moved. Investigators taking away bags of evidence in that case. However, at least 2 other homes lived pilots. One of those was taken into custody, but has not yet been arrested. And I want to leave you with this. Also in the LA Times, they report that the attackers who carried Middle Eastern passports belonged to 4 independent cells. That according to law enforcement and intelligence officials. Again, that the attackers that have been identified have carried Middle Eastern passports and belong to 4 independent cells. Much more in the story breaking every minute, it seems. So Rick and Lori, we're going to send it back to you right now.
All right, Todd, thanks so much. Rescue workers in New York City working around the clock searching for victims of the attacks down in Lower Manhattan.
What a grim task that must be. We return now to our own David Lee Miller, who is live at Ground Zero in New York City with the latest. Hi, David.
Good morning, Lori. We have some new information. We've been saying for a while now that so far 9 people have survived and been taken out of this rubble. Now with me is David Silver. He is a Red Cross volunteer, disaster services, and he just left the site, and he can tell us firsthand that there are a number of people that you know for a fact who are still alive, trapped under the rubble.
Yeah, that's correct. Several firefighters have been dispatched to go underneath the promenade area, which is underneath both World Trade Center 1 and 2, with a battalion chief looking for, I believe it's 2 sergeants and 1 female officer and 1 civilian officer, 1 civilian person.
Now, how did you learn that people were trapped there? Let's start with the civilian. We talked about that just a moment ago.
All right. While you're working closely with the city, they seem to say things not beknownst that you're around. And when you're digging looking for survivors, this is what was said.
The civilian, though, how did she communicate with the outside, and in what way?
She communicated through her cell phone to Seattle, and then back from Seattle to here, and that's how they knew that she was down there. She described Krispy Kreme and some other store that was down there.
And also down there, a number of police officers, and how are they communicating directly with the rescuers?
That was confirmed to me from a sergeant over here who I befriended, and he told me that communication was broke off as of today. That communication with those police officers were broken off.
What time today?
He did not mention.
So their state is one that we do not know now. We don't know how long ago since they communicated.
You'd assume, I would like to assume that it was because their batteries ran out in terms of mechanical devices.
They're talking using a cell phone.
Well, whatever means they communicate with, that's the means that they did communicate with the police to suggest that they are still alive and they're waiting for rescue.
And what is being done to rescue them?
Like I said, they sent down a battalion chief and at least 20 members of the fire department. Also, FEMA's going in through a different angle to see if they can extricate them from a different angle, because it's very precarious now that the buildings have fallen. There are 2 other buildings that may fall as well, or may be brought down, and they want to extricate these people before that additional weight is put on there.
Any identification, any names?
Absolutely no names at all.
And I know it's a very gruesome sight. Relate for me what it is you've witnessed during the last 20 hours that you've been here today alone.
A lot of people putting their heart out to commit themselves to doing what is right here, in light of what was done wrong to us. Gruesome. There are body parts which are being found, but that's it, not whole body parts. And it's up to the tasks of whoever, forensics or whatever, to ascertain who these body parts belong to. When you gather a body part, you gather as much information as you can. For instance, a belt buckle or anything nearby that may relate to the body, clothing, so that might help as to where the body came from or who that person may be. But without question, aside from all of that, I've got a gut feeling being here for 2 days, there are plenty of live bodies there, and I don't want to give false hope or anything, but I don't think that we've reached the location of where a massive amount of people are, and that's just my gut feeling.
And how are you holding up, having to deal with this?
Just a little bit tired. It's encouraging to see so many different people here.
I've never seen anything on this scale in your work, of course.
Never. Maybe a building that went on fire and relocating families, but never nothing like this.
David Silver of the Red Cross, thank you for joining us, and that is the latest from here. I should also let you know that we're getting conflicting reports about how many people may have died in this blast. According to at least one source with the Port Authority, we heard that it was upwards of 20,000, but the mayor of New York, we know this for fact, has asked for 6,000 body bags to be delivered by the federal government to supplement the ones that New York City already has. Back to you.
All right. David Lee Miller with a ray of sunshine there. Thanks very much. Well, joining us once again to talk about what has been going on there at the World Trade Center and beyond is Bill Daley, former FBI investigator and the head of Control Risks Group. And Bill, again, just maybe a little ray of sunshine. Some people may be trapped under the rubble. You worked on redesigning security at the World Trade Center after the bombing in 1993. You know what kind of a structure this is. What do you make of the fact that there may still be, and it looks like there are some people still alive trapped in the rubble?
Well, certainly it's extremely encouraging news coming the heels of an afternoon where people said they didn't hear tapping anymore, that there were no more cell phone calls, there were no more radio transmissions, that this is certainly a ray of hope. And knowing that location the way that I do, and I do know it very intimately because I've worked in that area, worked on that project, worked in the World Financial Center, is that there are many underground areas. There's a shopping mall literally underneath the concourse of the World Trade Center between the two towers, and there are various sublevels. So there are pockets of space where potentially people could be alive. And I think this is very encouraging to know that at least there might be some possibility to get people out.
And yet it's like a needle in a haystack, isn't it?
It would be a needle in a haystack. It would certainly be a horrific thing for the people being trapped down there to know that they're down there, and also for rescue workers now to have to go through levels of rubble.
Bill, I want to tell you about a report that's just crossing on the Associated Press, and I know you haven't seen this, and our audience probably hasn't heard about it yet, but the AP is writing that in the waning days of the Clinton presidency, senior officials received specific intelligence about the whereabouts of Osama bin Laden and weighed a military plan to strike the suspected terrorist mastermind's location. The administration ultimately opted against an attack. I mean, this is really something that I guess, is it because we've got this executive order that was passed back in the 1970s that the United States is not allowed to go after world leaders wherever they are? I mean, I'm not asking you to go into the minds of the Clinton administration and the decision-making process, but that whole idea, is that really going to have to be rethought?
Well, certainly, Rick, that whole idea of prohibiting us from going after people who we feel are threats to our national security, I believe has been something that has overshadowed perhaps some of the better public interest. I'm not suggesting that we rescind that order. I'm just suggesting that I think that's how people behaved. I'm not surprised that we did have some information as to where he was. I mean, it was even out in the press where we saw pictures of him at his daughter's wedding, or at least post the daughter's wedding. So, I mean, there are people there, people around who would know where he was, and I believe that at some points U.S. intelligence knew specifically where he was, but the question was, what would they do?
How likely is it that Bush would revoke that order, do you think?
I think it's very difficult at this point, and it's probably something that needs to be reflected upon post this incident. There are a lot of things that we're talking about here, whether it's policy, whether it's talking about law, whether we're thinking outside of the box as far as what we need to do to protect ourselves, need to be taken into context of long-term, what do we do, and need to be taken place in a more sobering time after we get through what we're getting through now.
One of the problems, according to this article, is when they were debating whether or not to go ahead with this military option was that the information that they had might have been stale at that point because he's someone that is known to move around so often.
Exactly. That could have been one of the difficulties. I mean, information intelligence like that sometimes lags, and even if it's confirmed, it can lag in a period of days or weeks from exactly, and at that point, the person is moved.
Bill Daley, former FBI investigator and now the head of Control Risks Group, thank you so much for your expertise. We appreciate it as always. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. As investigators search through the rubble in New York City, the Pentagon, and in Pennsylvania, one of the goals is to try to find that cockpit voice and data recorder from each of the 4 planes.
The so-called black boxes. What exactly are they, and why are they so valuable? Our David Schuster joins us again from the Pentagon with more on that. Hello, David.
Laura, good evening. Officials are convinced that the black boxes will help investigators piece together the crucial moments when the hijackers stormed the cockpit and changed the direction, the course of these aircraft. As the FBI sifts through the wreckage, they hope to be able to locate these boxes through their distinctive color.
The so-called black boxes are actually fluorescent orange, and by airline regulations, nothing else can be this color on any commercial aircraft. There are usually 2 boxes on each flight. Investigators consider both to be essential because one records cockpit conversations and sounds, the other records technical data.
The flight recorder is very good at telling us what's wrong with the airplane. Things that are actually, the engine quit, landing gear didn't come down, something like that. Something that actually has to do with the airplane. That's the flight recorder's strong point. Voice recorder is very good at this operational, the man-machine interface, the crew, and how they interact with the airplane and decisions that they make.
The recorders are usually located in the back of a jet. That's because the most predictable point of impact in a crash is towards the front. Still, the boxes are made to withstand forces 10 times greater than a crash and temperatures higher than those caused by burning fuel.
Most of the cockpit voice recorders and flight recorders that we get look just like this. They look probably as good as the day they were made, maybe a few scratches and a few dents. Every once in a while we will get a recorder that has been smashed.
If it has been smashed in water, that is usually not a problem. Recorders retrieved from the ocean are kept in ocean water until investigators examine them.
It's the air that hurts the tape once it's been wet. It actually will start to rust. So we have them shipped here in water, and then as soon as we're ready to play them, we take them out of the water, dry them off, and then get a good copy of it before anything starts to deteriorate. We have had recorders underwater for upwards of 6 and 7 years, and they're just fine.
The flight data recorder, which tracks the technical and mechanical information, comes in 2 different formats. The first is a tape-based recorder, which gathers data on a 30-minute loop. The second format records data on computer chips and can compile more than 25 hours worth of flight information. It all comes out as numbers, calculations, or technical words and bits.
It's actually a waveform that is then, it's zeros and ones that our software decodes into numbers, and then we can bring it up on the screen and see altitude and airspeed and different flight control positions and pitch and roll and what the aircraft is actually doing. It looks like a strip chart with the lines moving across the screen.
At this station, flight data recorder specialist Cassandra Johnson examines a tape-based recorder. She has downloaded the data, and her computer software has made the conversions.
We're reading it out, we're getting good data, we have a graph of the incident or accident, and we will pass it along to the investigator so that they can see what the recorder is telling them about the aircraft. And the most important part is for them to focus on a certain systems.
What the recorder is telling them is not always easy to picture, so the safety board sometimes generates a data-based animation to help explain what happened. This one is from a 1999 American Airlines crash. An MD-82 was coming into land at the airport in Little Rock, Arkansas.
It was almost midnight, as you can see by the time up here. There were storms in the area, and the aircraft landed on the runway, proceeded to skid around on the runway, and then went off the end of the runway down an embankment, impacted a steel structure, and 11 people, including the pilot, were killed.
In that particular crash, investigators were also helped by the cockpit voice recorder. It revealed the pilots knew about the storms but thought they had a clear path down the runway.
And approach American 42, I know you're doing your best, but we're getting pretty close to the storm. We'll keep it tight if we have to.
Cockpit voice recorders give investigators a good idea of what the crew was doing when the incident happened. It can also paint a personal picture of despair and confusion.
Sometimes the crew doesn't have any idea what's going wrong. They don't have any more idea than we do what's going wrong with the airplane. They may say things that are just completely not right because from the information that they have, that's their analysis of that information, and it's very difficult sometimes to do that on the fly when things are really going badly.
Vern Ellingstad is director of the Office of Research and Engineering at the NTSB. He says the safety board learned something new from every incident or crash.
Aviation accidents are a very rare event. It's a very safe form of transportation, and the predictability of what might go wrong in each of these kind of rare circumstances is very difficult. So we do recover a huge amount of important information.
Some safety experts believe it is not enough, and already the NTSB is considering whether recorders should have their own power supplies. In the crash of a Swiss Air jet, the last 6 minutes were not on the data recorder because of an electrical problem in the plane. The safety board is also thinking about placing video cameras in the cockpit. Still, investigators believe that nothing provides as much information as the so-called black boxes. They are the key, say the experts, to piecing together what happened. In Washington, David Schuster, Fox News.
Well, the World Trade Center Twin Towers were targeted back in 1993 and did survive a terrorist attack.
Yeah, that was a car bomb that went right into the basement, and luckily the buildings did survive, but Tuesday's assault proved too much for the world-famous skyscrapers, collapsing the buildings and changing this city's skyline forever.
Once the jewels of New York's skyline, the World Trade Center towers stood up against terrorism long enough to save countless lives.
The plane came through, it took out a few of the exterior columns of the building and then set off this massive fire with the jet fuel. And fortunately, because of the perimeter tube system of the building, it was able to withstand the initial impact and allow a lot of people to get out.
Other buildings would have toppled immediately, but the towers remained upright for nearly an hour, supported on the outside by closely spaced steel columns and struts, and on the inside by a second set of columns designed to bear the load of gravity. A double support system that withstood the crash, but not the raging jet fuel fire.
The girders or the joists that hold up the floors collapsed, and as those fell to the floor below, they overwhelmed the capacity of that floor, and we had was what we call a progressive collapse, which then continued on through the base of the building until it was a complete and total failure.
Most experts say tall buildings will continue to be made out of steel. What may change, they say, is the design of signature skyscrapers, the tallest and most exposed buildings. They may never be built in quite the same way.
It's not like we could ever design every building for this scenario, or should we? But after every major earthquake, for example, we change our building codes to improve our practice in the future, and I would expect a similar thing will happen here.
One possibility, designs that include more escape routes around the perimeter of the building as well as in the center. But experts say no building can withstand an attack by a pilot willing to die for a cause. The challenge ahead, simply finding ways to reduce the loss of life. In San Francisco, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
And rescue workers have a long road ahead of them. They're just scratching the surface now of this rescue and recovery effort they're doing.
And even though only 82 have been confirmed dead, thousands are feared dead, and now we have an updated list of the victims of Tuesday's terrorist attacks. It is 3 a.m. in the East Coast, 3 a.m. in New York City and Washington, D.C., midnight in the West as we continue our nonstop coverage of the terror attacks against the United States. Hello, it is good to have you with us. I'm Lori Dew.
And I'm Rick Fulbaum. Here are the latest developments at this hour, starting with emergency workers in New York who continue to dig through the rubble at Ground Zero. The death toll is expected to be huge. So far, there are 82 confirmed fatalities. Also this hour, the Washington Post is reporting that Afghanistan, the alleged hideout for terror mastermind Osama bin Laden, bracing for an imminent U.S. attack. Meantime, the U.S. State Department is advising worldwide caution. The Los Angeles Times is reporting this hour that a team of 50 people, 50 may be responsible for carrying out the strikes. Also from the L.A. Times, FBI agents have found suicide notes in New York that were written by some of the hijackers.
We will continue to update you on the very latest on the terrorist attacks in a moment. But first, we have a breaking story to tell you about. A twin-engine plane carrying 16 Americans and 3 American crew members has crashed in Mexico's Yucatan state. All those on board were killed. The Americans were from the Seattle area. They were returning from a visit to Mayan ruins in Mexico and had planned to attend a Washington University football game in Florida. There was no distress call from the pilot before the crash. Once again, a twin-engine plane carrying 19 people, mostly American tourists, have been killed in a plane crash in Mexico's Yucatan state.
And now back to our coverage of the terror attacks against the U.S. New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani confirming that he has ordered 6,000 body bags to be brought to the city. David Lee Miller has more on the recovery operation from the site where the World Trade Center towers once stood. David?
Good morning, Rick. It's been now almost 2 days since the terrorists struck, and so far only 9 bodies, they say, have been recovered. Just a short time ago, live on the air, we talked with one of the Red Cross rescue workers, and he told us that at this hour, a battalion chief and 20 firefighters are now trying to make their way into the rubble because they believe that 4 people, at least 4 people, he says, are still alive. He says a woman has been in contact with her family using a cell phone in Seattle. He also says here that during the day, authorities have talked with 3 police officers who are in the rubble. He was unable to confirm, though, how long it has been since those trapped police officers talked with some of the rescue officers. Now, flying overhead, you can hear, by the way, it sounds like one of the jet fighters that have been flying above Manhattan ever since the blasts here at the Twin Towers. There were some very tense moments late this afternoon, about 5:30. The authorities here said that one of the towers, the southern tower, what was left of it, began to crumble, and they also feared at that time that 2 adjacent buildings were going to give way. The authorities then told all the rescue workers, fire personnel to move north up Church Street, away from the rescue effort, away from where the towers once stood. We were on the air live at the time. Our microphone and our television camera were disconnected, and for a while the rescue efforts were scaled down dramatically. But a number of hours later, it was learned that that was, for the most part, a false alarm. The buildings they thought might crumble were in no immediate danger of doing so, and at this hour, rescue efforts are continuing. As I said, they are frantically searching using dogs, acoustical equipment, and tractors, cranes, and whatever type of heavy machinery they could get their hands on to try and get to the survivors. But to a great extent, this is also a search and recovery mission. As you mentioned, the mayor of the city of New York has asked for 6,000 additional body bags, that in addition to the ones that New York City already has. No official estimate right now on the death toll in total. There are conflicting figures that are being tossed around, but one Port Authority official told Fox News that it is expected that the death toll could exceed 20,000. Back to you.
David, I know that one of the other things that's complicating the rescue efforts there are some particles and debris that are flying through the air.
That's right, Rick. Apparently, the particles you're talking about, according to some of the officials we've talked with, are asbestos. They contain asbestos, which is a carcinogen. And some of the National Guardsmen actually went around instructing us and instructing others to make sure that at all times we use some type of mask or a filtration system. So more and more you'll see people down here who are wearing these masks. And in fact, as soon as we get off the air, I will put mine on because it's really unclear how much asbestos there is. But I did talk to a doctor down here And in his words, he said the asbestos level had been measured and it was off the scale. Back to you.
All right, David Lee Miller down in New York City. We'll let him put that mask on. Thanks for the report.
Well, it will be some time before America can attach firm casualty figures to this nightmare in New York and in Washington, but many folks are already mourning the tragic loss of their loved ones. John Scott tells some of the stories of some of those who are known to have died.
The awful, ugly horror of these attacks is now. The comprehension, the absorption of them is well down the road. Learning the names and faces of those who died is an important step, because knowing the victims gives us individuals to mourn. Among the first to die in the attacks was 52-year-old John Oganowski. Oganowski of Massachusetts was the pilot of American Airlines Flight 11, the first of two planes that smashed into the World Trade Center. He was remembered Tuesday in his hometown church.
You wouldn't believe the feeling that you have inside when you're watching these events take place on television and then realize that it's somebody that you grew up with.
His co-pilot, Tom McGinnis, age 42, was also remembered in a similar service in neighboring New Hampshire. McGinnis was married with 2 children. They were only 2 of the 93 people aboard Flight 11. Among the other victims, David Angel, 54, executive producer of Frasier. His wife Lynn was traveling with him. Also on board, Barbara Olson, age 45, a frequent guest on the Fox News channel. She placed a cell phone call to her husband, the nation's Solicitor General, Theodore Olson, during the agony of the flight's final minutes. She told him that the plane had been hijacked by attackers using knives and sharp instruments. Other relatives also received the same kind of desperate phone calls in the flight's final moments.
He said, "I want to let you know that I love you, and I'm flying. I think he said I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the air phone of the airplane."
Also aboard, Barry Berenson, the widow of actor Anthony Perkins. On the ground, even the rescuers became victims.
We lost the deputy chief of the fire department and the chief of the department.
6 victims, 6 of thousands, in an attack so brutal it seems impossible to comprehend. What we know is that the dead are young and old, men and women, girls and boys. They come from places like Stoneham, Portsmouth, and Long Beach. One of the most remarkable stories comes from aboard United Airlines Flight 93. Reports say a passenger, Jeremy Glick, called his family and told them the plane had been hijacked and that all aboard were going to die. Glick also said he and the other passengers were going to try to stop the hijackers from succeeding in their attempt to destroy a government installation. He told his family he loved them and hung up. Apparently, their efforts succeeded. Flight 93 crashed in a wooded area outside Pittsburgh. It's believed that their actions saved a Washington landmark. As the tragedy deepens, there will be many more stories of heroism and many more names and faces to mourn. In New York, John Scott, Fox News.
You have been looking at pictures from Lower Manhattan, where the search and rescue operations continue. In Washington, or actually in Arlington, Virginia, in the Washington, D.C. area, it's quite a different situation there, where they don't expect to find any survivors after the attack at the Pentagon. David Schuster joins us now live from the Pentagon with more. David?
Rick, that's right. They dropped in some listening devices yesterday and have heard absolutely nothing, so there's not a lot of optimism here that they will find anybody alive. The effort at this hour is simply to try to shore up some of the structures, some of the beams. Apparently they are sort of piercing down at a 45-degree angle, and there's great fear that at some point part of the structure may still collapse, so they're trying to build some support there. At dusk on Wednesday, some of the firefighters, in a show of symbolism, unfurled a giant flag from the roof of the Pentagon on the south side. They draped that flag then over the side. The governor of Virginia on Tuesday night had urged residents in the Commonwealth and in the entire Washington area to show their support by displaying flags, and that is a rallying cry that has been picked up on a lot of local radio stations. And driving through the Washington area, you can see flags all over the place. The flag at the Pentagon came out just before President Bush came down here in Arlington to pay his own respects to the dead, but also to thank all of the firefighters, all the rescue crews for their hard work. The president going one by one, very solemnly saying that he appreciated all of these efforts. By all accounts, it is rough going for some of these firefighters. Some of them describe the damage here as being worse than in the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City. And some of the fire and rescue crews from Fairfax, Virginia, who are here now, were also in Oklahoma City. And the death toll here is expected to be higher than Oklahoma City. Already, the fire crews have managed to pull out approximately 80 bodies. There had been some reports that the death toll at the Pentagon might go as high as 800, because that is the number that officials said worked in the general area where the jetliner smashed into the building. But several senior Defense Department officials, including the Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, are downplaying that figure. The Secretary of Defense spoke at a news conference last night. Here's part of what he had to say.
We currently believe and are certainly hopeful that the number of casualties being reported in the press is high. As you know from your own observation out there, the work is still going forward, and we won't know for some time precise numbers, but from everything that we currently know, the estimate that's been widely reported is considerably high.
The Pentagon says that there are approximately 150 military and civilian workers who were working in the Pentagon who remain unaccounted for. And when you combine that with the 64 who are on the jetliner, they are expecting that the death toll will go over 200. There is a little bit of good news, though, here at the Pentagon. In the last 12 or 14 hours, a lot of people on the north side of the building have managed to get back to work. The fires are completely out. Some of the lights are back on. There are cars back in the parking lot now. So clearly some of the work here at the Department of Defense continues, as some of the rescue crews are hoping to get in and try to remove some more of the debris when dawn comes in just a couple of hours. Rick and Lori?
David, I know that here in New York, the feelings have been evolving. Of course, yesterday it was shock and disbelief, on Tuesday, and then things are beginning to shift and people are beginning to get angry. I'm wondering about the mood at the Pentagon and whether you can sense that kind of a shift there.
Rick, to some degree, although perhaps very different in the sense that a lot of the people who work at the Pentagon have served at military bases and installations around the world, and there's much more of a matter-of-fact attitude, I gather, here than, say, in New York City. A lot of people have been through bombings of the Marine barracks in Lebanon and other incidents around the world, so they're used to some of the carnage that, unfortunately, U.S. military forces sometimes face. I would say the anger comes from the fact that almost all of the workers here, this is not a battlefield per se, as a lot of people have pointed out. This is an office building that simply houses some of the computers and some of the people who deal with some of the logistics with the Department of Defense, and that's where the anger comes from. I think still there's a certain, in the military culture, there's a certain acceptance that U.S. forces will be targeted. And there had been some worries that at some point, because the Pentagon is essentially in the flight path of National Airport, that it wouldn't be that difficult someday for some terrorist, if they were able to commandeer an aircraft, to smash it into the Pentagon. So that fear had been lingering, but I would say that there is some anger, but probably nothing compared to what you're seeing in New York, Rick and Lori.
David Schuster at the Pentagon. Thank you, David.
Attorney General John Ashcroft is calling this the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America. And reports early this morning are now saying that 50 people may have been involved in these terrorist attacks Tuesday morning. Our own Todd Connor has been following this for us all night. He joins us now with the latest on the search for suspects. Hi, Todd.
Hey, Lori. Hey, Rick. We are getting new information in every few minutes, as a matter of fact, and especially since the morning papers are starting to hit the newsstands. The L.A. Times is reporting in Thursday's edition that a source familiar with the investigation tells them that 40 of those 50 men believed to have been involved in this attack on the U.S. have been accounted for, but that 10 of those men are still on the loose. Now, our first look at a possible hijacker, this man, A.M.E.T A.M E.T. He is believed to have been enrolled in a Florida flight training school at one time, and according to a detective in the Venice, Florida Police Department, FBI agents identified him as one of the men who flew the hijacked jets. This in a report from the LA Times. Now, all day from Florida to Boston, FBI agents armed with guns and search warrants looked for leads into who's behind these attacks. At the Westin Hotel, 3 people taken into custody, but those 3 people later released. And in South Florida, FBI agents searched at least 3 homes. One of the homes was rented to a couple and their 4 children until this past weekend, when we're told they abruptly moved. Investigators taking away bags of evidence from there. And at 2 other homes lived pilots. One was taken into custody but has not been arrested. The other one was gone. And as I said, Lori and Rick, news coming to us every few minutes. I was checking the New York Times morning edition. A couple of things. This first one, very disturbing. Officials said a group of about 5 men were under investigation in Union City, which is across the Hudson from Manhattan, suspected of assisting the hijackers. In addition, they say the men had apparently set up cameras on the Hudson River and fixed them on the World Trade Center. They photographed the attacks and were said to have congratulated each other afterwards. That according to officials. Not sure how they know they did that, but that's what the story says in the New York Times. Also, one last thing. A senior federal official said that American intelligence had recently identified several people believed to be linked to Mr. Osama bin Laden and his organization, and told immigration that they should be placed on a watch list to prevent them from coming into the U.S. Well, after a check following that notification, immigration officials figured out they had already entered the U.S., and it is possible that they were involved in Tuesday's attacks. Lori and Rick, back to you.
Todd Connor, thanks very much. And we're joined now in the studio by former FBI investigator William Daley, who joins us with his insight on all of this. And I'm wondering, because we've been hearing about these developments, and they seem to be coming very rapidly now, should Americans be reassured that the FBI and that investigators are coming up with these leads and are coming up with all of this as quickly as they are?
Absolutely, Rick. They should be reassured, and to know that a lot of this information may have been resident, may have been already in the files, and it's a matter of getting additional pieces of information where they can cross-reference through their indices and then determine how different people fit into the picture. And they're moving very quickly, not only on the ground, as we've seen interviewing people, but they're also, from what I understand, going after records for a telephone company, from internet access records, those things that start to further spread out those arms of that spider web and start to link maybe other people out who were some way complicit in this, may have provided some type of support or advice.
We know this is one of the largest operations and investigations the FBI has ever handled. How big? What are we talking about? How many agents are we talking about?
Right now, reports are putting it at close to 4,000 FBI agents, additional couple thousand support personnel, about 1,000 or a little bit less in the forensic technical side, people that do analysis. We're talking about close to 25 to 30% of the FBI's assets, people, and equipment are being dedicated towards this.
Let's go back to Tuesday morning when we first learned about this. The President of the United States was in Florida. He was then taken to 2 other locations via Air Force One. Now, we learned what's now Wednesday, that the White House and Air Force One were targets of the hijackers, and now we're getting some of the first dramatic pictures. As you see there in your upper right-hand screen, we're looking at fighter jets, which are flying next to Air Force One.
Right, I believe there's only been one other time that fighter jets had been deployed to escort Air Force One when there was a conference down in Colombia, a drug conference. Other than that, these type of protocols are reserved only for matters of severe emergency. And it's one of the first steps that's available to the government in order to protect our leader and other leaders inside the government to give us the strength to go on.
I've had the good fortune of flying in an F-14 and flying very high, and I know what they're capable of doing. This is serious stuff, isn't it? I mean, this is about as secure as you can get, is it not?
Absolutely. As we all know, probably from the things we read and movies, that Air Force One is a flying communications post. It's a mobile White House. But there are other places around the country, too, that people need to know where the president could go to and control things and command the military from if it warranted.
I was referring to the fact that it was being guarded, if you will, in the air by these fighter jets. So you would hope that it would be impenetrable.
It would be as secure as anyone would ever hope, or we would ever need to hope.
Bill, I want to ask you about Osama bin Laden, because he really is the one that a lot of people are pointing the finger at. We have a lot of foreign intelligence organizations from foreign countries that are all saying that bin Laden is the prime suspect here. How much proof is enough proof before the U.S. can go after this guy?
Well, you know, this is now we're getting into outside of the court and judicial system, into the court of public and international opinion. And I think we're going to have to demonstrate to some degree, and I'm not saying beyond a reasonable doubt, I'm not saying with documents or photos showing him standing with people that we now know to be involved in this incident, but we would need to demonstrate something, both the American people and elsewhere, that we have done this, that is prudent, that this is the person behind it, and then when we take these actions, that we are then reducing our risk and giving everyone a better and safer place to live in.
So, do you expect that this is going to take some time, days, weeks, months before there's some sort of a retaliation?
My sense, just on the way the investigation is moving now, that we're probably talking of days before we have something that provides us that level of comfort. What the government decides to do with it at that point is difficult to say, but I think we're moving very quickly along that train line towards some type of a connection.
Well, obviously we don't know exactly what is in store once it starts, but do you think now that Americans should begin to get into a different mindset? I mean, we're all recovering from the attacks of Tuesday. Do we need to prepare ourselves psychologically for the idea of America going to war?
Well, I think, as we discussed even earlier for our audiences, that war now has become more of a symbolic word than what we maybe traditionally knew when we went to war after World War II, is that we are at war with terrorism and with terrorists. The thing is to define where they are, where they're being harbored, and to take action. So yes, in that regard we are, and I think that Americans need to know the government, I believe, will do what they have to do, and it needs to be done, not just in retaliation, but to give us a better sense of well-being.
And you would think that there would be public support for this, very different from conflicts we've seen in the past, such as Vietnam. I mean, this is affecting tens of thousands of people on American soil.
All right, and we've seen the leaders of Congress stand together.
All right, William Daley, we're going to ask you to stick around. We're going to bring you back to have further discussion about Tuesday morning's tragedy, so stick around.
All right, Lauren.
All right. Well, the country, and really the world, has been watching with disbelief at Tuesday's horror right here on American soil, but now stories of heroism rising from the smoke and the ash.
Leave the families alone.
What I have seen on their faces is grief and shock at what's happened. They've gone through a terrible tragedy and a horrible loss.
He'd called his wife a few minutes before the Pentagon was hit. He forgot. He didn't have a cell phone, so apparently he was on his office phone and called her and told her to turn on the television, that look at what's going on in New York City. And that was the last anybody heard from David. I've been told that he's not in one of the emergency rooms. The plane hit his office, the office he was in. They have not found him. And the Pentagon has announced that there is no hope for any survivors left in the rubble. There's always hope, but we also have to face reality to go on. It's tough. It's tough. There's two little girls, lovely wife, and a tough future.
He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And I said, well, who are they, Mark? And he repeated that he loved me, and he said, I don't think he said, I don't know who they are. He became distracted there as if someone was speaking to him, and he said, it's something to the effect of, it's true. And then the phone went dead.
Maybe he cut the fuel off or something, the fuel supply off, unbeknownst to the hijackers. I'm thinking he might have, the way it came down, apparently, looked like there was no power to the airplane. It looked like it came straight down, and it didn't hit whatever target they were going for.
He helped us grow this company from about 100 people to 2,000 people or maybe more.
And he gave his life for it. It's tough, but he did what he wanted to do. I hope that President Bush is the caliber or can come up with some of the backbone that Ronald Reagan or Harry Truman had and not back down from these people.
And we've been asking you to give us a call. We want to know what your thoughts are about all of this. And our first caller on the line is from Hawaii, and it's Lehua. Hello, Lehua. Good morning, or good evening to you, actually, in Hawaii.
I just wanted to call and say that even though we are so far away, all our hearts here are with the victims and their families. It's such a horrible tragedy, and it's terrible that it took something like this for Americans to stick together. Everybody down here wants to do as much as they can. We're giving blood and praying, and that's pretty much all we can do. But God bless everybody, and hopefully America will rise above this.
Lehua, thank you very much.
Let's go to the nation's heartland now. John in Wisconsin is standing by. And hi, John, what's on your mind tonight?
Good morning. What's on my mind? America's the freedom of the free, and we open up our arms to everybody. But these people are killing us as of what happened yesterday. I think that the people that are wanting to come into America to be citizens here, I think there should be more of that checked out of who's coming into our country. I think where the people that are coming in from other countries should be at the airports should be very well scrutinized. If we even probably sign up for coming to America maybe months ahead of time so that they can be investigated.
All right, well, there's sort of a fine line between investigating and going too far with that. But John from Wisconsin, we thank you for your call.
And let's go to Alabama now. And Dan, go ahead, Dan, you're on.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
We're doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. I tell you, I'm really upset about this whole situation. Calling from Alabama, and my heart goes out to all the good, fine people in New York City. I really feel really terrible about this, and I would like to take this opportunity to say that the folks in the South, and I think the whole United States in general, is behind the fact that we retaliate against these people immediately, and we do not waste any more time.
Dan, thanks very much for the call. We appreciate it, and we appreciate your thoughts. All right, I want to check now with Brenda Butner, who's our senior business correspondent. She's joining us now with a look at how the foreign markets are reacting to the events over the last couple of days. Hi, Brenda.
Hey, Lori and Rick. Well, trading just getting underway in Europe, in Germany's DAX, the London FTSE, and Paris's CAC 40. And if Asia, where the closing bell has sounded, is any indication, the terrorists are not having their desired effect. The markets remain calm, cool, and very business as usual, with the exception of Malaysia and Taiwan, which both opened tonight for the first time since the attacks. There have really been only fractional gains or losses in Asia. It seems that Europe will also lack a bit of direction, as all eyes are on the NYSE and the NASDAQ, which remain silent, closed until the earliest on Friday or the latest on Monday, when trading will commence. Right out of the gate, the DAX, or the Frankfurt market, jumped almost 1%, but observers expect another volatile session. Yet over there, as here, those in the financial community have much more on their minds than dollars and cents or pounds and pence.
A feeling of total devastation, of a loss of one's family. You can't blame them. They've known and dealt with these people now, many of them for up to 20 years, certainly between 5 and 20 years. Speak to them every day across the line in New York, work with them, trade with them, cooperate with them. They're family. And one day they're there and the next day they're not.
But what you're also looking at in terms of amongst the people who've unfortunately been killed are the brightest crop of their generation.
Very true, and words we are hearing again and again as many on Wall Street await word of their friends and colleagues as the rescue effort continues hand by hand, as you're watching live now. Lori, Rick?
Brenda, thank you very much.
And now we want to take a few moments to get you caught up on the latest news that we have for you at 3:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. Here are the very latest developments. As you saw a moment ago, emergency workers continue to dig through the rubble at Ground Zero, literally hand by hand, a bucket brigade, if you will, continuing throughout the hours as they have been doing for almost 48 hours now. The death toll expected to be enormous, into the thousands. 82 deaths have been confirmed so far at the World Trade Center location. In other developments, there are reports that Afghanistan is bracing for an imminent U.S. attack. Meantime, the U.S. State Department is advising worldwide caution. And the Los Angeles Times is reporting that a team of 50 people could be responsible for carrying out these attacks. Also from the L.A. Times, FBI agents have apparently found suicide notes in New York that were written by some of the hijackers.
There are so many tragic stories that have been repeated throughout the New York City area. Somebody wakes up and brushes their teeth and goes to work on Tuesday morning, just like they always do, except a lot of people never came home. Dave Price of Fox News station WNYW here in New York City tells of one such story.
Tuesday began with a game of basketball for 34-year-old Michael Lynch. Then he went to his job at Cantor Fitzgerald on the 104th floor of Tower 1 and called his wife. She hasn't heard from him since.
I would say it was about 8:30, and he just said that he was at work and he had finished playing basketball, he was there, and that he would talk to me later, and that was the last time I spoke to him.
What have the last 24 hours been like, and what's been your strength as you've watched events unfold on television and listened to what's happened and read about it?
Well, I'm just trying to be strong for Caroline.
Since the towers crumbled, Michelle Lynch has been keeping a vigil at her Stuyvesant Town apartment, surrounded by her family, including 1-year-old Caroline.
It's a roller coaster of emotions. You have hope, and then you have no hope, and you just want answers.
But tonight, another evening is passing, and there's still no word from Michael.
He was generous and loving, thoughtful, and the best father and husband that we could ever hope for. We just hope he's safe and not suffering.
We do too. Tuesday's terror attacks are catastrophic enough for the adult victims, but many who died left little ones who will grieve for them, and other children unable to understand what happened. Julia Chavez visited a New Jersey school where the staff is trying to help these children cope.
This is how students at Brookdale Elementary in Bloomfield began their day. Under the American flag at half-staff, they had a moment of silence.
For all those who lost their lives in this tragic event.
The devastation and destruction at the World Trade Center was the topic of discussion in every classroom.
They tried to evacuate as many people as they could, as quickly as they could, but just think about how big those buildings are and how many tens of thousands of people worked in them and visited them every day.
Teachers tried to address concerns. Children were asking many questions about the tragic events in our country. Many went to their parents.
It's hard. My dad was in World War II, and he never wanted me to see this. Never mind her. It's horrible.
Mia Solero has 2 children. She says it's been one of the hardest things she's had to deal with as a parent.
You know, I have a 5-year-old son who starts nursery school today, and he said to me last night, "Are they going to bomb my school too?"
You never are comfortable with situations this horrific.
Since the tragedy can be difficult for young ones to comprehend, officials at the 11 schools in Bloomfield are offering help.
I'm really upset about what happened to the Twin Towers.
Counselors, social workers, and psychologists are on hand to help kids deal with the crisis.
We're letting the children know that they're safe. A lot of children were concerned about danger to themselves, to the school, to their families. So we're just reiterating that they are safe.
With these images seen on national TV, counselors say parents should monitor what children are watching.
You know, if the children seem to be disturbed by it, then don't watch it while the children are in the room. Put a video in. Turn on another station.
Julia Chavez, Fox 5 News.
All these stories coming out in the days and weeks and months ahead. Well, joining us again is someone who's been with us throughout the evening, former FBI investigator and Senior Vice President of Control Risks Group, an international security consulting firm, Bill Daley. And Bill, welcome back. We love having you here. You have a particularly unique perspective because after the World Trade Center bombing in 1993, you were instrumental in helping redesign the security. If you would, tell us a little bit about your role and how familiar you are with the World Trade Center.
Well, you know, Lori, and this is more from a very personal perspective. Yes. You know, we've been talking about this more as for the public appetite and what they need to hear from a news perspective. But I was actually sitting in the studio yesterday, just shortly after the second plane hit, and sat here and watched on the monitors as the buildings crumpled, knowing very well that people who I know, who I've worked with over the years, were in those buildings, because they were people who were personally involved in redeveloping not only security but fire life safety. I would have to say, from a personal perspective, I know people now who are unaccounted for. I know people who would have been there next to the fire command people who were also now killed, and would have been directing people out. They also redesigned the way people get out of the buildings more quickly, easily, better lit staircases. So there are some true heroes here that people won't know their names, but they are the heroes.
Do you think because of the redesign work that was done, more people were saved on Tuesday?
Without a doubt. There's no doubt about it that the lessons learned from the first incident not only helped the World Trade Center, but also other buildings around the world. People from the Port Authority have gone out and spoken to groups and people who build buildings and service buildings to better understand the way to deal with calamities. Certainly nothing like anyone would have expected we saw yesterday, but those that broached severe terrorist attacks.
Bill, since you specialize in risk and controlling risk, what do you think is going on at other buildings in New York City and other skyscrapers around the country right now? We have heard that we need to be on the lookout and be alert for other potential attacks. So what's going on?
Well, the things that I'm hearing from clients that we work with, from just observations here in New York, is that a lot of the buildings have bunkered down. They've tightened up security where they're screening people coming into the buildings. I believe after this we'll be reevaluating certain aspects of how buildings deal with crises, how they deal with security. This incident that occurred is so far out on the spectrum of certainly things that have occurred in the past and things that buildings can deal with. But there are things day to day that are threats that are still going to be existing no matter where we go in the future that people need to look at.
And I just want to remind folks what we're looking at here. And this is literally a hand-to-hand bucket brigade that is going on. And you know, we've been showing this video for the last 24, 36 hours or so. And I don't want it to lose its importance. Look at what these people are doing, hand by hand, going through this rubble, trying to help find any survivors and then the grim task of finding victims. And this is going on right now at 3:30 in the morning. Bill, if you would sort of tell us a little bit more about what these folks are going through, these very brave fire department workers and these police officers.
Well, having known many of them personally, people who are in the fire department, people in the police department in New York, these people are ones that put aside their personal safety and well-being, the well-being of their families. They're people working 24 hours a day, neighbors, friends of mine. People are out there digging in, literally and figuratively. And people need to understand when they look at these pictures, and it's difficult for those who may not have visited that area, that we are talking about, when we talk about square blocks, we're talking about probably quarter-mile sections that have been literally leveled. There are buildings that I've worked in that are now no longer standing, or those that are ready to fall down, and some that will have to be taken down because they were too close and they've suffered some structural damage. So we're talking about an area that I would imagine has to be totally encompassing close to probably about half square mile in total that's been affected by this.
What happens down there? I mean, you know, perhaps it's too premature to be talking about the future, but at some point they're going to have to try to decide what to do, what would be appropriate to do in this particular space down in Lower Manhattan, and what would be appropriate?
Well, you know, first reaction is, let's rebuild. Let's go back. We'll show them. We'll rise again from the ashes. Practically speaking, it may be something different. We may not need to do that in order to accomplish that same, level of rebuilding. I don't feel as though if we built another tower, we would be at any more risk than we are today. We still have other landmark buildings in New York, places of where tourists gather, and other high-profile locations. But there may be a practical issue there. There may be one even, almost in a sense, memorializing those people who worked in those towers, that maybe we don't want to do the same thing over again. We don't want to have these try to replace what the towers stood for. And I think there's probably some psychological effect that people have to deal with, and that is any people working in tall buildings around the country and notable buildings. What does it mean for them? And it will take a while for a whole psyche to really readjust to this. And I think that's why we all need to be looking towards the future, towards readjusting how we live, work, how we handle our personal security, how we handle our country's security, and I think we'll then feel a lot better.
There's so much we can talk with you about. As I look at these pictures, I can't take my eyes off them, and we may have met some of these folks, some of these police officers, fire officials, walking the beat in our neighborhoods. How do they keep going? I realize that you're not a former police officer, but you have worked with many of these people. How do you keep going hour after hour in something that is so incredibly serious?
I think what it is that they realize that this is their chance, this is their opportunity to help people who can't help themselves. And I think that's why people go into these services, is there's a bit of altruism, is they have a choice of going into business or something else, and they say, I'm going to go into a business that helps people. Certainly the pay isn't there, there's challenges there even in the city today with pay scales. So these people are doing it for the fact that they want to help people, and this is the true sign of people reaching out and helping their fellow neighbors. We have people who have come down to that site to help, from fire departments and rescue companies, from the surrounding area, from states far, far away. So it certainly is a tribute not only to people here in New York, but throughout the country who have literally helped.
And Bill, with your background with the FBI, the investigators, are they in there right now while all of this work is going on?
They are. In fact, once in a while in some of the shots you'll see FBI windbreakers out there. Knowing how they work, they would be documenting the area, photographing it, be looking at various pieces of evidence as they may feel evidence comes up during the digging. They're, of course, looking for certain things that may help them, whether it's the flight recorders or other information that comes out as a result of digging through this. And it's an undaunting task. It's a dangerous task. There's obviously they're limited by the fact that this is, as I said before, literally square blocks of city now in Rumble.
William Daly is a former FBI investigator, currently with Control Risks. Thank you very much, William, for joining us now and actually throughout the night. We appreciate it.
Thank you both.
Really appreciate your perspective. Thanks very much.
Depression and despair could very easily come with this kind of a disaster, and that would seem completely appropriate for a lot of people, and the American people are a resilient one. John Dupree has this heartwarming story.
An extraordinary disaster, a remarkable response. It wasn't just New Yorkers lining up around the block to give blood.
They'll call you when they're ready.
In the first 6 hours after the attacks, 700,000 Americans volunteered to roll up their sleeves.
It's been overwhelming. The outpouring of love and support from the community is really heartfelt.
This Red Cross Center has seen record numbers of blood donors. Many realize their blood may not be used by East Coast victims, but it doesn't matter.
It could have been me, and if, God forbid, it happened here in one of our buildings, I sure hope people in New York would be helping us out as well.
I know it's a horrible, horrible thing, but it's nice to be part of a community of people who are really willing to help.
The crisis has sparked an explosion of patriotism as Americans rally around the flag.
Flag and banner, may I help you?
This store sold 200 Star-Spangled Banners before noon Wednesday.
The United States flag represents freedom, represents the lives that have been lost for our freedom, for our independence.
Americans want to do something, anything, to help and to show their support for the victims.
But just take 15 seconds starting right now, and just a quick moment of silence.
1,500 radio stations went silent at 8:42 a.m., 24 hours after the first plane struck. Churches, synagogues, and mosques report enormous turnout at special worship services. Religious and civic groups are raising countless dollars through money drives, all in response to an act of violence meant to terrorize, but one which in its aftermath seems to have galvanized Americans. In Los Angeles, John Dupree, Fox News.
Well, information continues to come into Fox News Channel fast and furiously. There are some new developments in the investigation of who was responsible for Tuesday morning's dastardly attacks in Washington and New York. Let's go now to Fox Central. Well, Todd Connor is standing by. Todd, what's going on?
Well, Lori and Rick, Rita Cosby has been talking to her law enforcement sources, and she's passed along a little new information for us. Her sources tell Fox News that searches have now taken place so far at 20 locations in 6 states in this investigation for the suspected hijackers. The states are Maine, Massachusetts, Florida, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Virginia. Other states are expected to have homes and businesses searched on Thursday, including some possibly on the West Coast. Now, earlier we had heard that there were as many as 50 people involved in this attack on America. Her sources also say that they have some evidence that someone had been coordinating this attack, most likely from the U.S., for more than a year. And they go on to say that there are indications that at least one of the hijackers had a ramp pass, which would allow him to get on the ramp area prior to takeoff, which would enable him to get access to the plane, the catering service, etc., which would provide many, many opportunities, as you two know, to get items smuggled onto the plane, such as knives or fake bombs that they may have had with them. They also say some of the hijackers' passenger tickets were purchased by cash. Others, as many as 7, were purchased through the same credit card number. And one last thing, the source tells Rita Cosby that the Pentagon appears to have also been an intended target for the hijackers, that it wasn't an entirely last-minute change to hit it, although it may have been a last-minute change for that plane to hit it. Possibly when the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania could not make its target, which could have been the Pentagon, then the plane that struck the Pentagon, which may have been intended for a different target, possibly the White House. That's why that plane struck the Pentagon. So that is the latest from Rita Cosby and Fox News. We'll bring more information to you in the next few minutes or so. Lori and Rick?
All right, Todd, so many developments just keep coming in. It's almost hard to keep up, but we want to keep all of you informed. And we also want to know what's on your mind. This is a very tough time for everyone, and perhaps by calling in, it may help a little bit. And of course, you can always call us at 1-888-TEL-FOX. The phone lines are open. We'd love to hear from you.
As we take a look at a live picture of this bucket brigade that continues to go on at the rescue site down in Lower New York City. Our first caller on the line is from Pennsylvania, and Rose, you're on. Hi, Rose. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, go ahead.
What I'm calling about, I guess, is I've had tremendous disappointment and building anger all day about the fact that these pilots were from Afghani. They were educated and learned all their skills to sabotage our country, right in our country. And I'm a little upset that our intelligence wasn't more on top of this information to make us feel more secure. And I know that you can't profile every single person from the Mideast, but we've been warned for years that these groups were going to come after us, and it just disappoints me with the technology that we have that our intelligence was not more on top of this through the websites and just through listening, watching these kids at these schools in Florida. What were they doing? What type of lifestyle did they live, and where were they from? What kind of activity went around them? I think these schools should be a lot more responsible for who they have come in to it, and what they do. They're just not responsible.
Yeah, Rose, you're not alone in voicing upset with the intelligence community. In fact, lawmakers in Congress are also very upset, and you can bet that when the new budget is agreed to, that there will be a lot more money devoted to the intelligence community and those efforts, which is something that we hear has really been scaled back on the last couple of years, and that will obviously change.
We took it for granted. We would see this bin Laden's face flashed on the news, and we'd look and we'd go, I myself would look and go, what a fool, what's he up to? But we're safe. We don't have to worry about him.
And now we know that's not the case. Rose, thanks very much for the call.
Our next caller is Justin in Illinois. Hi, Justin. What's on your mind tonight?
Yes, I just want to give my deepest sympathy to all the ones that we've lost in this tragedy and all the ones that risked their lives to try to save the people that were in the rubble. And also, I've heard many things of many Americans attacking other Americans because they are of different race. I would like to say that we should put forth an effort to having all this stop, because it is not us that made this horrible event happen. It is the one that had the thought to sink as low as killing innocent people. And I know us Americans would never sink as low as that.
Well, Justin, we don't know yet who is responsible, although it is looking like Native American people who are from the United States were not responsible for this. I can see your point of view and appreciate the call. Thanks very much.
Diana from California, you're on. Good morning, Diana.
Hi. I just like to say, just watching all the coverage with the people in New York, I am just amazed at their courage and their strength, and all the people, no matter what race or sex, coming together. This is what our nation is truly about.
And a lot of people would say, a lot of New Yorkers would say that this is what New York is all about. I mean, this is a town that has a lot of different kinds of people from all over the world, and you are seeing people's true colors as they volunteer and do whatever they can right now.
Yeah, I'm 3,000 miles away from it, and just feeling for these people and the people that I work with, and all of us just want to do something to help and come together as a nation and show these people you're not going to stop us.
Diana, thanks very much for calling.
Thank you.
From California to Florida we go now, where Fred is on the line. And Fred, what are your thoughts on this, and do you have any thoughts about how the U.S. should respond?
Yes. I'm ex-military, and I truly believe that every time we've gone to war or acts of war, we've never finished a job.
Fred, let me interrupt you and ask you what branch of the military you served in, and for how long?
I was in the U.S. Navy, and I was in for 8 years.
From when to when?
From 80 to 88, and then I was called back to serve in the Gulf.
And did you actually go to Kuwait
Yes.
or Iraq? All right. And so if you would expand a little bit on the point you were making about how the United States, you say, never finishes the job?
Yes, it seems like every time we get to the point where we can actually do something that will prevent something like this from happening, to us as a nation, to eliminate the mad dogs that are out there that we are going to war against. It happened with my father in World War II when we were at the brink of just, if they can't run their countries correctly, we need to take them and run them correctly. And we had a mad dog loose in our backyard. And what do you do with a mad dog? You eliminate it. And this is so upsetting. My prayers are out for every single American, and especially the families of all the people that have died.
Well, the President of the United States and his Security Council they're weighing their options right now, trying to figure out what to do, how to appropriately respond. Fred, I really appreciate the call tonight, and appreciate your perspective.
Thank you. God bless America.
Thank you very much.
The attacks were here on the East Coast, but sending shockwaves all across the country, and two of the planes involved in those hijackings were bound for Los Angeles and California. And Deborah is our next caller, and she joins us from California. Good morning, Deborah.
Good morning. I'm calling. My son is 14 years old, and he was just totally devastated. And he has seen in our town that everybody has gotten their flags out and is flying them, and he wishes to issue a challenge to all Americans to please fly the colors, stand by what you believe in. Our prayers are with all of the families, the friends, the many people who are suffering now, the tragedies that are going to come out of this. We hope and pray that they can overcome it.
Yep, it's an excellent idea to take out the flags. Now is a great time to do that. I'm wondering, Deborah, how have you handled this with your son? How do you talk to a young person about all of this?
We sat down together he was getting ready for school when this was occurring, and he came in and told me to sit down and watch this with him, and I watched it with him, and he asked me a lot of questions about it, and I tried the best of my ability to explain it to him. And I come from a law enforcement background. I'm a medically retired CEO, and so I kind of took the approach of trying to explain that the only thing we can do now is to help in any way we can and to pray for the people, all of the people, because we have to pull together. We're in an hour of crisis, and we all have to pull together and help in any way we can.
How has your son's school been involved in talking to the kids?
We've talked about terrorism, and it's hard for them to understand, exactly, what type of people that, we're going to have to deal with, because, terrorism isn't really something that comes up in school. It's just, you never think it's going to happen to you. So it's not, we've never really had to explain it to them because it's never really happened to us, such as this. So they have to go back and try and explain, who could possibly be the people that are responsible for this. And, once again, we don't have all the information, so
no, we don't.
We can't put a lot of blame on, one certain type of culture, people. We just have to wait and see. And then I'm sure that the president and everybody will deal with this in a professional manner and
Deborah,
take care of what needs taken care of.
Deborah, thanks very much for the call. We appreciate it.
Bye.
All right, our final call is Chris in Utah. Chris, we've only got about 30 seconds left, but if you would, tell us, you are a world away from New York, but what do you make of what's been going on here?
Well, actually, I don't really think it's fair, mainly for, I would say, the foreign people from Iraq or Afghanistan that are here, because what they do, they just actually laugh, and I think that they're using our freedoms to go ahead and live here, and then from there, they go ahead and just laugh at us for what's happening. And with the upcoming Olympics coming to Salt Lake City, we're wondering what's going to happen here when that time comes around, too.
We've actually got a little more time, Chris. I'm curious as to what specifically you mean by that.
Well, people are just wondering, questioning security here. What about Salt Lake City?
Right.
And, well, we're just questioning what may happen here. If this can happen, in New York, and there's no big conventions or anything big happening at that time. We're wondering what would happen, possibly with the Olympics and what bomb threats have happened in the past, what may occur around this time.
Right. We saw the 1996 Summer Olympic bombing and, of course, the terror in Munich in 1972 and the Summer Olympic Games there. Unfortunately, it is these kinds of horrible things are happening. Chris in Utah, thanks very much as we continue to look at this bucket brigade going on at 3:57 a.m. in the morning. It is almost a David versus Goliath situation. These people using their hands to try to sift through the rubble.
Our coverage continues, and right now we want to pause to show you a list of the latest names of people who were known to have died in the attacks against the U.S. this week, a list that is certain to grow much longer in the next couple of days. These are just the first names that we know of who died in the attacks, and we offer our hopes and our prayers to them and to their loved ones.
everybody. It is 4 a.m. in the East Coast now, 1 a.m. in the West, as we continue our nonstop coverage of the terror attacks against the United States. Hello, everybody. I'm Lori Dew.
And I'm Rick Fulbaum. Here are the latest developments at this hour. Emergency workers in New York City continue to dig through the rubble at Ground Zero in Lower Manhattan. The death toll is expected to be huge, but right now there are only 82 fatalities that have been confirmed so far. Some newspapers coming out this morning. The Washington Post reporting that Afghanistan is bracing for an imminent U.S. attack. Meantime, the U.S. State Department is advising worldwide caution. And the Los Angeles Times with another report that a team of 50 people may be responsible for carrying out the terror strikes. Also from the L.A. Times, FBI agents have found suicide notes all over the country that were apparently written by some of the hijackers.
We will have the latest on the terrorist attacks in a moment, but first we have some other breaking news to tell you about. A twin-engine plane carrying 16 Americans and 3 Mexican crew members has crashed in Mexico's Yucatan state. All those on board were killed. The Americans were from the Seattle area. They were all returning from a visit to the Mayan ruins and planned to attend a University of Washington football game in Florida. There was no distress call from the pilot before the crash. Once again, a twin-engine plane carrying 16 Americans and 3 Mexican crew members has crashed in the Yucatan state of Mexico. All those on board were killed.
All right, back to our coverage now of the terror strikes this week, and we continue our coverage. Mayor Giuliani of New York City has confirmed that he's ordered 6,000 body bags for the victims. Eric Shawn has more on the recovery operation. He is at Ground Zero, right near where the World Trade Center towers once stood. Eric, good morning.
Good morning, Rick and Lori. We did have more hope yesterday in terms of the search and rescue. Sadly, only 5 people have been rescued from the ruins of the World Trade Center just a couple of blocks behind me. 5 people, those are the lucky ones so far, but of course the search and rescue effort continues here unabated as 2,000 police, firefighters from a part of this area and from out of state, who are bolstered by many, many volunteers, are tediously, with difficulty, step by step, removing concrete, blasted stone, rocks, steel, iron, twisted metal and debris, hand by hand, piece by piece, in their desperate effort to try and find more survivors of this dastardly and devious terrorist attack on the World Trade Center. We have talked to some of the Red Cross workers here who say that there is one particular area where a battalion chief of the New York City Fire Department and some of his men perhaps may be trapped, but we have been hearing conflicting reports, nothing specific. What does give the rescuers hope are what's called voids. Those are huge areas, 50, 60, 70 feet deep, where concrete may fall. That could give people air pockets, could give people a structure to take cover, to protect them when that building came crashing down on top of them so horrendously. But what we have heard, the latest, is that the shopping mall underneath the World Trade Center is basically being cleared of people, that most of those people who are in the bottom were able to escape before the building came crashing down. There is a danger of collapse, we're told, from 2 other buildings here in the area. The World Trade Center was more than just the 2 towers. There also is a complex of other office buildings. One is the Millennium Hotel, which is right across the street, a fairly new building that may have been structurally weakened, as well as One Liberty Plaza, which is across the street on the west side, which is near the Hudson River. Those buildings apparently have been threatened by the fires and explosions here. There was some thought that they may have to be taken down at some point. No word on that, just that there could be a danger of collapse at that time. Throughout this early morning hours, the dump trucks continue to come by us, filled with the debris that is plucked from the huge gaping hole. The debris is then put onto barges and sent to the Fresh Kills landfill in Staten Island, where FBI teams and NTSB teams are sifting through all the ruins. NTSB specifically, hopefully, trying to find if the black box can be recovered in the flight data recorder to try and get some more information from the 2 airplanes that hit here, much as they have been able to try and gather from the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. But so far here, 257 police officers and firefighters are still missing. Mayor Giuliani has ordered 6,000 body bags. So, of course, the prognosis is grim, but there is hope that there still could be people obviously trapped inside that. And I have to tell you, we've been hearing from the phone calls this morning, this is the spirit of America. Many people here are doing it voluntarily. They're working 24 hours on, 24 hours off, trying to do the best they can, from the iron workers who just rushed in from Brooklyn on their own time to start cutting through because they have the expertise with the acetylene torches and such, to other people such as volunteer firemen from upstate New York who are doing the best they can to try and speed along this process. Back to you.
Eric, I know the air there is thick with particles, debris, and dust that are flying through the air, and I know you've got a mask around your neck, and if you need to tell me to stop asking you questions, then I will, so that you can put that mask on there, buddy. But I'm just wondering what kind of shifts the rescue workers are going on right now. Do you know how long they're in there? Because obviously we can't tell when they're being switched in and out, but obviously the same group of rescue workers haven't been there the whole time.
Well, it varies. I mean, some have 24 on, 24 hours off. Others are 12 hours on, 12 hours off, or as long as they can go. But then they go home and get some rest and come back again. Some people, of course, have been here since the terrorist attack on Tuesday morning. So that varies, not in terms of just a specific organized manner of scheduling for everybody. Let me just explain for this mask. It depends upon where the wind shifts. The wind now is shifting that way, which blows a lot of the smoke, which is still smoldering from the fires behind us. But then when the wind shifts around and comes back over us, you've got this thick, acrid smoke. It burns in your eyes and burns in your throat. Of course, there's also the threat of asbestos contamination, authorities saying that some asbestos had been released. So we obviously have these masks for precautions, and also it is really an irritant. After reporting here yesterday for 12 hours, when I went home last night, lying in bed just thinking how it really gets in your throat and your eyes, and we're 3-4 blocks from ground zero. So think about the guys who are in the hole or inside the smoldering ruins, what they're going through, and they are volunteers, a lot of them, doing it on their own time to help try and save humanity.
And Eric, among the folks who are in there, it's not just fire and police folks, it's also the FBI. What can you tell us about any kind of FBI staging area, where they will go with any evidence that they may find?
Well, that's what it is, being taken to the Fresh Kills landfill in Staten Island, where then they shift through the evidence there and the ruins. Let me show you here. You've got, this is basically the scene all night and all day. More new trucks. These are huge tractor-trailer trucks, empty trucks, you know, just convoys going down, and these trucks come from various states. There are hundreds of them, and then they get filled up, and then they go back filled, and it's just a continual procession. These trucks happen to be from Connecticut, and that is how they're getting all of this material out of there. Yesterday, we were told that they had 120 truckloads. That obviously increasing now to hundreds and hundreds of trucks that are in a very coordinated effort coming down this way. They get filled up, and then they go off to the barges to be for the debris to be sent to Staten Island.
All right, such a difficult and very busy process. Eric, Sean, take care, and please put on that mask and take care of yourself. Thanks very much for the update.
Okay, you too, guys. Right.
Thanks, Eric. We want to go now to the Pentagon near Washington, where David Schuster is standing by with the latest on what's going on there. Good morning, David.
Rick, good morning. Very different scene here. The air is clear. The fires have been out for almost 12 hours now. The biggest challenge right now for some of the fire crews and some of the engineers are these sort of these beams and these structures in the Pentagon that remain apparently very unstable. Throughout the night, we've seen workers walking on the roof of the Pentagon, checking out some of the beams. We understand there are some logistical problems as far as some of the really heavy equipment that they'd like to take into some of the concentric rings towards the inner side of the Pentagon. There are sort of tunnels and paths, but they were never meant for the large trucks or the large equipment that they would like to use to be able to remove some of this debris. So a lot of logistical challenges here at the Pentagon. Late on Wednesday, some firefighters who were on the roof unfurled a giant flag off of the Pentagon. This was something that the governor of Virginia, James Gilmore, had suggested that people in the area, to show their support, their solidarity with the rescue workers at the Pentagon, might fly the flag, and so you had the firefighters flying one. A number of radio stations have picked up the rallying cry, and across the Washington metropolitan area you can see a lot of homes now that are also sporting American flags that they are flying. The flag here at the Pentagon came out just a few minutes before President Bush came to pay his respects to those who died here at the Pentagon, but also to thank all of the rescue workers, all the firefighters. The president, one by one, expressing his support, saying that the entire nation stands with all of those who are trying to dig through some of the rubble here at the Pentagon. By all accounts, it has been fairly rough going. A number of firefighters have said that the damage here, the structural damage at the point of impact at the Pentagon was worse than what some of these very same firefighters say that they saw in Oklahoma City with the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. And the death toll here at the Pentagon is expected to be higher. 168 died in Oklahoma City. Here at the Pentagon, 80 bodies have been retrieved, but they are expecting that number to go up, perhaps more than 200. At one point yesterday, some media accounts referring to Arlington County fire officials said that perhaps the death toll could be as high as 800, because that's the number of office workers the Pentagon estimated were in this area where the jetliner slammed into the building. But since yesterday, a number of defense officials, including the Secretary of Defense, have tried to downplay that figure. The Secretary of Defense spoke at a news conference last night. Here's part of what he had to say.
We currently believe and are certainly hopeful that the number of casualties being reported in the press is high. As you know from your own observation out there, the work is still going forward, and we won't know for some time precise numbers, but from everything that we currently know, the estimate that's been widely reported is considerably high.
Now, just to put it all in some perspective, though, they are still expecting at least 200 dead here at the Pentagon. There were 64 on the jetliner and approximately 150 military and civilian workers inside the Pentagon who have yet to be accounted for. Rick and Lori?
David, very quickly, I want to ask you about concerns that folks may have there about the stability of the building where the plane actually came in and crashed into the Pentagon.
Right, part of the concern is that there are still pieces. There are essentially 5 floors to the Pentagon. There's a hole about 200 feet. We've all seen the pictures. Next to that, they're apparently inside on some of the concentric rings. There are still 4 and 5 floors that, according to some fire crews, are essentially hanging by a thread. So part of the effort, before they can even go in to try to find more of the bodies in some of the places that might not be as obvious, part of the effort, according to the rescue crews, is simply build up some structure work to essentially give more support to some of these precarious pieces of beam, these precarious beams and metal structures. And they say a lot of that work has to be completed before some of the fire crews will feel that it is safe for them to go farther in. One of the things that we have seen them doing is they will actually take a crane and drop a basket down into the crevice to try to see where there might be some supports needed, where might the fire crews be able to go. That's also, we understand, how they dropped in some of the listening devices. They were hoping that they might see some signs of life, but unfortunately they have heard over the last 24 hours absolutely nothing.
Another difference between the scene here in New York and the scene there is that in New York City, people are still walking around in shock and disbelief at what happened, whereas, as we spoke about earlier, David, you say that people at the Pentagon, not surprisingly, since it's the military headquarters, are a little more battle-hardened.
Rick, that's absolutely right. I mean, there's sort of every expectation that a number of the people at the Pentagon here have served at various military installations around the world. Unfortunately, this has been something that the military has faced before. I think one other difference, Rick, is simply the proximity. In Manhattan, of course, as you know, very tightly crowded there together, so many people affected. Here, we're about as close as just about anybody in the area, and we're about 500 yards away from the Pentagon, and the Pentagon is really sort of separated from the rest of the city. The highways around the area have been closed, and it's really difficult for people in the Washington area to get a sense as to what's really happened here at the Pentagon. Unlike where in New York, you just look up and you see that the World Trade Center towers are not there. Here at the Pentagon, that's not that same sort of visual impact on residents across the city.
David Schuster at the Pentagon. David, thank you very much.
Attorney General John Ashcroft is calling this the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America. Of course, the investigation going on both in Washington, D.C. and in New York. And some reports are now saying that as many as 50 people might have been involved in these terrorist attacks. Todd Connor has been following this for us all night and into the morning and has the very latest on the search for suspects. Hi, Todd.
Hi, Lori. Hi, Rick. Well, the L.A. Times reporting that 40 of those 50 are accounted for, with 10 of those still on the loose. And law enforcement sources now telling our Rita Cosby that searches for these killers have spread over 6 states and 20 locations in those 6 states. Most of those are on the East Coast, but later today the FBI is expected to search some homes and businesses on the West Coast. Now, the L.A. Times gives us our first look at a possible hijacker. If we can take a look at the L.A. Times website. This man that you're going to see here is A.M.E.T.A.M.E.T. He is believed to have been enrolled in a Florida flight training school at one time, and according to a detective in the Venice, Florida Police Department, FBI agents identified him as one of the men who flew the hijacked jets. Very important report in the LA Times today. Also today, from Florida to Boston, FBI agents armed with guns and search warrants. They looked for leads into who is behind these attacks. At the Westin Hotel, for example, 3 people were taken into custody. However, we should note that those 3 people were later released. And down in South Florida, FBI agents searched at least 3 homes there. One of the homes was rented to a couple and their 4 children until this past weekend, when we are told they abruptly moved. Investigators taking away bags of evidence, and at 2 other homes lived pilots. One was taken into custody. At this time, as far as we know, he has not been arrested. The other one was just gone from that location. Also, as we take you back to live pictures of the rescue and recovery, law enforcement sources are telling Fox News that at least one of the hijackers had a ramp pass, which means he would have had the ability to get weapons on board and anything else he wanted. And Fox News has learned a few months ago an American Airlines crew in Rome, Italy had their hotel rooms broken into, and stolen were pilots' uniforms and IDs. Now, 2 weeks ago, American even issued a memo to employees to be on the lookout for imposter pilots. Officials telling us, though, at this time, they're not sure if this had anything to do with the attacks. And one last thing, if I may, that's very disconcerting, at least to me. The New York Times reporting today that officials told them a group of 5 men suspected of assisting the hijackers had set up their cameras along the Hudson River, which is just across from Manhattan. They had trained those cameras on the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers. Now, officials telling the New York Times they photographed those attacks and were said to have congratulated each other after the attacks on the World Trade Center. Lori, Rick, back to you.
Jeez.
All right, it's unbelievable. Todd Connor, thanks very much, Todd. You know, it goes without saying that airport security in this country has suffered a catastrophic failure, and to some airline passengers, all of this might come as a shock, but there are a lot of people who follow the airline industry very closely. They know what goes on at the airports, and they say they're not surprised at all. William Lajeunesse has more.
Airport security, our systems say experts, is full of holes from baggage check-in to the cockpit door.
There's a small latch, but as we've seen before, that latch can be broken very easily to somebody who's serious about getting in the cockpit. It can be done with a heavy object, a blunt object. It could be done with a rope. It could be done with a small knife. So it doesn't have to carry a gun through security.
That poses a tough challenge for those who screen carry-on luggage. According to reports, our weakest link. After the crash of TWA Flight 800, a dozen government audits revealed gaping holes in passenger screening, calling airport staff underpaid, inexperienced, and poorly trained. Baggage screeners earning $6 an hour with no fringe benefits. At some airports, turnover exceeded 400%, compared to 50% in Europe, where airlines typically hire ex-police.
That's the key point right there, is the people who are checking the x-ray machines. Are they qualified? Do they know how to do the job? Are they strong enough to question people as they come through?
Sorry. Another problem? Hoping to save money, some airports have outdated technology. Some airlines refuse to use bomb detection equipment because of flight delays. And while experts admit it's impossible to stop everyone and every threat, they can learn from every incident. One airport audit showed undercover agents using phony IDs and uniforms penetrating security 70% of the time. Others in plain clothes illegally boarded airplanes well before check-in. It got so bad that 2 years ago the FAA threatened to put armed agents on every plane, but backed down after the airlines complained. And next week the agency was scheduled to release mandatory tough new rules on baggage screening. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
Well, we here at Fox pride ourselves in taking your phone calls every day, and this day is no different. We want to hear what you have to say about what has been going on in the last close to 48 hours now, as we look at a picture of the hand-by-hand process of sifting through the rubble down in Lower Manhattan, where just 48 hours ago, the two World Trade Center towers stood proudly. Our first call is Satara in Illinois, and good morning to you, Satara.
Good morning.
What is on your mind this morning?
Well, I just wanted to let people know that I'm an Arab American, and I was born in New York, and watching this over the past few days has really just made me sick. I mean, just physically sick. I wanted to let people know that no one calling themselves a Muslim would murder people like this. It's just very emotional.
I'm sure it
for me. I'm sorry. I just want everybody to send out their prayers and their love to these people.
Well, Satara, you're right about that. Everybody needs our prayers right now in New York, Washington, really all around the country. Let me ask you a personal question.
Mm-hmm.
Have people been looking at you a little differently the last couple of days? Are people staring at you because you're Arab American? Are they?
No, I mean, I'm not sure that they would know. I don't cover my head. I mean, I'm Muslim, but I don't cover my head.
Okay.
And I have a lot of friends who know me and know about my culture and know about my religion and know that this is not something that we condone, that it's wrong. It's suicide and it's murder, two things in Islam that are wrong. So.
And yet there are some people who are willing to lose their lives over this. We don't know exactly who is responsible, although all leads are pointing to Osama bin Laden and some of his followers.
Unfortunately, like in every religion, there are very misguided people who take the scriptures and corrupt them.
Right. Satara, thank you very much for the call
Thank
tonight.
you.
We appreciate it.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Let's go to Texas now. And Kyle, you're on the phone. Good morning, Kyle.
Good morning. I live in New Jersey. I'm one of the people who's kind of trapped in Texas.
What do you mean by that?
I had a flight that was supposed to go back into New Jersey on Tuesday, and because of this...
Because of all the planes being grounded, you haven't been able to get home.
Exactly. And, I mean, I would love to be there helping out because I'm CPR and first aid certified as well as a certified welder. But unfortunately, I can't be. But what I have noticed is that everyone is so focused on the New York side getting into the wreckage and trying to get people out. I'm wondering, has anyone focused on the New Jersey side going into the sub-basement?
The New Jersey side down near the World Trade Center, are you talking about that, near the PATH trains?
Yes.
Well, you know what? I don't know the answer to that question, but we do know that rescue workers have been underground. And they have found pockets underneath. You know, there's that whole mall area underneath the World Trade Center Plaza. And that is an area where rescue efforts are going on right now. As far, I'm curious, and do you have any information, have you been able to get any information from your airline in terms of when you might be able to get home? Because we heard today from the Transportation Secretary on Wednesday, actually, that people whose flights were diverted and only those people who were ticketed to fly would soon be able to get home. Do you know about that?
Well, I'm actually at my destination. I mean, my flight wasn't diverted. I came into Dallas on Thursday of last week. I was supposed to fly back out to New Jersey on Tuesday, but all of my flights were canceled. But what I was saying was, as far as the sub-basement, if they go through the PATH system, especially at the Exchange Place station, the next stop after Exchange Place is the World Trade Center.
Right.
The sub-basement, which is below the mall area, I know this because I use the path system a lot.
Okay, I understand what you're saying now, and I understand now, I'm told that the debris, a lot of the debris when the buildings collapsed, fell north onto that area that you're talking about. Well, we'll stay tuned to Fox News, Kyle, and we'll continue to check and get some information for you on that.
All right, let's go clear out to Hawaii now, where Norma joins us. And Norma, good evening to you. What do you make of what you have seen so many thousands of miles away from where you are?
God, I can only tell you, it's so frustrating to be so far away and not be able to do anything. The mood here, I live on the Marine Corps base, and my first thought, I'm ashamed to admit, yesterday morning when I woke up and my mother-in-law called me from California to let me know what was going on, and I thought, dear God, don't let them find out, because I don't want my husband going to war. He is an excellent Marine, though, and he helped me understand. We have a 10-month-old son, so I thought, I don't want my husband going to war and my son growing up without a father. And my husband helped me to understand that, I married him when he was already in the Marine Corps, and I knew, on some level, I knew that one day he might have to go to war, but I just never expected anything like this to happen. And the mood here is, everyone is so frustrated, and now little by little we're beginning to understand, that I got together with a few of the other wives this morning, and we were in class and we just started discussing the whole issue, and we've all just made up our minds that, we have to support our husbands, and we're the backbone, we have to support them and not make them feel guilty when they have to leave, and just get everything ready. We're running around like, chickens with our heads cut off, trying to get powers of attorney done.
Well, Norma, indeed, we may see a lot of activity in the coming months, and we wish you and your family the best of luck. And of course, all of our military forces will be needing all of our good thoughts and prayers. Norma in Hawaii, thanks for the call, and thanks to all of you for calling in this morning. Well, now we want to go to our senior financial correspondent, Brenda Butner, who has a look at how the foreign markets are reacting to what happened almost 48 hours ago. And Brenda, I know that you have some news about the Nikkei and possibly some other markets.
Yes, some minus signs in Paris, London, and Germany, but not significant drops. And as in Asia, we don't expect to see much definitive action one way or the other out of the overseas markets overnight. That's because the last time we heard the closing bell ring out trading on Wall Street was Monday afternoon, the day before. And tomorrow it will once again be silent. No equities trading in the U.S. for the third day in a row. Not since the Great Depression have we seen such a long, unscheduled stop to the markets. But not for much longer, say NYSE and NASDAQ officials. Wall Street wants to get to business as usual as early as Friday and no later than Monday. They intend the opening bell to be heard far beyond the canyons of Wall Street, a signal that though terrorists could fell buildings, they cannot bring down the free markets. Now, the challenge is to effectively communicate transactions in an area that is essentially a war zone, so you should expect some glitches at first. Wall Street has never been through such a disaster, but the intent is to start sooner rather than later, and the overseas markets offer some clues into what may happen when we do once get business underway. Remarkable resilience overseas. Also, some of the more defensive plays, such as gold, which had spiked initially after the attack, lost some of their Tuesday gains. We can also learn from history. It shows that U.S. stocks have been strong in the face of terrorism and war, whether the Gulf War or the bombing of the Trade Center or even the assassination of a president. So the numbers may indeed take quite a tumble once we hear that bell, either Friday or Monday, but don't assume that will set the tone for the longer term. Back over to you, Lori and Rick.
Senior business correspondent Brenda Butner. Brenda, thank you very much. It is just about the bottom of the hour now, and we want to get you caught up on all the latest news that we have for you this morning, because things have been developing overnight.
That's right. We're getting information literally literally every few minutes. We want to bring you up to date on the very latest developments. Emergency workers are continuing to dig hand by hand through the rubble at Ground Zero, which of course is where the World Trade Center towers once stood. The death toll is expected to be enormous, into the thousands. 82 deaths have been confirmed so far at that location. There are reports that Afghanistan is bracing for an imminent U.S. attack. Meantime, the U.S. State Department is advising worldwide caution. And the Los Angeles Times is reporting that a team of 50 people may be responsible for carrying out these strikes. Also from the Los Angeles Times, FBI agents have found suicide notes in New York that were written by some of the hijackers. As we look at video there of the very first plane coming into the first World Trade Center tower Tuesday morning.
You know, so many people, especially people here in the New York City area, waiting on word or the possible fate of their loved ones who have been missing since Tuesday's terror attacks. And we in the media are doing what we can to help to get word out about those who are still unaccounted for. Penny Crone is among our reporters who's trying to help.
This terror has broken so many hearts. So many people are so frightened and so desperate to find their loved ones. We have hundreds of these pieces of pictures of an identification that people here have been handing to us and asking us, can you help us? Can you help us find them? Right now at Bellevue, it is closed. Before, earlier, people were able to go in and check the names. And we have this young lady with us. You said you're pregnant.
Yeah.
And tell me, your daddy was in World Trade Center?
Yeah, he was in Tower 2 in the 96th floor. And it's been desperate since yesterday. This is tragic. This is not fair.
We are, you know, that the media, the police department, the firemen are all working. You have to take care of yourself and keep hoping. You know that.
Yes. And please, if you find him, his name is Archangel Vasquez. He's 6 foot tall, bald. I look just like him, so...
You don't have a picture?
No, I don't.
You must take care of yourself and your new baby to come.
Thank you.
He would want that.
Yes, he would.
And then, hopefully, you'll find him.
Thank you.
Penny Crone reporting. Well, no doctors can help one of the victims in the worst terrorist attack in America's history, the World Trade Center itself. But before those twin towers, those 110-floor towers were lost forever, the buildings managed to survive an impact that would have instantly destroyed most skyscrapers and buy enough time to save countless lives. Claudia Cowan reports.
Once the jewels of New York's skyline, the World Trade Center towers stood up against terrorism long enough to save countless lives.
The plane came through, it took out a few of the exterior columns of the building and then set off this massive fire with the jet fuel. And fortunately, because of the perimeter tube system of the building, it was able to withstand the initial impact and allow a lot of people to get out.
Other buildings would have toppled immediately, but the towers remained upright for nearly an hour, supported on the outside by closely spaced steel columns and struts, and on the inside by a second set of columns designed to bear the load of gravity. A double support system that withstood the crash, but not the raging jet fuel fire.
The girders or the joists that hold up the floors collapsed, and as those fell to the floor below, they overwhelmed the capacity of that floor, and we had what we call a progressive collapse, which then continued on through the base of the building until it was a complete and total failure.
Most experts say tall buildings will continue to be made out of steel. What may change, they say, is the design of signature skyscrapers, the tallest and most exposed buildings. They may never be built in quite the same way.
It's not like we could ever design every building for this scenario, or should we? But after every major earthquake, for example, we change our building codes to improve our practice in the future, and I would expect a similar thing will happen here.
One possibility, designs that include more escape routes around the perimeter of the building as well as in the center. But experts say no building can withstand an attack by a pilot willing to die for a cause. The challenge ahead, simply finding ways to reduce the loss of life. In San Francisco, Claudia Cowan, Fox News.
You know, as investigators search through the rubble here in New York City, in Washington, D.C., at the Pentagon, and also in Pennsylvania, one of their goals is to try to find that cockpit voice and data recorder at each one of those sites, the so-called black boxes that may hold the key to a lot of our unanswered questions. So what exactly are they, and why are they so valuable? Fox News correspondent David Schuster explains.
The so-called black boxes are actually fluorescent orange, and by airline regulations, nothing else can be this color on any commercial aircraft. There are usually 2 boxes on each flight. Investigators consider both to be essential because one records cockpit conversations and sounds, the other records technical data.
The flight recorder is very good at telling us what's wrong with the airplane, things that are actually, the engine quit, landing gear didn't come down, something like that. Something that actually has to do with the airplane. That's the flight recorder's strong point. The voice recorder is very good at this operational, the man-machine interface, the crew and how they interact with the airplane and decisions that they make.
The recorders are usually located in the back of a jet. That's because the most predictable point of impact in a crash is towards the front. Still, the boxes are made to withstand forces 10 times greater than a crash and temperatures higher than those caused by burning fuel.
Most of the cockpit voice recorders and flight recorders that we get look just like this. They look probably as good as the day they were made, maybe a few scratches and a few dents. Every once in a while we will get a recorder that has been smashed.
If it has been smashed in water, that is usually not a problem. Recorders retrieved from the ocean are kept in ocean water until investigators examine them.
It's the air that hurts the tape once it's been wet. It actually will start to rust. So we have them shipped here in water, and then as soon as we're ready to play them, we take them out of the water, dry them off, and then get a good copy of it before anything starts to deteriorate. We have had recorders underwater for upwards of 6 and 7 years, and they're just fine.
The flight data recorder, which tracks the technical and mechanical information, comes in 2 different formats. The first is a tape-based recorder, which gathers data on a 30-minute loop. The second format records data on computer chips and can compile more than 25 hours worth of flight information. It all comes out as numbers, calculations, or technical words and bits.
It's actually a waveform that is then, it's zeros and ones that our software decodes into numbers, and then we can bring it up on the screen and see altitude and airspeed and different flight control positions and pitch and roll and what the aircraft is actually doing. So it looks like a strip chart with the lines moving across the screen.
At this station, flight data recorder specialist Cassandra Johnson examines a tape-based recorder. She has downloaded the data, and her computer software has made the conversions.
We're reading it out, we're getting good data, we have a graph of the incident or accident, and we will pass it along to the investigator so that they can see what the recorder is telling them about the aircraft. And the most important part is for them to focus on a certain systems.
What the recorder is telling them is not always easy to picture, so the safety board sometimes generates a data-based animation to help explain what happened. This one is from a 1999 American Airlines crash. An MD-82 was coming into land at the airport in Little Rock, Arkansas.
It was almost midnight, as you can see by the time up here. There were storms in the area, and the aircraft landed on the runway, proceeded to skid around on the runway, and then went off the end of the runway down an embankment, impacted a steel structure, and 11 people, including the pilot, were killed.
In that particular crash, investigators were also helped by the cockpit voice recorder. It revealed the pilots knew about the storms, but thought they had a clear path down the runway.
And approach American 4220, I know you're doing your best, but we're getting pretty close to the storm. We'll keep it tight if we have to.
Cockpit voice recorders give investigators a good idea of what the crew was doing when the incident happened. It can also paint a personal picture of despair and confusion.
Sometimes the crew doesn't have any idea what's going wrong. They don't have any more idea than we do what's going wrong with the airplane. They may say things that are just completely not right because from the information that they have, that's their analysis of that information, and it's very difficult sometimes to do that on the fly when things are really going badly.
Vern Ellingstad is director of the Office of Research and Engineering at the NTSB. He says the safety board learned something new from every incident or crash.
Aviation accidents are a very rare event. It's a very safe form of transportation, and the predictability of what might go wrong in each of these kind of rare circumstances is very difficult. So we do recover a huge amount of important information.
Some safety experts believe it is not enough, and already the NTSB is considering whether recorders should have their own power supplies. In the crash of a Swiss Air jet, the last 6 minutes were not on the data recorder because of an electrical problem in the plane. The safety board is also thinking about placing video cameras in the cockpit. Still, investigators believe that nothing provides as much information as the so-called black boxes. They are the key, say the experts, to piecing together what happened. In Washington, David Schuster, Fox News.
All right, let's turn our attention now from the black boxes to this surreal scene in Lower Manhattan. At 4:40 a.m. in the morning, hundreds of firefighters, rescue crews, police officers, FBI, sifting through the rubble, continuing to dig through hand by hand at ground zero from Tuesday morning's attack. What's been called a bucket brigade, and if you look closely, you can literally see these workers handing buckets to each other. They are having to do this very piecemeal, hand by hand, David versus Goliath kind of process. The progress is maddeningly slow for these folks, and now we look at a picture from the Pentagon, where the plane slammed into it just moments after the plane slammed into the two World Trade Centers. The damage not as bad there, but still, it's going to be a long time before the Pentagon is the same. A lot of structural damage there, about 5 stories there. A big gaping hole in the Pentagon and just rubble in New York City.
You know, it's amazing. Just as we look at that picture of the Pentagon and we see what's left of the World Trade Center bombing, I was thinking about the images of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City that, you know, is now just a part of our collective consciousness. We all know what that building looked like, of course, before it came down. These images are still fresh, but we will all know them. They're all becoming all too familiar to us.
Those open floors, just rows and rows of floors, and not so many with the Pentagon, but yes, it's frighteningly familiar. All right. Well, moving on to something else that's very frightening. Some of the passengers on United Flight 93 appear to have taken on their hijackers before crashing eventually in Pennsylvania. One of the victims called his wife on a cell phone and told her they were being hijacked.
She told him what happened at the World Trade Center towers, so he knew about that. And he called back later to say that he and some other passengers were planning to act, and they may have acted against the hijackers. We may never know exactly what they did for sure. He wasn't the only passenger who made a last-minute call.
As terrorists took over 4 flights Tuesday, passengers and crew members used cell phones to reach out with urgent cries for help, with information for authorities, or with last-second words of love for family members. Mark Bingham was aboard United Flight 93, which had left Newark for San Francisco. He reached family members at home.
He just said, I want to let you all know that I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
An unidentified man hiding in a bathroom aboard Flight 93 dialed 911 on his cell phone to reach a dispatcher outside Pittsburgh. We are being hijacked. We are being hijacked. This is not a joke, he said, before his phone went dead. Aboard the same flight, Lauren Grancolis, on her way home to San Francisco from her grandmother's funeral in New Jersey, was able to reach her husband, Jack. We have been hijacked, she told him. They are being kind. I love you. Flight attendant C.C. Ross of Fort Myers, Florida, put through a panicked call to her husband, Lauren Lyles, who had just gotten their 2 sons off to school. He heard screams in the background as she told him, we've been hijacked. I love you. I love the children. Still on Flight 93, Thomas Burnett called his wife Dina and told her of a final act of resistance to terror. I know we're all going to die. There's 3 of us who are going to do something about it, he said. Flight 93 was the only plane that didn't reach its target, crashing into an empty field in southern Pennsylvania. Peter Hansen of Groton, Massachusetts, was aboard United Flight 175 with his wife and their 3-year-old daughter as it left Boston for Los Angeles. He reached his father in Connecticut. Hansen told his parents he knew they were all going to die, but he tried to reassure them. Don't worry about us. It's going to be quick, Hansen told his father. United Flight 175 was the second plane to crash into the World Trade Center. Fox News commentator Barbara Olson was aboard American Airlines Flight 77 as it left Washington for Los Angeles. She was able to place 2 calls to her husband, Theodore Olson, the U.S. Solicitor General. Our plane is being hijacked. She then asked, "What should I tell the pilot?" The call was cut off, but she immediately called back to ask again, "What should I tell the pilot?" Those were her final words, as minutes later, American Flight 77 became a massive missile and crashed into the Pentagon. Steve Brown, Fox News.
The search for whom might have been involved in to coordinate and carrying out these attacks continues, and it's not just going on in this country, it's going on overseas as well. Todd Connor joins us now from Fox Central with some late-breaking developments. Todd?
That's right, Rick and Lori. A little nugget of information coming to us from Hamburg, Germany. Investigators over in Germany right now working under very tight security as they go through an apartment where 2 men believed to be linked to these terrorist attacks in the United States once lived. We'll take a look at the video now from the LA Times website earlier today. You're looking at one of those suspects, Mohammed Atta. Rita Cosby also brought you his name and his picture earlier last night. He and another man, Marwan al-Shehi, were once students at a Florida flight school and had arrived from Germany to Florida in July of 2000. So this apartment that they're searching today in Germany, these suspects hadn't lived in for really more than a year, but still investigators hope to gain some sort of information, gain some kind of clue from this apartment where apparently 2 suspects in the terrorist attacks once lived. Again, these 2 men came from Germany in July of 2000. They lived in Florida at least until January, where they were students at Huffman Aviation Flying School down in Florida. So that's the latest from here. Back to you two.
All right, Todd, thanks very much.
All right, well, we've been taking your phone calls throughout the evening and now into the early morning, and we always love to hear from everyone. In times like this, sometimes it's helpful to say what's on your mind, and we appreciate everyone who has called in.
And the first person we're going to talk to right now is from California. Cal, you're on the line. Good morning, Cal.
Good morning. How are you?
We're doing okay. How are you doing?
Well, it's been a terror day.
Yep.
Terror second day.
Yep. It's going to be terror weeks and months, Cal.
It will be. First, I would like to send condolences to everybody's families and friends of all the people that have lost their lives. And from being from a Middle Eastern descent, being here a long time, I would like to let everybody know that anybody who would commit an act like this is truly a terrorist. But I also would like to everybody to be able to distinguish between terrorists and Muslims. There's always been a thing about Muslim terrorists, and really good Muslims believe in the book, just like Christians and all the other religions. And I would like to let everybody know that we condemn killing even one person, let alone quantities. The book tells us we have to live in peace. God is one and only, and we all believe in living in a peaceful world. And I would like to let everybody know that Muslims, real Muslims, don't do these kind of acts. Terrorists do. And we're against anybody and everybody who takes one single life.
Cal, has anybody taken out their anger or frustrations against you or anyone in your family?
Personally not, but however, the mosques in California, and especially the in Santa Clara, which is a very active mosque, has received many terror telephone calls, threatening telephone calls. Personally, I have not had any problems. My neighbors and everybody around are very good American citizens who believe in peace like I do. And we all share the same mentality, which is we believe that peace is really what should be and not these kind of acts. And being a true Muslim, I would let everybody know in the United States and would love to have the media try to be able to distinguish between a terrorist and a Muslim, because a true Muslim will never do such an act.
Well, by calling in tonight, I think that
and do me a favor, please. Let our educators, because here in California, educators are again associating Muslims with terrorists. One of my friend's kids are going to school and hearing these remarks, Muslim terrorists, this and that. And it would be nice to have our educators educate people that there is a difference.
Well, I think there will be time for the media to talk about that very subject, and we appreciate you calling and giving us some education on it. Thanks very much, Cal.
All right, let's go all the way out to Hawaii now, where Nathaniel is on the line. And Nathaniel, this is many thousands of miles away from you, but what do you make of what you have seen in the last 48 hours?
Well, of course, it's just absolutely terrible, and my condolences go out to all those who've been affected by this tragedy. I'm really calling, though, because I'm starting to see a theme on a lot of the news programs where people are saying that the intelligence community must have failed at some point in time. And I myself work in the intelligence community, and I'd like to let people know that, you know, we work very hard with what we have, but even some of the news organizations saying as many as 50 people being involved, you have to take that into consideration. That's 50 people out of the billions of people in this world. And we're not infallible. Nobody is. And for years, we've been asking for more money, especially for the human intelligence side of the business, and it hasn't come around. And maybe it takes something like this for people to realize that we have to fund these type of things if we really want to stop this from happening.
You know, Nathaniel, you've touched on something. People always say, oh, I wish I had only thought about this before. And sometimes it takes a tragedy in order to get, in this case, more money and more attention focused on terrorism. Nathaniel, I realize you can't tell me exactly what you do, but can you give me a little bit more information about sort of what you do in the intelligence community?
I work with imagery intelligence, and that's really about as far as I can go with it.
Okay. And what has been the reaction of other folks who work in your same intelligence community? What are people saying about this? Do they think that perhaps media reports or some members of Congress have been too quick to criticize our intelligence operation?
I don't think anybody really holds anyone to blame. Right now, the entire country, and in fact probably the entire world, is grasping for someone to blame.
Yeah.
And it's not unexpected that some of that blame would probably come in our direction.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly we wish there's not a single person in the intelligence business that doesn't wish we would have had some clue about this and been able to stop it.
Nathaniel, Nathaniel, I thank you for the call. I'm sorry to cut you off, but we've got a lot more calls to take care of. Thanks very much.
Scott from Georgia, you're up next. Good morning, Scott.
Hey, good morning.
What's on your mind?
Well, I'll tell you, Nathaniel makes some great points. There's reams of information at the National Security Agency as well as several agencies around the world. And you'll find out more as this unfolds. This particular bin Laden theme and several other terrorist organizations will be involved in this. I, too, worked in this intelligence community. I left because it is a poorly run operation, mostly because of financial issues, and as well as, there's a lot of people in the government that really aren't as capable of doing what they're supposed to be able to do. You'll see a lot of things come out in the future as what's going to unfold here.
Scott, you work for the government?
I did. I left because it wasn't financially, rewarding, as well as it wasn't very personally rewarding.
What do you think is going to happen, though, based on your experience in the government with the intelligence community? Is this going to be the wake-up call that America needs, that Congress needs, to start funneling more money into the human side of intelligence?
Well, I certainly hope so. My prayers go out to all the people that have suffered here, and this is something that we could certainly stop with the kind of activities that our government is capable of doing. But unfortunately, I think that a lot of emotions will drive the decisions that people will make, and we probably won't make the best decisions. We haven't made the best decisions in the past, and I can only expect the same.
Well, we'll see what happens, Scott. Thanks very much for the call, sir.
All right, let's go to Marcia in Washington State. Hi, Marcia. What are you thinking about tonight?
Hi. Instead of going to war with some other country and causing more innocent lives like the Bush and the Congress is talking about, what we ought to do is get a building that's going to be destroyed anyway, drop half the people that they find out were involved in this, drop half of them into there, take the other half, put them into an old plane that's controlled by remote control, slam the plane into the building and show them the terror that they caused thousands of other people instead of killing more innocent people. You know, normally I'm not for the death penalty, but in this case, the death penalty is too good for them. We need to send a strong message that the U.S. isn't going to tolerate. Yeah.
Marcia, if you could just turn down your TV set, we're getting some feedback there. You know,
Okay.
I think a lot of people are probably echoing, or at least just so upset about what happened. They don't know exactly what should be done, but feeling very emotional about it. And anyway, we appreciate your call, Marcia in Washington State. Thank you.
Let's go to Illinois now. And Hunt, you're on the phone. Good morning, Hunt.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to...
Let me just tell you to please turn down the volume on your TV set before you say anything else, and then go ahead.
All right, is that better?
Yep.
First of all, I would like to say that my heart, along with the hearts of my fellow students at Southern Illinois University, were deeply saddened as a result of the events which transpired on Tuesday, and that my prayers and the prayers of my family are with the victims and their families. Also, I believe that the media is not doing a responsible job of covering the situation, and I think that the focus should be on reparations to our country. You know, what is happening here right now, you know, possibly tens of thousands of lives lost, and not retaliations. I think that literally and metaphorically, we need to sort through the rubble in New York and find only the facts. We don't need anger. The media is not making the situation any better. I mean, Arab Americans are being attacked in our own country. These are Americans that feel unsafe in their own country.
Can you understand the anger of a lot of people, though?
Oh, certainly I can, and I think that...
And you think the media is pushing that along?
I believe, to a certain degree, yes, the media is pushing that along with images of Palestinians celebrating this and various politicians.
Well, Hunt, I got to stop you there. I mean, we appreciate the call, but I mean, as far as the Palestinians, I mean, if they're going to do whatever they do in the streets, and we have cameras there, that's something that we're going to put on television.
Certainly, and I respect that.
Okay, well, we respect your opinion, Hunt, and I appreciate you giving us a call this morning.
Thank you.
All right, our nonstop coverage will continue right here on Fox News Channel. In a moment, we're going to turn it over to Steve Ducey and Edie Donahue and Brian Kilmeade, who will update you on all the very latest information.
But first, we want to pause to show you a list of the latest names of people who are known to have died in the attacks against the U.S., a list that is most certainly to grow much longer in the next few days. These are just a few of the first names of folks we know who died in this attack. We offer our hopes and prayers to their loved ones.
and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war.
It's 5 o'clock in the east. It's 2 o'clock on the west coast, and you're watching special coverage, continuing coverage of the catastrophe in South Manhattan and Washington, D.C. You are looking at live pictures as the rescue efforts continue.
Here straight up at 5 o'clock in the east, the human chain of debris being passed from person to person. It's been going on all night. I'm sure you've seen just about all of this because once you start watching, you just can't turn away. These workers have to be, guys, totally exhausted. The other definition of it, I'm sure reinforcements coming in and out, trying to crawl through the rubble, and the encouraging sign is, just when you think all hope is lost, they seem to find another person alive.
At the Pentagon, they've given up all hope that they'd be able to find anybody alive inside the Pentagon. But you know what? There are still rescue efforts going on, as you can see, at the World Trade Center. Where, Brian, you're right. They have pulled 5 people out so far. And you know what? Underneath that, what had stood 110 floors above Manhattan, there are all sorts of tunnels, and there are spaces or voids, they refer to them as, places where people could be alive.
They could be. But at some point, we've got to start facing the fact that we have thousands of people still missing. We can talk all we want about the incredible, and they are, incredible rescue efforts at hand.
Right.
But there are mothers and fathers and babies and children and grandparents out there this morning having absolutely no idea if their loved one is dead or alive, and the suspense, the agony is absolutely killing them.
But there's nothing anyone can do. They feel as though anyone.
There is something we can do.
They feel as though the mall has been. They've really tackled the mall. Anyone in there that could possibly be alive or retrieved has been, but and that's what's happening at this level, and they can only dig through.
Well, here is the latest. 82 people are dead in the World Trade Center attack, and that is just the list so far. That is not including those who were on the planes. New York's Mayor Rudy Giuliani has now requested 6,000 body bags. Among those still missing, 202 firefighters and 57 police officers. Over at the Pentagon, the military says about 150 people are still unaccounted for. They doubt that any of those people are alive. And the federal government has identified more than a dozen hijackers. They say in all, more than 50 people here in the U.S. could have been involved, be associates, be involved in being on the plane. And they have plenty of evidence already linking many of them to Osama bin Laden. The Justice Department says at least one hijacker on each of the 4 planes involved was trained at an American flight school right here on our ground, folks. And the feds say that altogether 50 people could have been involved helping out in this incredible plot.
Yes.
Law enforcement sources tell Fox News that investigators have so far searched for evidence at more than 20 locations in 6 states. They had armed officers storming into hotels in Massachusetts yesterday, picking up suspects, stopping trains, taking off suspects, handcuffing them, taking them away. They are doing what they can, but 83% of America says we've got to take action. You know what? We know Osama bin Laden has been anti-American, that he has encouraged attacks of any kind. Killing an American, in his mind, is the greatest duty you can perform with your life.
And he said that from day one. But some more news has come across. Just as Clinton was about to leave office in late December, word was that they knew approximately where this guy was. And Bill Clinton himself, while president, debated on the merits of taking a risk with American military men and trying to take this guy out.
Yeah, well, they're sitting there debating on this, knowing that this guy has been directly linked to the attack on the coal, the attack on the embassies, knowing that. And you sit there and continue to debate? No, you go in there and you get this guy. And you know what? If you miss him at one of his dens, you're getting people that are directly related to him. So you go to his next den and his next den. And at some point, Afghanistan's got to wake up and see that their country's going to be toast if they don't turn this guy over.
They've dispersed their cabinet all across the country. They're preparing for attack.
They're hiding.
Guys, while we were on the air, the UN has taken out all their people because they know that they're going to be in the eye of the storm, but it's not going to end there. Here's what's happening, and this the papers come across now out the printing press. I think it's important America gets a chance to see how we're covering it.
All right, Brian, on the cover of the New York Times this morning, not surprising, just as we're showing you live pictures of the rescue effort, they feature a huge picture, color photo of guys working through the debris. It says, stunned rescuers comb attack sites, but thousands are presumed dead. FBI tracking hijackers' movement. Meanwhile, the New York Daily News, much the same. 10,000 feared dead. On the New York Post, Brian's got it right over there, and
gripping shot as usual, but this is what you're seeing more and more is, I'll put this up, make it a little bit easier. You're seeing people not only doing their best to get people out, find out what's going on, but also to show a look of patriotism, raising the flag. You see it across the country. You see it at the Pentagon as they try to put out the fire, and they finally have, thank goodness, but they put a flag across the Pentagon. Here, firefighters, obviously up 48, 72 hours in some cases, putting up the flag.
And meanwhile, as you take a look at that picture there, as rescue efforts continue, on the back page of the New York Post, that is the man they do believe was at the controls of the airplane that crashed into the World Trade Center. His name is A.M.E.T. 33 years of age, a militant with links to Osama bin Laden. He had been taking flight lessons at a place in Vero Beach, Florida, called the Huffman Flight School.
Now, they've detained 10 people from that school, including the director. I'm not saying they're under arrest. They've been detained. They've been heavily questioned.
They want to talk to him.
A couple of these guys lived with one of the bookkeepers there. You know what? And while they've got all the bravado in the world to come in here, come in our country, on our turf, and use planes and innocent people to attack American targets, but what happens when they fear attack? According to the Pakistani intelligence sources, the Taliban militia is now running for cover. They're hiding their people. No,
they do their best work in covert situations.
They
don't want to be seen.
That is the classic bully situation.
No,
they have no guts. They're not men.
Bullies stand up and are challenged. These are cowards.
They make me sick.
Eric Shawn showing a lot of courage again for the third straight day in the eye of the storm, up again. Eric, let's go out live to you at the World Trade Center as close as you possibly can with the mask on, asbestos everywhere. What's the latest on the rescue operation?
Well, first, I hope you can understand me through this mask. You've been told to keep it on. Good, thank you. The smoke just has gotten really acrid, much heavier. It just depends upon the way the wind blows. We were kind of fortunate yesterday. The wind was going south, blowing a lot of this acrid, thick smoke and the ash south of us. But now the wind has been turning around, so it's been enveloping us here all the way up. I can't even see up beyond a couple of blocks up that way, and it really smells. It gets in your throat. And just think, we are a few blocks from the ground zero, the epicenter, and think what those guys, those heroic, those heroes, those men and women who are risking their own lives to try to find others, people buried in that debris. Think of what they're going through and what they are doing now, as many of them volunteers, off-duty firefighters, off-duty police officers, and others, along with New York's finest and New York's bravest, the FBI and others who are sifting through that rubble piece by piece, hand by hand, concrete, steel, glass, anything, papers, plastic. We're moving it in a bucket brigade into dump trucks to try and find any more survivors. So far, the number sadly stands at only 5. 3 firefighters, 2 police officers. That revised downward from what we were reporting yesterday. But there is hope that someplace in the labyrinth of the World Trade Center, underneath in the subterranean areas, that there could be these voids, the pockets of areas where people could still be living and survived, although there is not really a lot of hope. Mayor Giuliani requesting from the federal government 6,000 body bags. There also is a concern that 2 more buildings could be in danger of collapse from structural weakness. They are the Millennium Hotel, which is across the street from the World Trade Center, and One Liberty Plaza, which is across the west side, West Street, on the Hudson River side, which is a office building that has a headquarters of has the headquarters of American Express, the Wall Street Journal, and some many other financial companies. What's been going on all tonight is that, if you can come back live for me for a second, I want to show you this. More dump trucks. dump truck after dump truck after dump truck going in to get the debris. They are loaded with the debris. More dump trucks come out, and the debris is then put on barges and sent to the Fresh Kills landfill, which is in Staten Island, where the FBI and the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, sift through every single piece to try and find a clue. And of course, they're trying to find the cockpit voice recorder and the black boxes to get some more clues to what happened to these planes. Much as that, they've been able to get information from the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. With me now is one of the heroes. I hope I don't embarrass you by calling you that, Hector.
Not a hero. Not at all.
Retired New York City police officer. You're not on the job anymore, and you're down here.
That's right.
How come you don't think you're a hero, risking your life, coming in here, taking piece by piece out of this place?
Well, I wasn't actually taking piece by piece out. I came down yesterday. I came down and I was helping wash out the smoke and grit out of the eyes of the firefighters and other personnel that were at ground zero. And today I'm picking up garbage. So it's nothing heroic about it. Just doing what you can. Sometimes taking your own initiative. If there's no one around to give you direction, as long as you don't get in people's way and try to do something constructive, that's the best that can be asked of you.
What's it like in there when you've seen that hole, the rubble, 5 stories full of rubble that the guys are standing on, digging down? It's covered, fire trucks and police cars.
Well, I used to work in this area as a civilian and also as a police officer. It's unimaginable. It's unthinkable. It's unbelievable. Words. It's indescribable. Indescribable. What was it? About 102 stories, down to I guess a mass of about down to about a mass of maybe 50 feet high. Unimaginable.
Well, when you're in there, what's the mood like among the guys and the men and women who are working?
A lot of spirit. They're working very, very hard. Everybody is, I guess you could say, gung-ho, animated. Everybody's doing as much as they can, as best as they can. Great group of people. A lot of heroes from fire department, police department, EMS, all the volunteer that came around from upstate and from Long Island. These are the people that are doing the hard work, and those are the heroes. Those are the heroes.
Hector, thank you very much. I beg to differ with you. Just the fact that you're out here, I think America thanks you, and we do too. 259 cops, New York City cops and firefighters are missing. New York's finest and bravest. Some high officials of the department, some deputy chiefs, some gentlemen that we have known here in the news media, covering them for many, many years. They lost their lives when they rushed to this building when the 2 planes crashed into it and the buildings pancaked on top of them. So as Hector says, he doesn't consider himself a hero, but there are men like him, men and women, and many others in there now working 12-hour shifts and 24-hour shifts. The fire department is 24 on, 24 off, hoping that they will finally be able to find some more people, just more than just the only 5 who have been pulled to safety from this incredible catastrophe. We're live down in Lower Manhattan. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Eric, Sean, thank you very much. Meanwhile, about 285 miles south of where Eric is the Pentagon, and David Schuster is there live this morning. Good morning, David. David, have they given up all hope of finding anybody alive at the Pentagon?
Well, Steve, there's certainly not much optimism, in part because they've been dropping listening devices from a crane actually into the crevice. And to give you a sense as to where they're doing this, I want to go to our other camera to give you a closer picture of this. And you'll notice one of the reasons why they have to drop essentially a basket into the crevice there is because of the 45-degree angle of the structure. They simply can't go into the debris. So as a result, they have dropped these listening devices, and because unfortunately they've heard absolutely nothing on these listening devices, they are not very optimistic at all that they're going to find anybody. And in fact, they believe the death toll here at the Pentagon will probably reach above 200. They've retrieved 80 bodies so far, bodies that apparently were in obvious places that didn't require much risk for some of the recovery crews. But there were 64 passengers on the jetliner, and when you add that to the 150 military and civilian employees at the Pentagon who are unaccounted for, that's why there is anticipation that when all is is said and done, the death toll will be above 100. It does appear that the Army was hit the hardest. There was an office on the second floor, the second deck as they call it, an Army office that apparently was completely obliterated, and that apparently is where many of the casualties have occurred. For much of the night, we have seen workers on the roof looking at the structure of the Pentagon. There are great fears about another piece of the Pentagon collapsing. Workers have been using welding tools to try to essentially build up the structure, put in some more supports. Some of the beams are being described as pixie sticks. You remove one and the theory is that all of them may fall, so great concern still about the stability of the Pentagon. But again, the crews are hoping that when daylight comes today, that some of the rescue crews will be able to get into some of that crevice area and actually be able to start going through some of the debris, trying to retrieve some more of the bodies without putting some of the rescue crews in much danger. Steve, Edie, and Brian?
All right, thanks very much. Hey, David, what was the reaction to the president's visit when he showed up at the Pentagon yesterday?
Well, as near as we can tell, people were, obviously very pleased to have the commander-in-chief here. It's been a pretty tough haul for a lot of the rescue crews here, simply because of the structure of the Pentagon. It's been very tough work, and when some people have suggested, when you put this in perspective, they are anticipating more fatalities here than in the Oklahoma City bombing, and a lot of people who were killed, obviously, very well known throughout the building. Secretary Rumsfeld knew a lot of people, so a lot of people appreciated the president's solemn approach, the president shaking hands one by one yesterday with some of the rescue crews. There are literally hundreds of people that are here around the clock. They've set up triage areas just in case they find anybody alive. But it's, I think, a great deal of appreciation, and I think one of the ways they showed that appreciation, and I know we've showed the tape over and over throughout the night, is they unfurled that giant flag that is now on the south side of the Pentagon. They did that right before the president came here to the Pentagon as a sort of tribute both to all Americans, but specifically to the Americans who died here at the Pentagon.
Hey, David, we know that there have been reports that officials are concerned that there may be more attacks on our country. There have been, especially here in New York, a lot of armed guards, machine gun toting guards seen in the streets. What kind of precautions are they taking at the Pentagon?
Well, Edie, they've blocked a number of the highways, 110, some of the exit ramps off of 395. I suppose the advantage they have here is because the Pentagon is such a large space, it's a little easier to sort of block off the area and essentially remove it. Most Washingtonians can't even get close enough to take a look at the damage, and so maybe perhaps it's one reason why life, at least in Washington, seems to be going on as normal. But a lot of precautions. I have to tell you, last night in Georgetown, we saw military police, a military jeep in the heart of Georgetown, which is something that we've never seen before. So certainly it's a very different city than it was just a couple of days ago.
David Schuster, thank you very much. 17 minutes after the hour, time to go to the nation's capital, where yesterday Congress has released $20 billion in emergency money for this. There could be more coming down. Colin Spencer is there live. Collins, what's the latest?
Good morning to everybody. I'm going to talk about the investigation here. Law enforcement sources tell Fox News that searches have taken place at more than 20 locations in 6 states. The states are Maine, Massachusetts, Florida, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Virginia. Other states are expected to have homes and businesses searched today. Now, law enforcement sources say that at least one of the men taken from a Boston hotel and put into custody has been released. They say authorities have the names of at least 50 people believed to be connected to the hijackings, and about half of them have some pilot training experience from U.S. schools. They confirm at least one person left behind a note to family members, but aren't clear if this was from an actual hijacker or someone who assisted them. This person can't be accounted for. Now, sources are also saying there's evidence someone had been coordinating the attack, most likely from the U.S., for more than a year. There are indications that at least one of the hijackers may have had a ramp pass, which would allow him or her to get access onto the ramp area prior to the takeoff, enabling them also to get access to the plane, the catering service, or other things, which would provide opportunities to smuggle items onto onto the plane. Sources say some of the hijackers' passenger tickets were purchased with cash, but others were paid for by credit cards. And in one case, one credit card number was used to purchase tickets for 7 hijackers. Now, known terrorist Osama bin Laden is quickly becoming the focus of the investigation. This is typical for his operations, where one layer of operatives don't know about the other. Investigators say it's possible that those who purchased tickets didn't know the people personally who they bought them for, but were just told to do so. Authorities are still trying to verify and authenticate some of the names of the hijackers, since it's common these types of individuals will use fake credentials for some time before an attack. Now, some internet companies like AOL have handed over their email records believed to be used by suspects in this case. Attorney General John Ashcroft and FBI Director Robert Mueller are expected to hold a briefing at 12:30 Eastern Time this afternoon. So a lot to tell about the investigation going into these attacks. Back to you in New York.
All right, thanks a lot, Collins. You know, this whole thing with bin Laden, his brother, this big Boston connection is really coming to light. His brother gave money to Harvard, donated money to Harvard. He was in the United States. Friends of his, the guy that's been thrown out of Jordan, arrested in Jordan for plotting an American attack, allowed to drive a cab over in Boston, and this is outrageous.
Yeah, they were working over at Boston Cab Company for a while, and they're talking to the folks there.
One of the outrageous things is the fact that one of the hijackers was on a watch list. The reason the government has these watch lists is to keep the bad guys out of the country. There was his name on the list, passed through, got into an airport in Maine, and then it was able to fly on to Boston and, of course, eventually crash into the World Trade Center.
Well, we want to talk about it. Terrorism hits America. We want you to speak out. Call us at 1-888-TEL-FOX, and we're going to talk to you in just a few minutes. You know, I feel like I'm extremely emotional about this because we go home, we live here in the tri-state area, and we go home to our kids asking questions. My 5-year-old wanted to know if bad guys can kill God. That's what you walk home to here. They've got friends whose parents aren't home. They don't know where they are.
Well, I think also we're dealing with the fact that a lot of our friends and friends of our family are missing.
That's right.
And I'm going to be showing you pictures in a little while. One of the main reasons I stayed home last night, I was about to head back in, even though Penn Station was under watch. And all of a sudden, would you do me a favor, Brian? Hang out, because my wife's cousin's missing. He was the 105th floor. Can we drop off pictures? So I waited. You have the same deal. Steve, you have the same deal. We'll talk about that in a little while.
Right.
But when you talk about the missing, you know, out to St. Vincent's Hospital we go. Catherine Herridge is there. And a lot of parents, a lot of family members are wondering what's happening at St. Vincent's, when they can get a list of names and who's there and who's not.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. At this hospital, they've taken 426 people. And as you just said, what we've seen in the last 24 hours has really been a grim pilgrimage for so many families. They've traveled from hospital to hospital, hoping that they're going to find their loved one on a list of the injured, or hoping just to get any information. I just want to take a little bit of a walk over here. You can see one of the news vans, one of the dozens of news vans that's now down in the area around the hospital. You can see just taped onto the windshield all sorts of flyers with pictures. Now, initially, a lot of family members were coming just with photographs and showing them to people to try and give them an indication of who they were looking for, hoping that someone may have seen them or have information. But because they wanted to get out as much information as possible, many have started to put up flyers. So you can see it taped to the van. I have a couple right here you might want to look at, which are quite typical, I'm sad to say. In this case, missing Garth Feeney, asking people if they have information to call his wife with a phone number or his parents. He was working in the North Tower and had called his wife at 9 a.m. just after the first plane crash. It will give a birth date. This is very typical. Height, in this case, around 6 foot. Weight, hair color, any distinguishing characteristics. In this case, some scars. You can see one very fine long scar behind running under his right eye. I'm just going to go to a second one right here. It's one of the firefighters, as Eric reported earlier, about 260 firefighters and police officers are missing. In this case, Timothy Haskell from Squad 18. You also see here, also missing his brother, Captain Tommy Haskell. So a lot of pain, a lot of searching for the Haskell family right now. Another thing that we've seen is people in the city really just wanting to have a sense of community. They want to have a place to really grieve, and we had a candlelight vigil at around 7 Eastern last night. People coming together, lighting a candle, just trying to show some solidarity. Many people in the city saying that they just don't want to go back to their apartment. They just don't want to be alone. Some of them coming to this hospital site just to share their feelings with others. We've had a number of very high-profile visitors to this area. We've had the mayor, New York's Governor Pataki, and also New York Senator Chuck Schumer, who condemned the attack and the devastation that it's brought to this city.
Tonight, there are lots of empty places at dinner tables in New York. It can make you feel nothing but total admiration for the people doing the work, but it also makes you feel some determination. Determination that New York will come back bigger and better and stronger, and that we will bring to justice those who did this despicable act.
Now, they do have mental health professionals and grief counselors on hand here, and yesterday they were telling us, particularly if you have children, you've really got to listen to your kids right now. If you notice any behavior that seems at all unusual, if they seem restless, if they're having trouble sleeping at night, you've really got to talk to your kids. You've got to find out what's on their mind, and you have to do whatever you can to reassure them that they are safe and secure. I'm reporting live from St. Vincent's Hospital. I'm sending it back to you.
I wanted to find out, Catherine, if there are any people at St. Vincent's or the other hospitals that you're aware of that are alive but unable to tell hospital officials their name, so that there could be people who are alive that have been brought in, but their identity is unknown.
That could very well be one of the things we heard from hospital workers yesterday, is that so many people who had come in were just shocked and dazed. Many of them had no idea what had happened. They had no idea how they had even ended up at the hospital. So I think your point is very well taken. There could be people in the hospitals who they haven't been able to identify yet, and therefore don't have any information, sadly, for their families.
All right, thank you very much. Catherine Herridge live at St. Vincent's Hospital in Manhattan.
You're looking live at the rescue effort at the World Trade Center. Someone who's very familiar with that, the Salvation Army. It's just one of the organizations helping the rescue efforts and search for terror attack victims. Joining us now, Major Steve Banfield, the spokesman for the Salvation Army. Steve, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
You've seen a lot of bad stuff in your career. Where do you rate what you're experiencing now?
Nothing can rate with this. To go there, it's almost surreal. To be there, you think you're going to wake up and this is going to go away. But it's not. There's destruction, the dust, the incredible amount of dust. To know that that rubble was once, these buildings and, individuals were in that building. It's incomprehensible right now.
We have reports that some people trapped in there have been able to use cell phones to call loved ones to try to say, I'm alive, here's where I was when. Can you hear anyone yelling for help when you get down there? Do we believe there are more people alive?
Well, not where we are at that particular time. I understand they're using sensing devices which are being confused by the generators and the compressors that are being used. So
and they shut down the electricity so that they wouldn't hit any electrical wires.
That's true. So it's a difficult, and I take my hat off to the firefighters and all the construction workers and the police, and they are doing a tremendous job.
Now, Steve, as we look at the professionals clearing the rubble so they can go down many, many floors to look for, we hope, live people, or at least recover the bodies, we just see a TV picture there. But when you're there and somebody comes up to you, like Catherine Herridge was showing those pictures of loved ones whose family members dropped them off and said, if anybody sees this person, please let me know. It's so emotional, not just on the streets of New York City, but in particular right there.
Yes. Well, what you see on faces is desperation and disbelief. You see shock. Firemen coming, for the cup of coffee and the donut. There's just that shock. There's not that interaction and that, any sort of humor that we normally would have to break tension. It's just this silence almost even.
Why? Is it because of the vastness of the death and destruction, or because essentially we're facing evil? That we're looking smack dab in the face of pure evil that did this.
Right. Normally in disasters, we're talking about an accident which occurs or an act of nature. But this is an act of terror and terrorism, and it is, for us, we have to adjust to it. We're not used to it.
And Steve, you're working through it, and a lot of people want to give help, and those people are going to need a break soon. I'm very curious to see when civilians can get in there and start to be trained to help out. But in terms of monetary donations, here's the phone number you're giving us. Confirm it, 1-888-234, and then 4-8s. 1-888-234, and then 4-8. Just you donate money, and that'll go to what?
Right, to purchasing the supplies. Now, we do appreciate
like water, bandages, things like that?
Food,
okay.
The meals. We've served over 100,000 meals in this short time, and we have 13 canteens, mobile feeding kitchens around the area. But water and Gatorade in particular
Get the electrolytes going.
Yes.
And you can also log on www.salvationarmyusa.org. I'm sure you have more information there.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Steve Banfield, Salvation Army. And I guess you have a lot of work ahead of you. Let's get going.
Get some rest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we've been looking live at these pictures, guys.
You know what? It's 5:30 here in the East, and you got to remember these people have been going nonstop for 45 hours doing their best. I mean, in the beginning, the fire was so hot they couldn't get very close, but now they're clearing the rubble. And you know what? It's not just a job where they're moving steel and glass and cement, but they're on a race against the clock, because while a lot of people may not be holding out hope, you gotta hope there are live people under that.
Well, by the way, Douglas Montero is a columnist with the New York Post, and if you want the best on the investigation, I think the New York Times, the LA Times, the Boston Herald is leading there. But if you want the inside story of New Yorkers and what these survivors and people are struggling through, you go to the Post, you go to the Daily News, and Douglas Montero says that these firefighters won't leave. And they've come over. He talks about it 0900 hours. A chief said, guys, go home. This is it for your shift. Shock firefighters stood up as soon as the guy left, as soon as their supervisor left, they went back to work. Some have been in there since 9 a.m. They say, where do you want us to go? Our brothers, our friends, our relatives are buried in there. We're not going anywhere.
Well, I don't want, we at this point, we look at this and we think of this more as a recovery and a rescue, and it is. But the fact is, there is still a very serious, credible threat against the United States.
Well, were you watching last night? I was sitting at home at 10 o'clock, and all of a sudden, Shepard Smith and Linda Vester say, everyone hold on. They're evacuating the Empire State Building. All the lights go out in the Empire State Building. They say, don't go to the east side, go to the west side, where I might have had that reversed. And Penn Station has been evacuated, and they had bomb-sniffing dogs that evidently found something.
This city
we got
is
the feeling that it was happening again.
It's on pins and needles. Last night I was here in Manhattan, and I don't know, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, another one of those F-18s flew over. I mean, you got to understand.
I love that sound. Personally, I want to hear that.
It wakes my children up, and it scares the living daylights out of them. Just to know, right now in the United States, the military, believe it or not, is patrolling the skies over 41 American cities. It's not just New York. It's not just Washington. Over 41 American cities.
It's the Space Needle in Seattle. It's, places in Los Angeles. It's the Sears building in Chicago, or the Merchandise Mart. It's, hotels in Boston. It can be anyone, anywhere, anytime.
Well, many feel this is the way it has to be for a long time for Americans to truly be safe. Forget about the feeling of security, but to be safe.
In addition to the firefighters, the police officers, and the official military personnel. I remember during the debates when President Bush's training in the Texas National Guard was sort of poo-pooed as not real. Let me tell you, folks, there are thousands of National Guard troops out there right now, and you better say a thanks to them.
Absolutely.
Because they're making it possible by taking on other duties to let these folks go in here and handle the specialized situations. And those are volunteers who take their weekends and go out there and get this special training. They disrupt their lives to help us.
Well,
They don't do it for the money.
The live,
They don't get any money.
The live
or
picture,
very little.
The live pictures you're looking at there, you know what? Obviously, it's dark, and so they're a little grainy, but it's also hazy. Part of that haze is the fact that there's dirt and there's dust, and also there's asbestos in the air. Eric Shawn is standing by live, and Eric, that mask you're wearing, one of the reasons for it is there are toxins out there. You guys are breathing a lot of bad stuff.
Well, maybe. I hope not. That's why I'm keeping this on. You have to excuse this mask, and if you can hear me through it, that is one of the issues. I mean, the first issue here, it really is an acrid, bitter smell. I've covered a lot of fires in my time as a reporter here in New York for 20 years, and usually you have this smell at a fire scene for a couple of hours, but this does just not go away. You go home, you have it in your clothes, you take a shower, it stays with you, but it really is pretty sharp right now, which is why I'm keeping this mask on. We were told, Mayor Giuliani had a news conference saying that obviously there very well could be asbestos particles in the air. You don't want to be exposed to that. We're taking those type of precautions. But really, personally for me now and others here, it's because of the smell. Let me show you about the Salvation Army, though. I don't think I'm ever going to go buy the Salvation Army bucket without dropping a few bucks into it. There they are. There is the canteen. There are the guys who are being fed, being fueled. They are able to support their work in the whole by just handing out donuts and coffee. Something as simple as that. That's the canteen right now. As you can see, some of the rescue workers in their jumpsuits and contamination suits and hard hats are milling around, taking a break, and boy, do they need a break.
Eric, I just was wondering, did someone specifically say that the mask that you're wearing, that I've seen a lot of people out there wearing, are suitable for stopping asbestos particles from being inhaled?
No.
Okay.
This mask, we just got these masks at the drugstore.
Okay, well, you know what?
You got to get yourself a better
You've got to
mask.
get something, because we're getting plenty of emails in here, and they say that those masks don't do anything. The asbestos particles are too small, and you need to call OSHA or get a NIOSH rated mask with a proper filter for asbestos, and we know that's a very real problem. We're concerned about your safety, so...
Well, that's a message to the news
I appreciate
desk.
that.
Get your mask, Eric. We'll bring it down. You can get right to traffic pretty quickly.
This is one of the issues that we talked about earlier today among us here at the crew. You've got various masks. I'm trying to see if some other news media have that type of mask that have filters on either side.
Right, that's what you need.
This basically is the mask. I don't see anybody right here who has that, but this basically is the type of mask that they were giving out to all the rescue workers who are busily at work.
Well, that's a concern as well.
It is just haphazard, and it just, this just is going as it goes. These are the masks that are available. They're the ones that are given out. That's why we have them. That's why a lot of the guys who are at work have them. I appreciate the concern, and we'll keep going at it. Let me, though, talk about the rescue effort now, if I can. Sadly, only 5 people have been rescued over the last 24 hours or so. The numbers revised downward from the 9 that we had been reporting yesterday. 3 firefighters, 2 police officers, and you see that incredible human chain, like a bucket brigade, hand by hand, piece by piece, concrete, steel, glass, everything that's in that 5-story tall mound of rubble that was once the glorious and gleaming 110-story tall World Trade Center. They are taking apart piece by piece. You've got dump trucks that have been moving down this street, empty. They leave full. The debris is being put on barges, sent to the Great Kills dump, which is in Staten Island, where then it is sifted through by the FBI and also by the National Transportation Safety Board, specifically trying to find parts from that airplane, including the black boxes and this sort of thing, to try to get any clues they possibly can. Sadly, 259 New York City police officers and firefighters still missing, New York's bravest and finest. The death toll, we were told, sources say, perhaps as high as 20,000. Certainly thousands of people still inside the World Trade Centers when they came crashing, imploding on top of each other as they went down. Hope that in those voids where in the subterranean sections that there still could be people alive. Some hope, although I have to say, just after 45 hours or so into this, Perhaps not as much hope as there was yesterday, but they are not giving up. They're continuing, and as you folks reported just a little while ago, you can't get some of these guys out of here. You have off-duty firefighters, off-duty cops, volunteers, people who are here doing their best, working. They're exhausted. I just saw a guy with his hard hat sleeping on the steps, taking a break over there, and will take a break and then go right back at it, trying to do whatever they can to find whoever may still be alive. Back to you.
All right, thanks very much. And you know what? The reason I mentioned the asbestos is because there is asbestos at the very core of the World Trade Center building. And Mayor Giuliani has said several times that it's completely safe. But you know what? You just never know.
Well, you go down there, you know it's not. Now, some disturbing news from the New York Times brought in. The New York Times reporting today that Union City, New Jersey,
which is just across the river from it. You know, you see those the end of Manhattan views. It's right across the river, the Hudson River, from where the World Trade Center was.
5 suspects they're being investigated right now. Evidently, at the time of the explosion, they had set up cameras and videotape and were cheering as this happened.
Right. They've taken these 5 men into custody to find out whether or not they were part of the Osama bin Laden cell. The officials think 50 people were connected to the hijacking. Half of them had pilot training. And apparently they'd been working on planning this attack for more than a year. About 40 of the 50 have been accounted for, including those killed in the suicide attacks. But here's the scary part. 10 remain at large. Maybe 5 of those people in Union City are part of it, but nonetheless, they do believe 10 remain at large.
We have this just in. The chief of state police in Germany, in the northern part of Germany, say they have arrested a suspect in Hamburg. They say that he has been arrested. He is being questioned regarding the attacks here in America. And as Steve pointed out, plenty of people still out there that they know of that got pilot licenses here in the United States unaccounted for, and that in part is why the airports are still shut down.
All right, David Schuster has more from the Pentagon. The good news there, the fire is out. No word yet on the casualties, but the hopes of survivors, well, it's grim. David, what's the latest?
Well, Brian, just to follow up on what Ed was saying about the arrest in Germany, people at the Pentagon have said for the last day and a half they've been very pleased with the aggressive efforts by Interpol, the European police forces. There have been a lot of communications, and the efforts there in Europe are being described as very, very aggressive. As far as the fires, you are right. Good news here. The fires have been completely out now for about 16 hours. The pungent smell that we had yesterday is completely gone. The effort at the moment has been to try to shore up a building that they still say on the south side is incredibly unstable, so unstable that a lot of rescue crews have been very reluctant to go very deep into the crevice that was created by that American Airlines jetliner that smashed into the side. So far, the rescue crews have recovered approximately 80 bodies, and here you're looking at some video of the evacuation a couple days ago, but they've recovered 80 bodies from the Pentagon. Yesterday at this time, Arlington County Fire Chief was describing a potential of 800 bodies that might be found in the Pentagon, but since then, military officials, the Secretary of Defense, have gone to great lengths to distance themselves from that number, to downplay it. The Secretary of Defense spoke last night during a news conference. Here's part of what he had to say.
We currently believe and are certainly hopeful that the number of casualties being reported in the press is high. As you know from your own observation out there, the work is still going forward, and we won't know for some time precise numbers, but from everything that we currently know, the estimate that's been widely reported is considerably high.
The number that officials are talking about is around 200. There were 64 on the jetliner and approximately 150 military and civilian employees inside the Pentagon who are still unaccounted for. There's a great deal of frustration and anger inside that building. Last night, the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, sent a videotaped message to all Defense Department employees around the world, Texts of this message were also emailed to all employees. He talked about the heroes that are on the walls of the Pentagon, the pictures of all those Medal of Honor winners. He talked about possible operations in the future and said, "We face powerful and terrible enemies we intend to vanquish." He says, "Stay the course in the challenges ahead." He went on to tell the military to place your trust in the American people, for you will have their full support. Steve, Edie, and Brian, back to you.
All right, David. Hey, David, a quick question for you. When you talk to the officials there, they talk about how, they're going to go find these guys. But when you talk to just the average Joe there at the Pentagon, are they really passionate about tracking these guys down?
Yes, and they simply cannot wait for the orders to come down. Part of what's going on is they note they've got all the forces in the Atlantic, they've got the bases in Turkey, they've got the military hardware over there to take action as soon as it is ordered. They are ready, the Pentagon is ready, they are eager to take up the fight, as some of them have described it. They are eager to respond. What they're waiting for, of course, is for the intelligence community to pin down exactly who was responsible, where they came from, what countries did they get assistance from, where are some of the potential bases, and then the Pentagon is absolutely ready to go.
Dave, we'll be back to you in a little while. Just on that very same note, we'll check in with you again. You're seeing live shots now at the World Trade Center. There's a patriotic swell, I understand, at all military locations. People are enlisting in mass numbers, wanting to get involved in this. And yesterday, Donald Rumsfeld released a videotape to every single military personnel telling them it's your chance to be a hero. It's coming. And in Afghanistan, and you're seeing the crawl, in Afghanistan, all these military officials are starting to retreat and hide. I think they have the feeling, like many Americans do, they're about to be hit.
All right, let's go out to the phones right now. In Oklahoma, we have Josh on the line. Josh, as we look at the recovery and rescue efforts, your feelings?
I think my feelings are, of course, we go back here in Oklahoma to 1995 when the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building was bombed. First off, as an Oklahoman, as an American, my heart goes out to the families and especially to the rescue workers there, that their efforts are not overlooked at all. We know that those people give more than they are ever called for in an incident like this. Here in the heartland, we feel these feelings all over again. I know the feeling of terror in your community. I walked past the Murrah building as it was in shambles to graduate high school in downtown Oklahoma City. I think that Americans are going to demand retribution, a timely retribution and a violent retribution. The court systems and the arrests and the investigations that followed the Murrah bombing, I think that left a lot of us feeling that justice was not done timely and not fairly.
You know, Josh, it's interesting. According to Time magazine, time.com, they're reporting that the administration is actually looking into the amount of jet fuel that was on that airplane when it crashed into the Twin Towers and the Pentagon, because they're trying to say it wasn't just because of all the gas. It wasn't just an airplane, but it was a weapon of mass destruction, in which case they could really go to the max.
Which is bad news. Thank you very much for the call. Bad news for people who want the black boxes. It is not a good chance that those black boxes are still intact. Well, they say the best chance is Pittsburgh, but here the heat's so great they're probably disintegrated if they can find it.
Let's go out to Chuck in Illinois. Chuck, weigh in on your thoughts this morning.
Hi, how you doing? I'm from Kankakee. What aggravates me the most is this isn't an act of terrorism. The minute that plane hit there, that was war. And I don't think we need to go around to NATO or Russia or Japan and get their okay. You know, when they bombed us, their civilians knew. We've got 50 of their terrorists, so that means at least a couple thousand of their people in secretly waiting circles help protect these people in the United States and all around. So I don't think we should have any mercy.
I think you bring up a good point, but let's think about this for a second. If you're going to have some action, and I don't think you have to convince our allies from China to Russia to France to England, they're ready for action. But put it this way, we don't need their okay, but what kind of effort would it be if everyone was on the same page? Because the threat that
question.
we're experiencing, they're going to be experiencing.
Let me ask you one question. We're going to spend all of this money to investigate them afterwards and put these other ones in prison. How do you think us Americans are going to feel that we're spending our hard-earned dollars to prosecute people that killed us? No, I think we should be just like it says, yea, though we walk through the shadow of the valley of death, we fear no evil. Go in there, wipe it out, be done with it. We're America. We help every one of these countries, money-wise, any way they want, and then they're going to stab the back that feeds them. No, we're Americans. You see it right there. Last 3 days, all you media people, everybody, anybody that knows anybody, we need to stand our ground.
And I understand your passion.
You go back to the Old Testament and you get an eye for an eye. Okay, Wisconsin, Cheryl, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to say I've been watching this since the day it happened at work, at home, and I can't help but just cry every time I see those planes go into those towers. And my hats go off to the firefighters, to the policemen that lost their lives trying to help others and save others. And I hope and I pray that New York can bounce back from this and find some more survivors. And God bless all the workers, the firemen, the policemen, the people itself. And I hope that we can pick out some more survivors and some more heroes out from the ground.
Yeah. Thank you very much. John McCain on the attackers, quote, "We are coming after you. God may have mercy on you, but we won't."
Well, let's do it.
Out in California at this hour, Chris joins us. Chris, what do you think?
Hi, you guys. I'd just like to say that my heart and my prayers go out to all of the families out there. And I am strongly behind President Bush and his decision. I'm very proud of him for the decision he made to investigate this thoroughly so that we can find who did this and bring them to justice. There's a lot of angry people out there, but I think that we need to understand that, we can only deal with this with, the information that we have, and it's just safer to find who did it and then go after them, bring them to justice. Instead of going around and pointing the fingers at,
right, get a plan is what you're saying. Don't just get a plan.
And, well, this is America, and we're professional people. I mean,
all right.
Yeah, we're professional people, but at the same time, the rest of the world isn't operating on our schedule. War has just changed. It's a completely different beast, and we don't seem to respond to it that way.
Edie, to indicate how we are operating in New York City, it is almost impossible still to get into the average skyscraper. You've got to show ID, and then they're not even going to show you, let you in. That, by the way, is the perspective from Union City, New Jersey. That's approximately where the 5 suspects set up the camera and photographed the planes plowing in to the World Trade Center and then congratulated each other. And those 5 guys from Union City are being investigated by the cops. Also, yesterday about 11:30, they opened the George Washington Bridge, where you could actually cross the bridge, which is it's an arterial route between New York and New Jersey. Hundreds of thousands of vehicles that way. And just within the last 10 minutes, the Lincoln Tunnel has opened. So some life is returning to normal.
They had a police checkpoint up at the bridge over the Hudson and the Henry Hudson. You had to stop at the police, tell them where you're going, what you're doing, and there's good reason.
That's fine with me.
That's right, but there's good reason. There's a reason why Mayor Giuliani is being very cagey about where he is, that the president, that the Pentagon, that everyone is still taking precautions, and that is because there are plenty more people they have identified linked to bin Laden, linked to these cells that are right here in our country. In fact, 2 weeks ago, American Airlines sent a memo to employees to be on the alert for imposter pilots. Now, why? Because apparently somebody broke into some pilots' rooms and only stole their uniforms and their ID badges, meaning they could more easily gain access. Also reports that one of the terrorists had a ramp pass. That means you can stick up all the security precautions. You can make it impossible for carry-on luggage. You can't check baggage, whatever. But if these people, you can do all that. The law-abiding citizens are going to, abide by that. But if these people want to get there, they can. You got a ramp pass, you get to the plane.
Not only that, Edie, there were 6 of these terrorists on each flight. I mean, and we don't know how many pilots there were among them, but they infiltrated, and 7 of them bought their plane tickets on the same credit card.
Yeah, but the thing that really gets me is that while one of them had a ramp pass, you know what? They wound up taking these box cutters and other stuff on board legally. You could take a knife on board an airplane as long as it's of a certain length. And those box cutters, just an inch long, but as we know, caused a lot of damage.
Lauren Green has the latest with some of the reaction from around the country with this tragedy. Lauren?
Hey, good morning, guys, and thank you very much. Well, you know, buildings can be built again. They can easily rise, but it's the human toll that has and will continue to cause untold devastation. 2,500 family members have gathered at a grief center set up here in New York. Some don't know for sure if their loved ones are alive or dead.
She said, take care of her kids, and the building was collapsing. She screamed, and then the phone went dead.
And her name is Carol?
Carol.
And you still have hope?
Yes.
Meantime, at the Pentagon,
the last time I spoke to her, she told me the plane had gone into the building and she was gonna leave. Then she spoke to my cousin 10 minutes later and she was still in the building, but I know she made it out because she's on the safe list that they have. That was yesterday. We still haven't heard from her. We don't know if she's in a hospital. We just want to know what's going on. I can't talk.
Meantime, at the Pentagon, the chance of finding survivors is described as not good. The military says 150 people are unaccounted for, mostly Army soldiers. Crews are chipping away at the rubble and hope to get inside by this morning. Around the country, in churches and elsewhere, people are holding candlelight vigils for the victims and survivors of the attacks. In Oklahoma City, volunteers are collecting teddy bears to send to children affected by the attacks. The Oklahoma City National Memorial will send the bears to elementary schools in Washington and New York. Meanwhile, a tide of patriotism is flowing across the nation. American flags are selling out all over the country, with people rallying to show their support. One store owner says he sold more flags in 2 days than he usually does in 2 weeks. Also, there is anti-Muslim anger coming out of these attacks. Police stopped 300 people from marching to a mosque in suburban Chicago. Mosque windows were shot out in Irving, Texas, and a New York man was arrested accused of pointing a gun at an Arab gas station clerk. So guys, that is the sort of the good, bad, and the ugly of what's been going on the last few days.
All right, Lauren Green, thank you very much. As we take a look at the rubble of what was the World Trade Center. Coming up next, we are going to be speaking on the telephone. Norma Hessick was at work at her desk on the 82nd floor of the World Trade Center Tower number 1. She joins us on the phone this morning. Good morning to you, Norma.
Good morning.
So explain where you were and what you felt when the plane plowed into the side of your tower.
Well, I had just returned to my desk from getting my breakfast, and I was sitting there going over my notes for a 10 o'clock meeting when all of a sudden there was this big boom and the building just swayed. And when I looked, there was a fireball around by my window, and there was debris coming from the top of the building.
So the airplane hit above your office?
Yes, I'm on the 82nd floor of One World Trade Center, and I believe it struck maybe the 90s. I'm not sure.
Right,
in the 90s.
So when you made it down, what did you see when you walked out of the building?
Well, first, before I get to that, I really must say that on my way down, it was much better than my first trip years ago because there were lights in the staircases. I did notice like cracks in the stairwells, but
in the foundation, you mean?
Yes, but we had all thought that we knew it was a plane that hit the building, but we thought it was an accident. So everybody was calm, and we were making light conversation.
Right.
And, we saw a lot of young firefighters coming up. At one time, the going was very slow because we had
Norma,
to do
can I ask you, from what you can recall, what flight were you on when you first started seeing firefighters? How high did they get?
I think they were maybe on the, I would say, 50th or thereabout, but they were passing out. They were passing out on the landings and needed assistance because I guess traveling with over 100 pounds on your back is not easy, you know, and they look so young. And I tried to cheer them up, and I said, you know, take care of yourself. Right. One of them offered me water. I said, Mister, I will soon be out of the building. You are going to need the water. Please keep the water and have it for yourself.
That's great. Now, Norma, I understand it took you over an hour.
No, it took me about an hour to get down. I remember asking someone when we were almost to the bottom what time it was, and it was about 10. So
right. And when you got to the bottom, you were on the plaza. What did you see then?
There was water, and I got drenched, and then a rescue person said, move quickly, please do not look to the left. And you know, human nature,
you looked to the left.
Looked, and I saw a head, I saw feet, I saw guts, and then I just lost it, you know. And somebody took me across to the Millennium, and I saw a co-worker on a stretcher. I asked her how she was doing, and they kind of whisked me away from her, and I heard this low rumble, and when we looked around, there was the building. It was like, it was something out of some horror movie. It was just coming at us, and we started to try and outrun what was coming at us. I knew I couldn't do it because people started to push me.